Seeing a little bit of a bounce back here to start things off this morning as we get going on the day before Nvidia earnings day. We get a huge monster AI deal announced this morning, quote unquote, billions it's worth, according to CEO Lisa Su of AMD. AMD shares up big time here this morning, better part of 11% at the highs, coming back in a little bit right now, but Meta going to spend, again, quote unquote, billions on this hardware deal, mostly processors going to be used for their data center coming up for Meta. So we'll talk about that coming up, what that means for AMD, what that means potentially for Nvidia as well, ahead of a big report coming tomorrow night. It's worth noting Meta shares on this news not really doing much, a little bit of a downtick, but they've been trending to the downside for the past couple of days here after that big day back on Friday. I mean, 632, if you zoom out, 632 was a big level last week on the support side of things. Nothing in the way too significant anyways of economic data to deal with today or tomorrow. We get into Thursday and Friday, we will get a little bit more on the inflation side of things. I mean, IBM with just an absolute horrible day yesterday. We'll touch on that. FedEx as well in the news today on the tariff side of things. Probably the first big name anyways. There's been a few already, but exactly. First big name to file a lawsuit to try to reclaim some of this tariff-related money.
Costco being named as well as the other. There's a bunch of different ones. I wonder if they're going to all amalgamate and kind of take this on. It's going to be interesting to watch, Brendo. It's going to be very convoluted legal issue. Good morning, guys. There's a whole lot to talk about. Tesla, European sales in focus again, and not in a positive way. Also, Bitcoin really dropping off aggressively overnight, losing 63,000 momentarily. Home Depot, Hims, Keurig, Dr. Pepper, all reporting this morning. And a good note with Intel, the tie-up there, Brendo. And cybersecurity names. That was an interesting day. You mentioned IBM, but can't overshadow the cybersecurity names. They all got decimated yesterday. Yeah. PanW's already been beat up after earnings, so it didn't drop as much, but CrowdStrike, Zscaler, Okta all got clipped.
All on the back of the thought, at least, of the possibility of AI coming to take their lunch, essentially, and replace some of the products, replace some of the services that they have. All right, it's a huge day around here. We're so excited for this, and it's officially live. I just finally got the go-ahead here. So as of 8 o'clock this morning, guys, the campus is live. This is 3 years, better part of 3 years in the making, from start to finish. We're so proud of this. This is the basis of education that every single person in this room started their paths with and started their trading careers with. So we're so excited to offer that to you. We spent a lot of time on getting the quality right, getting the videos shot properly, edited properly, all of the educational content in there. There's tons and tons and tons of content. Can't emphasize that enough. We're working on some of the links right now. You can go to tradertv.live, and it is live and ready to go. We're going to have links in the description coming up. I'm working on that as we speak. So bear with us for the next couple of minutes here, guys. But Neil, Sean, I mean, thoughts here. We're super excited, obviously. The day has finally arrived.
Yeah, absolutely. We're psyched for the Academy today. It's a launch, and I expect to hear a lot about that today. Like, get the cheering of the crowd is going as we've been letting you guys know. We were waiting around and making sure we produce this the right way to get out there for everybody so that it meets our standards. And there you see some of the videos in there, lessons, basics, a little more advanced, discipline. It's really just about every trader's journey, because it's not, the thing about trading is you got to treat it, you got to take it seriously, right? It's about learning and consistently and continuously learning. It will always be adaptive, the Academy, because the markets are never changing. One day is not going to be like the next, and the rules are always going to be moving around and changing, because that's how life is, but that's how the markets are, more importantly. And actually, speaking of how things change very quickly, like AMD, this story went from wow, AMD to already pulling back $10 on AMD. So it bounced off 200 on this further Meta tie-up, further that partnership. And the other side of the coin is going into tomorrow, because we've got, Nvidia reports tomorrow, by the way. you haven't heard, you might know this company. But they're down a point. Actually, was a little bit worse. So they've been able to get a little bit of a bounce as they were headed in the other direction on this. Obviously, AMD picking up some of the not some of the slack, but some of the potential business from Nvidia, and that had them down, but not much. Still, at the end of the day here, volatility is going to reign, and it hasn't really even been in the chip names outside of AMD moving today. Let's be real, it was the software names. Like yesterday, it was all about IBM with a record down day. You got to go back a long, long time before I was born for a day like this on IBM.
No, 2020.
What 20? Oh, well, okay. Really?
Yeah, I know. You're about 25. Oh, yeah, you weren't born at 2020.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, my bad.
No, but it is a historic day, and don't forget.
Very historic.
Don't forget the cybersecurity names. Like IBM was so bad that you might forget that the cybersecurity names got smoked. CrowdStrike was down double digits again, and the banks got smoked yesterday. Specifically, going to be looking at the XLF for the first time in quite some time. You lost major support. Like I don't remember. I said this yesterday. I don't recall outside of the financial crisis sort of seeing the way that this was selling off in the morning here. So let's be real. There's a lot to watch here today. It's not just going to be about the chips, but it is pretty. It's a big story for AMD. You'd feel better if it didn't just drop 5%.
This makes me actually feel good because like I'm going short. Like I've already, as soon as I came in, Shrev's like, oh man, big story with AMD. I'm like short, and that went to 226. You know, your only downside right now. Let's see. I mean, look. I mean, hopefully it does go back up to the upside. The market needs good stories, that's for sure. And it seems like right now, AMD and Meta. But we had the same deal with Nvidia last week. Something similar. So we can see definitely a pullback about to happen here on AMD. AMD is about to get cooked, by the way. Like if that news didn't come out, like they actually dropped it on pretty much exactly the right spot. But yeah, anyways, I have one stock written down so far on the note. It is AMD. We'll be looking at silver as well. But you know, today for me, I put the link in the description right there for the chat. Anybody that's here, this is kind of what we're talking about. You know. It's the journey. So it's all of us here at Trader TV Live, and you know, the basics, the software, the first trades, how to go ahead and you know go into your first trades and think about you know how those might work out, and you know there's 7 lessons, 15 topics. It's all right here, you know, right now, and these are the hosts that will be part of this. You know, the foundation of execution, protecting your position, dynamic risk management. Like these are all going to be broken down, and then you got to go through them all. But you know, once you click on it, I have to go through I'm in progress right now. These are all live videos, right? And so you can see they're all going to come through your first trades, all of this stuff. It's a schooling. And that's what the whole point of this is, Trader TV Academy. So, you know, go check it out right now. I'm logged in, ready to go. There's even journals, there's mission statements, everything like that you can get in here. Your log, you can start logging things into here and share it with everybody. You know, it's a great opportunity. There's a site tour here as well for everybody. Our full library of everything that we have. So it's all here, man. There's a knowledge hub, searchable. So we're really excited to drop this for you guys and just let us know some feedback in the chat there. But I think it's definitely something for definitely a beginning trader that's looking to learn. And then we have real executions in there. Discussing about that and some of the risk management that we put on. So yeah, we're really excited for it. So get into the chat and let us know what you guys are thinking, and yeah, subscribe and go for it, right? It's definitely something that's been a long time in the running. So we're really proud to have Sharif on it, Joe, myself, Neil, Brendan, we're all there. So go have a look and see what's going on. I'm just having a look right now at Bitcoin, 63,000. Good thing we don't have that. Yeah, and still going lower. Good thing we didn't get that 5 handle on it. Was thinking that we would. The market's actually up today, so that's nice. So we'll see if that can hold on. But I mean, with an up market and a down another 2.3% in Bitcoin, like it's really good that the market's not down 1% again here today, because I think crypto continues to fall down. So we'll have to write down some IBIT on the note today and see if we can get involved in that one. But yeah, man, SoFi, JP Morgan, you just showed XLF. Like some of these names getting absolutely crushed. Charles Schwab as well, SCHW. Yeah, there was a paper that was released or whatever that was talking about the S&P 500 being down 38% by 2028, and that was a lot of that due to the productivity of a lot of these companies getting lowered due to the fact that Anthropic and some of these Claude bots can come in and eat a lot of these companies' lunches, and do what we're paying these companies to do. And they can do it much better, faster, cheaper. So we worry a little bit about that. AI robots, managing your own portfolios, just everything being answered, online rather than having to go in and see an advisor or something like that. Bring Schwab all the way back down. Like, this stock was cooking, man. Now it's down to $92 as well. Plus we have some credit card worries. Yesterday we had American Express. You talked about, a big, huge move down in IBM. I wonder what that was for AXP yesterday, as that was 10% to the downside as well. So there's a lot of stock that are really coming out. And I just feel like this is a pretty aggressive move. But when you sort of zoom out, that's where the trick is. A lot of us aren't looking at our accounts every single day. And if you are, it would be a problem because, the last couple months have not been really well. But even though AXP does come down into there, you're just back to where you were in October, where you were in July, So some of these moves, I think, are going to be a little further to the extension on the downside a little bit more, but at some point these names are going to be buys. And I mean, even a name like CrowdStrike would love this stock, and it just getting crushed as well. It was down another 10% right there. It's down. Sharif was telling me it's down almost $100 here in just a couple of days. So bad news, but it just goes all the way back to the tariff levels as well. So you give back everything you made or held on to throughout the last almost 12 months, and you get right back into April here. So we're going to wait to see if there's some bouncing spots on CrowdStrike down there. So yeah, man, should be another exciting day. That is for sure.
Yeah, the maybe on those bouncing spots. So that's the thing. And there was a lot of people got let's just caught some strays yesterday. We talked about SoFi catching some strays, but you know what? There was strength out there, and it wasn't the metals. Silver had a late day run there, was actually up. They're actually down 1% now, but late day rally in silver. You saw gold do pretty well as well here, so GLD should be on some minds, but there's a little bit of a pullback. I think silver is stronger than gold, at least in this moment. So we're it's a bit different. Like, we're coming into this day with a bit of a bounce, so there's a bit of a reverse, but it's a big time prove me moment. Like, just because we come in some days up 0.5 and we get like that 0.7. You look across the board, and it's sustaining those moves. That's been a little bit of trouble. And when that doesn't happen, it's just usually just waiting for your spot to short. I don't know what's changed yet with regards to that. Maybe something changes tomorrow night with Nvidia. Certainly didn't change. Before we throw back up to the desk, it didn't change that much with HIMS, because that's actually down another 5% here after reporting. Yeah, not looking good. It was not the breakout that would cause shorts to cover. It would be the other. It just emboldens them because you're making some fresh lows. So yeah, just another name which is looking pretty weak. I don't think this will be on that small cap gapper list there, Sharif. Oh.
It's a light bunch today, Neil. I see one here, VIR, but it's already losing the bid in a hurry, sadly. And you know how I feel about the ones that are breaking down below VWAP. Here's what we're looking at. We were looking at a breakout yesterday around 5 o'clock. I love these ones that really move in the aftermarket and the pre-market, because there's no halt parameters, so there's really nothing standing in their way. But oftentimes, because there are no halt parameters, they extend a little bit beyond, what would be normal. And then we're looking for a big reversion. And that's what we're looking at right here, Breno. This one looks like the classic double top VIR, looking like it's coming down in a hurry.
Crazy volume behind that too already, I saw. Home Depot, another one, not crazy volume, but nice move here this morning on decent report, better than expected results. In fact, on the left-hand side over here, lots of green, which is typically good. Wasn't much, I just read through this real quick. I mean, the sales forecast, I guess, basically in line. Everything else though, nice beat here for Home Depot, but just noticing, call is on right now as of 8 o'clock if anyone's watching this, but nothing terrible about this. I mean, there's a couple of analyst notes. Volume pretty disappointing, though.
You know what they've been complaining about for the last couple of years, right? Interest rates are too high. People don't want to move out of their home, and people don't really want to take on more debt to upgrade their homes. One, because interest rates are still high, and two, a lot of people did it during COVID, so they don't need to do it again.
Yeah.
So finally, some good news here for Home Depot. Look, they're not tanking after earnings, with the revenue coming in at $38 billion. Just a bit of a, a bit of a beat beat their adjusted EPS ahead. Revenue did decline again, though, and that's several quarters in a row, 4% year-over-year drop. But they are still profitable, $2.57 billion. But again, less than they brought home last year. It was about a $3 billion raise. But I also read yesterday that I think the interest rates for mortgages dropped below 6%, I think, since 2022. So this has to be a good sign for them here, as looking to ease some pressure on new buyers.
Comparable store sales 0.4 in the U.S. specifically 0.3 to the upside. Sorry, 0.4 total, 0.3 in the U.S. on its own. This thing, it took a hard left turn and just started going back up. Almost the second the new year ticked over on the calendar here. We've been consolidating higher. This should help things out if we can hold this, guys. But might be one of those cases today, specifically with the market's going to have to show a little bit of strength here to help out Home Depot.
It might. I mean, I can see a world in which we still have software stays weak and cyber stays weak and crypto stays weak, but Home Depot's able to bounce. That can make some sense to me in the environment that we're in. But it was awfully mixed. I mean, you get the declining revenues. Fine, but then on the other side of the coin, you'd be like, oh well, there's, the tariff ruling certainly is going to be a benefit for them. You would think, even though that half the material sourced in the U.S., it's still going to be potentially a net benefit. You do have a good support level that's formed in here on HD off that 200. Like it's above the 50, it's above the 200. You didn't get any follow through, however, and that would be the problem because it wasn't a perfect report, because you still got multiple quarters of that declining revenue. It's one of those. It might be good enough. But the volume, again, pretty light, needs to start holding above that 90, really needs to break 395 if better. But I can actually see a world where we don't necessarily have to have the market do super well for Home Depot to go today. If the buyers, we tend to be in a market right now where, sentiment only, the overall market sentiment only matters to a certain collect few. Like if the NASDAQ starts dumping off, and even if the ES is dumping off, it might not reflect too poorly on a Home Depot that reported. I just wish they hadn't, they could turn around that revenue decline, which, that's got to show some signs of turning. But that's the one thing to point to that doesn't look good here. And then throw in the fact that if you're day trading, the volume is relatively low in Home Depot like it always is. So let them get through the call, let them get through the opening range, and then see if it can settle down. It needs to take out that 395, and then it can really start to go.
Yeah, nice. Just not enough volume, really, like 100,000 shares, so there's not much going on. I mean, a lot of the volume just on this one little print here at 8 o'clock as well. So, I mean, I like it. Company projected EPS between $14.69 and $15.28. Estimates 507. So there is a lower side to their guide. But I think it's just being a little conservative there with Home Depot. So that's fine by me. I mean, it's just kind of sitting here not doing a whole heck of a lot. This is a name that hopefully could not be affected, and we'll have to wait to see by an AI right now. I don't know what it can do to Home Depot, except for hopefully make it a little bit better, more efficient, easier to find the products, help them maybe with the website better. I don't know. Some of the employees, maybe they could have some sort of, an app on them where they can help answer questions a little bit better, educate their employees to help the retail customer when you go in there looking for something specific. So I actually think Home Depot is a survivor of all of this, as I think many retail names can benefit from the change that we're seeing right now with AI. I hate saying AI all the time, but just with how this market's moving. Good level above the 200 period moving average. Again, really like Home Depot. You mentioned Costco earlier as well. I believe Sharif did when they were talking about FedEx there and some of the tariffs, looking to get a little bit of money back. But yeah, right there. I wonder if they'd sort of sniffed out that the Supreme Court might have made some decisions like this, as Costco was really getting hit on those worries on a high PE. Well, that PE is back to 40 or 50 again all of a sudden, so or maybe even higher than that, maybe 60 or 70, with Costco trying to break through that $1,000 mark. So what a nice run for them. I really like Costco with that guaranteed revenue source of the memberships. So I think this name continues to work in the retail spot. And we saw Walmart get hit over the last couple of days as well, and then battle back yesterday. So it was nice to see Walmart catching a little drift there. And with a good report from Home Depot being up that little percentage spot there, maybe you get a nice move today in Walmart as well. And you can see here on the daily chart for Walmart, there's that nice move down. 4 days straight to the downside, and then 1 day up. So we'll see if Walmart can find a base here around 120 as well. All right, Joe, what you got for us on that side?
Got a lot going on here, Katina, man. We're going to take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday, guys. Let's hop right into things. We're going to kick it off with Tesla. Relatively, I mean, it was a mixed bag here. I'm going to pull up some of the results on yesterday's session, which I think is important to note so we can correlate it with our options contract. I was going over things last night, so relatively weak, right? And what we want to do and focus here is like, well, Joe, why are we looking at these calls? Why are we looking at 420? It's such a ways away. It's 20 points away. But it's time and time again, and someone had a fantastic question in the chat. It's like, Joe, how come the options market is so good at predicting potential directions? Well, because it's essentially an inside look at where the vast majority of activity is and where the larger participants may be laying. And I think what we can do here and what we can take away from what we do every morning is just, you have to see how underlyings are reacting around specific areas, and that's why I wanted to pull up this 420 mark. I mean, we had a high of around $410 yesterday, but we'll have a hard time breaching this 420 mark. Once again, we're 20 points away from that, but we couldn't even come anywhere close because the downwards pressure was just a little bit too much. And what we have there at that specific strike price is 13,000 open contracts with volume around 14,500. And if you go higher in your options chain as well too, you're going to be able to identify even more open interest. I wanted to bring us the closest strike price with the most amount of size and activity, just for an example to say, hey, look, we are probably going to struggle throughout the week to even go and test these zones. And if we do, you want to see how you react around them. And if the hedge funds or participants start pushing price lower below these specific strike prices. Now, we had an example in, I believe it was silver or Nvidia. It was Nvidia on Friday. Essentially, I'm like, hey, watch out for this 190 mark. And then look where we closed on Friday. It was like 189.37 or something along those lines. But it's just south enough for those contracts to expire worthless, all right? So you can see we only have a $3 spread here, guys. Your delta sitting at that $36 metric, and then your gamma exposure relatively cool. And with Tesla, our Vega here, 48.6%, relatively cool. You can see that typically heightened. So, I mean, maybe we get somewhat of a rebound here, but once again, you want to keep an eye on some of these specific zones because we keep pushing price lower, and it's the exact same thing with Nvidia. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at Apple with the 270 mark. All right, so same narrative, guys. A lot of volume coming in here at that specific area, and then open interest sitting around 12,600. $4 spread, relatively light, and your delta exposure, considering it's OTM, sitting around that $28 metric. Gamma, 0.038, not too bad, and your at-the-money IV sitting around 30. I want to pull up this contract here momentarily before we send it back to the desk and see what we got going on. But we go over this time and time again, just the decay within these contracts is something that you need to be extremely cautious about, because unless you have a massive sustained implied volatility spike or a really strong rally, it's hard to gain back the value of these. We went over that Tesla contract moments ago. It's literally worth fractions of what it was, and this one's down 88% in the span of what, February, less than a month, right? So that contract will never recover, guys, especially if it expires this Friday.
Thanks as always, Joe. And yeah, we have 2 super chats during that time. We throw them up there, Andre, if we can. I just saw one of them, Steve, but there we go. It's Toll is the first one, Toll AI. Good morning. Good morning to you as well. Thanks for all you do. Can you please go at Grail, or look at Grail, I'm assuming. You want us to look at Grail? Do you think it is going below or too low 30? Or maybe you mean to the $30 level. Yeah, this was probably, we were sort of talking about the names that were really bad in the last week. Like nothing did worse in this last week. No questions asked. All we can do is look at the technicals here. That's all you can. I don't think anybody should ever try to catch a falling knife. Anytime you have an extreme event like this, the first thing you want to see is there a dead cat bounce? Can it hold support? Like, give it a couple of days. Well, the first flat bottom break failed. That was yesterday. It held a support at 48, fail. And it's got another one where it's just baselining for support. So if that fails, it was $10 to $15 down. Another move like that gets you almost 30. If it just does what it did prior, hold support and flush, it does look like it's held to 30. It's just like an earnings name. If the buyers can't hold for a couple of days and put in that higher low, then you're still in a downward pattern. It's kind of one of those like sell till it's not sort of setups there. unfortunately. So yeah, it's not a very good look. I mean, there's some bad charts. This is like the worst chart in the market the last couple of sessions. And then we have another super chat here from Steve Irwin, our good friend. I just want to say thank you guys for the continuous advice. You caught the AMD move and made 33K. Was that a long overnight, or did you short it from the top? Because it could be ambiguous. You could swing overnight, I suppose, or you could have been just like jam short at the top. So kind of curious, Steve. Let us know. Congratulations, brother. Either way, obviously great shot and great opportunity there. Couldn't know the news was going to come in overnight.
No, I mean, that's many years of profit right there. One day, one trade. Congratulations right there to our guy one more time. But yeah, so it's almost coming up to 8:30 right now. AMD, here's a stock in question, up now 10%, was up a lot more, up to that 226, and then fade city. So I'm already have the fade ready to go on this one. I'm talking about VWAP, that's 218, up here in and around 220. Also getting really excited for that. I'm just in the middle of making a post right now. You can go over to Trader TV Live Academy, and I'm about to post something up here about the Mag 7. Brendan's got a post in here as well. Neil's gonna figure out how to log in, then he's gonna get right in. But yeah, we're really excited, man, for all of this. So, come through it today, figure out what's going on with our Campus Academy, Trader's Journey, the basics, the P8 software. It's all here right now. There's a little bit of a promo video for you. Go find it out. I'm going to drop the link one more time in the tradertv.academy, but /sign up is what you want to do. It's all about even, the software that we use as well, all here. So anything about that, download it, download the software. The Academy's here. We'll talk about teaching, all the different modules that we have, fundamental setting up your Windows, the hotkey configuration. This is just all for the software that you're going to wind up using. And then our missions, the campus program, we're going to talk about that a little bit. Some of the EFS libraries that we have there. You could journaling. I've put a journal in when I started using this software. It's about I have a trading review up in there as well, so you can go check that out. Everything's in here. If you ever get shut down, how can you review that? Just a whole bunch of different stuff that's in here, all great. And here it is, why journaling matters. There's just all this stuff in here. We talk about setting up your own journal. Well, it's right here. You can use our Academy software to do that, right? Did you stick to your plan? What about your emotions? Everything like that, right? Entries and exits aligned with your strategy. Like things that, we talk about all the time, but it's all right here available today in the Academy. So go make sure you sign up, go figure it out, and we'll get going on that as the day goes. So, but yeah, I'm really excited to get some AMD going on here. I'm going to also, potentially put up some sticky notes in the Academy as well, so that should be good. AMD up 10%. Bitcoin just broke 63,000.
And Steve Irwin, thank you for. You could just send us the message. You didn't have to send a super chat. We appreciate you for doing it as well. Last night at 199. So. It must have been in the aftermarket, and then held it overnight, and I'm sure you obviously rang the register as well. So shout out to you. Congratulations, Steve Irwin, our good friend. We do have another treat that's coming up, because we have a guest that I don't think we've had on in quite some time. I'm pretty sure he's been on the show at one point, but it's been a minute, and we're delighted to have someone from Mill Trading. As Randy comes through with the cup of Joe, there's a few things you need in the morning.
Joe. Thank you.
One of them is to make sure that you stick to your routine. And sometimes the routine also includes a little bit of Joe, so we can get going right in the morning. That's what it's all about. I just saw INT into it. Looks like it's popping here as well. I saw a few people in the chat, and remember, for Tom H out there, still, if you want to throw any names in the chat, or if you're just interested in something, same holds. If you're new here, just make sure you use the $sign in there. See $INTU. Someone just put it in there and did it with the $sign. So you got AMD, obviously number 1. You can have Intuit on number 2. LRMR, small capper. I'm not familiar with that one. That's going to be number 3. I got IonQ, HIMS is in there. So this is all in our stock visualizer, and it allows us to sort of track the names that are moving around the most. And obviously, a couple of them are up significantly. The only one that's red, SoFi's on the list, but HIMS. We got some economic numbers coming out at 8:30, and then we'll get right into it.
A couple people asking a very important question, guys. If you're looking for the link, it's below right now. Go to the description. Looks like this. Just pull up the actual show link. We're right here. So it's the top link now in the description of the show, tradertv.academy/sign up, and you will get that very, very quickly. Real quick, yeah, nothing significant on the economic calendar this morning. We had that ADP weekly job number, 12.75 thousand, comes out versus 11.5 last week. So that was basically a non-event. Tons of Fed speak today. Bostic, Collins, Waller, Cook, to name a few. 10 o'clock, probably the most important number. The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index coming up at 10 a.m. Just reading a note, we were talking about the AMD Meta deal. Just reading a note on Apple going to buy a whole bunch of chips from TSM. So TSM was up anyway, maybe on this story, but just coming across once again here. Apple with a new purchase here for TSM. So Taiwan Semi looking pretty good here.
Yeah, well, Apple was their biggest customer until Nvidia came along, so not surprised that they're doing that, Brendo. But Apple, for me, is going to be focused next week because there's a 3-day conference where they're going to be unveiling new products. It's widely speculated already what those products are going to be. It's going to be a cheaper MacBook. It should be starting at about $799, and it's going to have a less advanced chip. It's going to be a mobile chip if the rumors are accurate. We're also going to get new iPads, new MacBook Pro. So Apple will be in focus for 3 days next week, and I'm hoping, obviously, to hear some information on Apple Intelligence because I think it's long delayed.
I'm paying way too much attention to the chat this morning and less on content. Anyways, I'll take two. Okay. This is the show link. So just if you're watching the show, just go to the description below, and in that description there's a whole bunch of links. The very, very top one, which is right here, is now the Academy link. So just if you go to show more, which is here, show more, and then the links all right at the top of the description. Very easy to find for the Academy guys if anybody was having issues.
All right, yeah, go over there. We're gonna keep talking about the Academy and getting that all figured out. But the link is now there in the description. You go tradertv.academy. So here it is one more time. Go grab that again. It's just about learning together and stuff that we've done. Trading is a very, very sort of lonely journey, and it's always nice to have a sort of a backdrop to go to talk to. Learn from, everything like that. Put in your opinions, put in everything, so we can learn as a group and as a community. So Trader TV Academy is now live, and we're super excited to get that going. Like all the trades, everything's there. The hotkeys. There's me doing this. Like that. So tons of videos and their real life experience from traders here that have gone through this journey, gone through learnings, starting from zero, getting to where we are today, things like that. So go check it out right now, and we'll be able to talk about some of those highlights as we go throughout the day, and looking for feedback as well from you guys there in the chat. Once you sign up, let us know how it's going. Already well received, so thank you to everybody for that so far. Bitcoin 62.7 coming back in right now. So yeah, nice little move to the downside here for crypto.
Yeah, it's still to the downside on crypto. There's not much you can do about it, but our good friend, what's interesting, because as much as it's been bad for Tom Lee, he's got to be happy about the AMD. I just thought of that because he tends to like that name. But unfortunately, no, the other side of the equation for crypto is what's been going on in some of these ETFs. And that's part of the environment that we're sitting in right now. That's sort of the treasury plays. And that's part of the environment we're in. It's just a different set of users or owners and buyers that have come into the market. And with the advent of the ETFs and treasury plays, they're a little quicker to exit. And it's going to take some new buyers, which haven't seemed to formulate yet, to create a bit of a bottom. And like I look at BMNR and I wonder, is it today going to do that flat bottom break? I'm not going to bother hitting the key for this, because I feel like this last week, you're hitting the flat bottom break key like every single day on something significant. And really, this isn't the actual local bottom. On the 5th, it got a little bit lower than this, but it's right here. Like, it's teetering. There's a gap fill from about 18.5 to $17 on BMNR. if Bitcoin and ETH make another leg lower and continue that trend, I got to go pay for some locates, because one of the things that we'll talk about in the Academy does get talked about is your preparation. Like, your preparation is a big part of your process. It comes down to, like, what are you trading and why, but also something as simple as, hey, if I think this stock is short, well, then I don't want to wait till it's breaking underneath that level to go see if I need to pay for locates. I can go ahead and do that now, so that if it does set up at 10 o'clock, I can just hit the key and be locked and loaded and ready to go. So yeah, there's a bit of a flat bottom break coming in here in BMNR. That's going to be on watch for me here today. Unfortunately, because what can we say? Bitcoin, crypto, still looking weak. There's nothing about this chart that says we have remotely broken the downward trend. Like, a retest of the low seems like it's in play. Everything about it says, the 50s until proven otherwise. So BMNR is going to be on that radar, potential flat bottom break, but I got to go pay for some locates on that bad boy.
All right, back over to the desk with Sharif and Brendan.
Right, it's up on screen right now. It's a big day for us on the Academy, obviously, but if you've been with us for any length of time, you understand that we are very proudly sponsored by Real Trading, which is right through the wall that way, essentially. We are in the building, and we have, I don't think Wayne's ever been on the show.
I don't think so.
He's
been in the background before.
He's been in the background,
Yeah.
probably floating around before when it was the trading floor in the background, but there's Wayne.
Hey.
Wayne is joining for the first time ever. What's up, Wayne? Good morning.
Hey guys, very, very happy to be here. It's been a long time coming. I think we've been talking about this for quite a bit of time now, but I'll get started, I guess.
Well, hold on. Okay, slow down. Let's get a little background first, Wayne, because if anyone's seeing you for the first time, again, Wayne's been here for a long, long time, even if anyone's watching the show, that before we did the renovation, the trading floor was in the background. I'm sure Wayne was flying around on the trading floor all day, every day. Give us a little bit of an introduction here, what you do, your role with Real Trading, how that comes into play.
Yeah, no, I love to share. So I'm Wayne. I'm a proprietary trader at one of the risk managers for Real Trading campus program. So you might ask, what is the campus program? Long story short, and I bet you and Sean has mentioned it before, is that it's just a remote training program to kind of help develop consistently profitable traders. It's definitely different than Academy. We kind of focus more on the nitty-gritty kind of trading, kind of order flow kind of stuff. And a fun fact, actually, I started sitting right beside Sharif. I was actually sitting to the right of Sharif, sitting behind Sean and Neil, learning a lot from Sharif himself, learning a lot from, Sean and Neil. And, it's been a great experience so far. I've been here for around probably 4 years now, I think. 4 years.
And getting ready for many, many, many more, obviously. Wayne, let's jump right into the market side of things. Give me just a quick overview of what you do specifically in the morning, because I know this is a really busy part of your day. What it is exactly you help the traders with specifically for Real Trading in the pre-market?
Yeah, so we go through a lot of kind of morning briefs. I spend around probably 30 to 40 minutes-ish. So today we're going to get a little bit more compact version of it, but basically examining, the probabilities of certain events happening, the risk factors, right? Certain things like Fed speakers. If there's, for example, for the gas traders, we have some traders that focus on oil. So I would definitely remind them, hey, there's EIA today on Wednesday, et cetera, et cetera. So kind of providing those factors, understanding that, you have to look at the market in a holistic point of view. You can't just be super tunnel vision on your own stock kind of thing.
When we look at what has been popular, what has been working, what has the traders been actually looking at on a day-to-day basis, just give us a broad overview of what's hot right now with Real Trading traders.
Oh, I think a lot of traders are trading things like SoFi right now. The pharma stocks are pretty hot, specifically Pfizer. So we've been focusing a lot on Pfizer, and obviously the oil stocks, like I previously mentioned. As we know, the commodity manufacturers has been going really, really hot right now. Stock like CVE, for example.
How important do you think it is for specifically new traders coming into a day to not only have a plan, but have, 2 or 3 ideas lined up ready to go as you head towards the open on a daily basis?
No, I think it is the most important thing, and I think that's what you guys do in the morning is super important. I used to watch it, before I came on the floor, and even when I'm on the floor, I still watch you guys sometimes, because a lot of times when the market opens at 9:45, if you don't have a plan, you're basically just running around like a headless chicken, essentially, because you're kind of emotionally affected by the first trade you take or the second trade you take. So by the third trade, you're like, oh my God, what is going on? Oh, there's a buyer here, let me just buy. And then you get shut down. Right? That's definitely happened to me many times.
I mean, you're accurate from the standpoint of the urgency of it and how overwhelming it can be. Give us a quick run through here of what you're looking at today. What's everyone talking about?
Can I share my screen? Maybe that'll be a little bit.
We might have to set that up for. Oh, you can. Okay, Andre's just telling me you can. Go for it.
Okay. So I think I was listening to Neil talking about this. I think the main focus is really kind of on the markets, but also on kind of Bitcoin itself. The main kind of thing that we're watching right now is continuously being VIX. We're trading above 20 and staying really stubborn above 20, which means that there's a lot of correlation happening in the markets right now. And which really just means, and I've been telling a lot of my traders this, is that, if the market is up, right, you just look for the strongest stock, look for in your basket the strongest stock to look for, to buy. And if the market is weak, just kind of sell into the weakest stocks. Because in this kind of market, you have very strong correlation. You have very strong correlation that occurs, that occurs across all markets, right? This is a CBOE kind of correlation. And as you can see, it has risen quite a bit in past times. So that's kind of the main thing we're focusing on, is just watching how the markets trade and then kind of applying it on your own stocks. And the main focus right now is on this SoFi. It's been breaking down below this 19 key level, which goes back to around, the breakout point. And we're watching kind of this specific prior year high into the breakout. So we're going to see if this level really holds, or if it's going to really kind of, take these 18 level out, take the 1760 level out, and then, do a little bit of price discovery back into 17s, or it holds, and then we kind of see a kind of dead cat bounce, so to speak. Stock has been, sorry, yeah.
I think just to wrap things up real quick, Wayne, I think one of the things that a lot of people might, be able to get some value from on a day in and day out basis is understanding the process a little bit. Is it a start wide, top down analysis of what's the overall market doing? What's the individual sectors doing? What are the individual names doing to come up with the ideas? Or maybe we can get into that, as we do more of these. But just real quick, just a real broad overview of the process each day.
Yeah. So basically, we definitely do a top-down point of view, because I've told my traders a lot about this, is that if the market is going to drop 2%, it doesn't really matter if your stock has a strong buyer there. Like, it's going to go down. So we kind of go from a top-down perspective, and then once we kind of drill it down, a lot of these traders, I encourage all of the traders to have a kind of short list of stocks that they focus on, primarily 1 or 2 kind of specific stocks, and kind of apply the overall thesis down to their individual stocks.
Fantastic. Great information. Wayne, we appreciate it. You did a great job. We look forward to more analysis and more insight coming from, he's right over on that side of the wall over there. So have a great day, Wayne. Good to see you.
Yeah.
That's Wayne, guys. No, everything that he says, you have to listen to, because he's actually the individual who hired me here and the first one that I met on the floor. And if we talk about, whoa. All right. If we talk about process, Wayner is definitely one of the individuals that you want to listen to and learn about it, because he's extremely, extremely detailed. And with that being said, money is in the detail. And when you start off your trading journey, you don't really know anything. And it's the individuals to the right of me, behind me, and across the hall that you really want to listen to, hence why you have the academy. It's really where you want to get your feet moving. And when you hit the ground, it's just like, well, trading is essentially a language, and how do I learn it? And it's from people around you. So Wayner, definitely, I learned a lot from that individual. And he also has the vest on as well, too. So I think that's enough. That's telling enough. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with hims and hers on the downgrade side, guys. We're down substantially here this morning. We're going from a buy to a neutral weight by BTIG. And then Novo Nordisk continuing its slide to the southeast. We're down 2 3/4 approximately, going from an overweight to a neutral weight as well, too, by JP Morgan. And then we have Affirm also getting the downgrade, a little bit less than 0.25% here, guys, but going from a buy to a neutral weight as well. And then Blue Owl Capital down 2% here, guys. Deutsche Bank giving that a price target of $10, but going from a buy to a hold. So that is the downgrades there. And then as for the upgrades, Domino's Pizza putting in some good numbers yesterday, guys. You're up a little bit less than 1% here. JP Morgan giving them the nod with the price target at $450, going from a neutral weight to an overweight as well. And then we have KeyCorp here, guys, getting the nod by Robert W. Baird. You're up 0.5% with a price target of $19, going from an underweight to a neutral weight. Qualcomm also getting the nod up 2 1/4, price target of $185 by Wells Fargo, going from an underweight to an equal weight. Dollar General, DG there, guys, Oppenheimer, giving them the nod, relatively flat, price target of $170, guys.
Yeah, the haters are alive everywhere, and they're definitely hating on Novo and HIMS, and you saw some of that yesterday with Novo Nordisk. And a little follow through here today. They actually there was like a small piece of positive news, but it doesn't seem to matter. They're down another 3 points. I just saw someone in the chat asking if like a firm was a short till it's not. Like that term to me just boils down to, is A, it's in a downtrend, and then B, like it just did a continuation play on that trend. If it was sitting sideways, like you could have like a sideways consolidation like this in the downtrend, no. Instead, there's your downtrend and you're breaking lower. This is the same thing that brought us to SoFi. And I'm glad, Wayne was even mentioning this one. Because after yesterday, downtrend, finally holds something, breaks underneath 19, and then it turns into like this short till it's not. So, right now 18 could be a quick little breakdown. If it doesn't, just absolutely flush like yesterday. There's the flush price, which is back into lower highs. But again, when things are upward trending, it's always like, yeah, you come in and you're like, what do I like to buy the dip in? Like that's the mentality when we're sitting there in like this great bull market. You're just, okay, well, this is always going up, so we buy the dip here. This is the level I like. Well, when things are looking pretty weak and the opposite is happening, you got to look for the other direction oftentimes. And that can mean looking at a stock like a SoFi, looking at something like iBid, looking at a Novo, which is in a distinct downtrend, and simply being default, I want the short entry. And some days, they're going to be bounce days. But if it's a definitive downtrend, then playing the short is the way to go. You're going to get some bottoms, don't get me wrong, but everyone wants to bottom pick. And certainly when you're long-term investing, you're always trying to bottom pick, right? But when you're trading, you don't have to actually be sitting there catching a falling knife. If the stock is trending down, you can short it as long as you've got the locates. And obviously here at Real Trading, we do on 99.9% of the market or something approximating that.
Yeah, I talked about that the other day when we were talking about J&J and Procter & Gamble and all that. It's very, very easy to say, oh my God, CrowdStrike's down 10%, I should buy it. While you should maybe be buying stocks that, have been actually working in this environment. And if they ever take a dip down, maybe these are the stocks that you should be buying, right? So that's why I look at that downgrade from Novo Nordisk and be like, okay, maybe it's not low enough yet, but if you were able to buy any sort of a stronger name on dips, I think that's where you definitely want to be looking moving forward, right? Is try to find the best stocks that have already rewarded shareholders for buying them. Like Procter & Gamble went up to 162 right there, fell back into 156, and now 164. So it's like these are the stocks that you want to look for weakness and then buy them, right? It's stocks that have been having this kind of trend. Procter & Gamble still has a ways to go too. So this could be one of those names, which is why I keep on talking about it, right? This and J&J, I really like these two names as strength names in the space. And then anything in energy like XLE, I think has been fantastic as well. But this is one that has a little bit more of a runway to the upside where you can also appreciate a dividend on that, right? And unlike trying to always catch falling knives, like a Palantir falling knife or whatever else, at some point, you're going to say, wow, it's down another 5% today, and then the very next day just continues down. It's not in the space right now where, this is Palantir while it's going up, take advantage of down days, up, take advantage of down days. But right now, there's been really no relief rallies. So you want to stay with the weak names short, strong names long, which is what Wayne was sort of mentioning there. No matter what the market's going to do, your stock will probably follow it to some extent. But if you're in the name, relative weakness, relative strength, that's really what you're looking for, and that's the key to this game, right? Is trading the right stocks. And I love what Wayne said right there. Basically, disciple, because you have the sticky note. That's 4 names every single day. The 4 that I look at and the 4 that are pretty much most prominently traded by myself are going to be the ones on the note. So it's like, do your research, get prepared every single day. And I know a lot of you are not harassing, but mentioning that you want the sticky note out. So it's going to come out, man. I've been doing stuff with the Academy here today, listening to Joe, listening to Wayne, doing stuff like that. So the sticky note, patience, my friend, just like trading. It will be out very, very soon, and I appreciate all you waiting for it. We do have the morning note out, Sharif's morning note. We had yesterday 40 or so memberships being dropped. We got 10 more right here, right now. This is going to get you Sharif's morning note, which I have up for you right now. Yeah, shout out to Steve Irwin again right here. And this is the morning note coming through right now again today. Thank you, Sharif. How many pages? Come on, Sharif, just 15? But you're talking about Tesla over here, Amazon, Nvidia, everything you want to talk about. Here's a AMD Meta AI deal talked about here, trader takeaways, key levels, what exactly this story is all about here, the pre-market movers. Here's Bitcoin anyways. We can go on, and we will do this. We're going to have a market rundown, but make sure you do grab one of those memberships. It's just $5 a month, but we do want to thank everybody for dropping the memberships in there. And if you're signing up, that's fantastic as well. So thank you so much for that. $5 a month gets you the Sharif morning note, gets you little fun emojis. So you could do like a Neil emoji if you want, and put them all in here, right? So we want to say thank you to everybody there as well. I don't know if it's going to get to 55K today. Because the market's up. Now we think, I hate that Bitcoin's down today, wishing obviously that it was higher. But for right now, yeah, crypto seems to be holding out okay. 63 is pretty good right there, but it has broken down below. We'll talk about Bitcoin coming up very, very soon. And yeah, thankfully the market is rebounding. And I've actually switched it over, man. I got a lot of longs on here today. Not a lot, but I got a few longs. So we'll talk about that. I'm getting that written out right now. Let's go back over the desk. It's 8:52. Today, Trader TV Academy. Get the link in the description.
70% retracement, then we're looking at 38,000. Yeah, well, every other major retracement has been 70%. You and I were looking.
Stop scaring people, Sharif.
I'm just saying, man, facts are facts.
Not going to move BAC at all, but I was just reading a note from BAC on OpenAI's revised targets here. $283 billion in revenue and $665 billion in compute spending by 2030. The move could create $45 to $75 billion in additional revenue. This is the market in general, challenging giants like Google, Meta, Amazon, etc. OpenAI's partner-led compute strategy opens opportunities to hyperscalers to supply AI infrastructure further. Again, not going to move BAC, just a note from BAC on OpenAI's monstrous spending, $665 billion by 2030.
It's all great. It's fantastic, and everyone that's in the industry continues to praise Altman for being the leader and to say OpenAI is a transformational company. It's all well and good, but a lot of those opinions are biased opinions. They are from companies that are looking to sell OpenAI products. So I got to tell you, I'm more concerned about OpenAI, especially with the rise of Claude. And here's a little anecdote. They always say, flattery, or copying or mimicry is the best form of flattery, right? Well, what do we see with DeepSeek? We saw initially when DeepSeek trained 2.0, who did they distill? Distilling is basically stealing information. They distill chat. They didn't do that this time. So new reports coming out that they actually used hundreds of thousands of accounts to basically ping or get requests from Claude. So, it feels like maybe the winds of change have come for leadership, at least for now. So we'll see.
But they're not using Nvidia products, though.
No, they don't have Blackwell in a hidden data center in Mongolia.
It's not a thing. It's not a thing.
That's just a rumor.
Yeah, just rumors. Meanwhile, the one of the Mag 7, anyways, with the smallest price tag on their spend, Not a bad couple of days here for Apple on the way back up.
Not bad at all. And they're shifting production, Brendo, I think, for one of their Macs from Houston. I think they're putting it out in Asia. There's a story about that. It's not on my morning note. It's here it is. So it's from Houston to Asia. I don't think this is a major market moving story. The real concern for me is going to be next week when Apple has their 3-day presentation. But the headline today is they're shifting Mac Mini production from Houston to Asia. I know we got one of those back there. Where in Asia, I'm not exactly sure, Brendo. I'll have to keep my eye out on that. I didn't read the article yet.
I was talking to a couple of guys in the back on the programming side the other day, and they were showing me they actually have a few. I don't even know how many because they wouldn't tell me, but they have a few studios now.
Those are like
the
how
big
many
dogs.
thousands?
I don't know. I have no idea, but they're using them for well, partially for actually this project, the Academy project. So I mean, but even Mac Minis, like you and I were having that conversation yesterday. You can't get your hands on these things at this point. It doesn't matter, you know, what store you go to. Like there's one of those resellers on College in my neighborhood. Yeah. They don't have any. Really? Even there was one that was like a M1, I think, from 3 or 4 years ago, but you just can't get them.
I went to I was at Yorkdale, I told you, on the weekend. I was with my parents, and we got my mom a MacBook Air. An iPad Air, pardon me. And we wanted the 13-inch because that was a larger screen. It's kind of like the 12.9, like the Pro. Sold out in every configuration, all the colors, all the different sizes. And you got to take a step down. You got to go for the 11-inch. And they also had constrained supply there, which kind of took me by surprise because when you look at Apple's iPad revenue, it hasn't been great over the past few years. But it seems like maybe that there is a bit of a shift now.
This event coming up next week, one of the things is going to be a new iPad. Yeah. Maybe there was some taps turned off ahead of the launch of this, or maybe the manufacturing shifted focus to the newer model. What day is that? Wednesday next week?
It's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. I think. I'll double check that though.
All right. So yeah, lots of new products, guys. Should be a pretty good week for Apple.
Yeah. It's been a pretty good week so far for Apple. It was I'd say a pretty good week last week for Apple, and you could say it's been a pretty decent week or pretty decent start to the year, at least relative to some of the other people that are getting other names in the mag that are getting hit a little bit harder. Why? Because at the end of the day, if software is going to be hurt and everyone's going to be a little bit tepid about all of the spending and all the capex, then Apple gets you a little bit of insulation for that. Look, you're above the 50. What held up really nicely in Apple yesterday was, you know how we talked about just stocks finding a bit of a temporary bottom in those downtrends? Like usually when you make a bottom, or maybe it could be after earnings, this isn't after earnings, but it's just the example I want to use. You get your little down push, you get a little bit of continuation after, then you push higher. And it's like, can you hold the lower high, right? Like that place where the buying wanted to come back in, can it hold that support? That's what Apple was able to pull off on Friday. Bounced right off that higher low. Now you busted through some resistance. And what happened? What happens in an uptrend? Resistance turns into support. What happened yesterday? Resistance turned into support for Apple at that 266. Now you need some confirmation that we'll get this continuation. You lose 66, I guess there's room to 59.60, obviously. But Apple, a bit of a different beast when it comes to currently for the Mag 7. Like this event next week, I think we're a little bit more excited to get like the big Siri update later in the year. That's not going to be this round. That'll probably be later in the year. But the anticipation is that it's going to be huge, and what you can do is going to be amazing. That shouldn't be next week. But it does. At this point, it doesn't matter because there's just a little bit of installation under Apple because demand has been going so well. And then don't sleep on. Look, I just saw in the chat, we keep talking about like bad tech names, and Apple would be a good example of a good one. I saw in the chat people mentioning how good like a Taiwan Semi has been doing. You know, like if you look a little bit further around and start to think about, you know, some names out there which are benefiting from all of this spend. Like a TSM's making some fresh highs here today. I'll knock on wood because it's like it just has to make like one little push and it makes some fresh highs. It's not actually there yet, but you're up 3% and you're pressing into it. So yeah, there's a lot of strength out there. It's not just relative names like an Apple, which for obvious reasons has been caught up in this spending. There's names like TSM, which are doing really well. And I'm glad that that's getting pointed out in our chat. That's why it's such a great community that we have, so that names like this don't get missed, so you get exposed to different ideas. That's, again, what the Academy is all about. And I see the link is up there, pinned, not just in the description, but also pinned in the chat. So all of you guys in the chat, you can actually just click the link right then and there. So Apple's a good one. I'm glad people mentioned TSM is doing pretty well. But yeah, I don't think the event next week is going to be a huge deal. That's just me personally. I think everyone is really, really excited for that series. I think it probably in the summer is what people are hearing. But either way, it's this year.
Yeah, Meta, just another Mag 7 name here, gets that deal with AMD or secures gigawatt power there. And you can see it did have a move down, trying to retrace now back to the upside. Nice to see the NASDAQ trying to go as well, right? So hopefully Meta can catch a little bit of a bid here today, and we'll see where it can go. But yeah, there's a home price index just came out, but nothing's really going on right now. All right, it's 9 o'clock. Let's go through. We've got the watch list ready to go. You can grab the watch list, link in description as well for that one. Completely free, delivered right to your inbox daily. Had a little bit of a problem with it yesterday. It looks like it came out perfect today. So shout out to Adara. Thank you for working on that watch list. We got Sharif's morning note. We've got Adara with the watch list. You've got Joe with his options, his upgrades and downgrades. Sticky note. Neil's got his note. We're ready to rock and roll. Back over to the desk.
Before we do, just reminding everybody that Trader TV Academy is live. The work has been done to get that platform ready, and it's your turn to step inside. You don't have to wait and just watch us trade, but you can learn about the foundation that we've all built our trading careers on. The link is pinned in the chat, so you can visit tradertv.academy right now and get started. Jump in, the water is warm, make some posts. And get engaged in our community. That's what it's all about. And one of the things we talk about is that preparation, which sometimes starts with looking at the futures and what's on our free watch list and the rundown, which we're going to start into.
682.5, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're a little bit above that right now. We're 683 1/3. So we're going to use yesterday's closing print. That's our first level of support. We start selling off. We're looking at a bounce there. If we really get going here, 685 is going to be our first level of resistance. But as you can see, we've been topping out here in the high 80s, low 90s. So we'll say that's going to be resistance level number 2, Brando.
All right, let's jump right into it. We got a lot to get through here this morning. AMD, top of mind for a lot of people here to kick things off. If you missed it this morning, shares are up more than 11%. Meta announcing a multi-year deal with the semiconductor company to build out their data center. Lisa Su saying this is going to be worth, quote unquote, billions to AMD.
And it's really interesting how they structured this. You and I were just talking about this off camera. I'm going to mention quickly the actual technical side here. So it's going to be the AMD Instinct MI450 GPU, but it's also going to be paired with their new CPU. It's called EPYC, codenamed Venice. Okay, that's the technical side. Let's get to the real stuff though, because what AMD did here was issue warrants, about 160 million shares possibly here, with a notional value of 1 penny. What does that mean? That means if they meet certain build-out criteria, 1 gigawatt, you get X amount of shares. 2 gigawatt build-out, you get X. Basically, Meta gets to own a stake in the company up to 10%. This is a very aggressive move from Lisa Su, but it also ties in Meta. It dissuades Meta from going and buying Nvidia chips because they know if they buy AMD chips, there's going to be an accretion of value on that revenue number. What happens with that, Brent?
Yeah,
price share goes up.
And the best part is this is a week after we were sitting here talking about a deal with Meta and Nvidia last week. So they're doing a lot of shopping. Is Zuck and crew over there, guys? What do we do with this thing today?
Well, I mean, with Meta, I don't think you do much of anything with Meta, unfortunately. Nothing about its profile changed much here. Before we move on, I just want to acknowledge, because in the chat here, a lot of people are seeing this move down in silver and probably gold as well. So the metals, with a little bit of a bounce happening, it's not a huge bounce in the futures. The NASDAQ futures, but we are seeing in the opposite direction here. Silver has now given up the entirety of yesterday's move down at about 78. So it could be filling this gap in to like that Friday high, like 76, 76 half, 77. That could be like a theoretical support, like resistance turning into support, super strong into the afternoon, and giving up that 80 is SLV. Yeah, there's no headline or anything. I think it's just sort of catching some weakness as the market's bouncing a little bit. But AMD, we know this is a name. You know this is a name that's going to move. Like, first of all, it's always going to move more recently than Nvidia. But it just seems like a couple of things have obviously happened here. Like this 200 level, it just seems to be pretty undefeated, at least for now. But if on this headline, if this headline, you can't hold the 50 period, you already can't hold the 50 period moving average, we're underneath the 220 level. To me, like a breakout, like it's pretty obvious. If it's breaking out, 220 was prior resistance, 219-ish, 220 is that 50 period SMA on the daily. If you're not out and about above that, you're not really breaking out in this move. And if this story can't cause this to break back here and get into the highs, then yuck. If this gets us a lower high, and then imagine a world where Nvidia doesn't do the right thing for us tomorrow, which is help the market, then a real test underneath that 200 could be in play. That's the longer term look on AMD. For myself, again, that 220 is going to be the key. Like that's the over under level. Like I just draw it like this and go back into this gap. Like if we cannot get above that, this is a fade to me. That does leave open the opportunity on the 15-minute. If it can hold above, that's a breakaway trade. All of this price action has been in the pre-market. So in theory, it's still a potential breakout above that 220. For now, not looking very good. There's a positive, we're not probably going to get to Intel. There's actually a positive story on Intel, believe it or not. You can find it in our watch list. It has a chance to break away from the 45. A little bit of a rounded bottom here on Intel. So there's your rounded bottom, potential break through the 45 level, but it's completely unrelated to
Look, I mean, it sucks because I was, like I said, too busy today, but there's silver short, $79. I was hoping that it would break down, and that's exactly what we wrote down right there. This is when it was at 80 in the morning, and it broke through 79, and there it was, man. I said, look to VWAP now. So we'll see if it can play back to that, but I really do like it. And the number one trade today, hopefully, will be AMD, and it's a 219 to 220 short. I mean, I just, sure, this is a nice little story for here's silver, by the way, like absolutely just like all I was doing was looking at this 79 and was thinking to myself, like, this little break right into there could do something. And yeah, it sure is. 79 was pretty bouncing there. But anyways, we'll see if we can get back up. We'll look to short silver. If there's a pop, and there probably will be a pop, so nothing to complain about here with silver for right now. Yeah, AMD, look, anything up near this 220, I'm going to short it. I mean, VWAP is right here at 218. You're well above any sort of key support levels because this is a nice gap higher. And just like AMD and Nvidia, we said, like, once Nvidia gets to that 194, 195, it's been faded back into like 180. And the same thing with this name, right? 260, back down into 200, back up to 260, back down into 200, back up again. So is the next stop 260? Let's wait to see. But we got to break above that 220 before that's going to happen. So for me, I'm short AMD anywhere around 220. I'll be in it. I'll be using shares. So, let's see if we can actually make some money today with AMD. AMD was one of the top names. Or no, was it Nvidia yesterday? Either way, really love trading this name. It's on the note. We're going to go for it. It's AMD right now. It's silver for the short. It's TQs for the long, and it's Tesla for the long on a break of $400 as well. So that's what we're talking about right now, and we're getting excited. There's right now it's 9:07. First story done. It's AMD plus Meta. Nvidia's coming tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good report, and I think the market will react to that today and go for a little bit of a long run here today. So let's go talk about Nvidia. We'll talk about some key levels. I like the long.
Yeah, not loving this AMD Meta tie-up, however, is Nvidia this morning. Downside on that note, as it probably should be, back to 190 anyways, just going into yesterday's low. I mean, there's a couple of things to understand today for Nvidia ahead of this report coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, today I'm going to take a bit of a different angle. Tomorrow we'll cover what the expectations are. But you and I know there's two schools of thought in the U.S. government right now. There are China hawks, and then there are those who said, let's keep everyone addicted to China or to American technology, right? And this is what this story is about. Because all of a sudden, guys, Blackwell chips have shown up in China. In fact, DeepSeek's latest version is speculating speculated to have been trained on the most advanced Nvidia chip, that is, of course, Blackwell. The U.S. intelligence believes there's a data center, Brendo, in Inner Mongolia that's housing these Blackwell chips, and officials are suggesting DeepSeek could actually remove technical indications in their LLM that their LLM was actually trained by American chips, so to keep it completely, hidden. Now, why is this important for Nvidia? Well, because there's, as I mentioned at the top, the China hawks who want no sale of Nvidia chips to go to China. And then you have President Trump and AR czar David Sachs who say, no, we need to keep the world addicted or using American technology. So two schools of thought, a bit of a dichotomy there. This could shift the political balance or the balance of power in favor of the hawks. Also, as I mentioned at the top, distillation, again, being accused of not being able to actually train their own LLMs organically, but having to actually distill the information from American AI companies.
DeepSeek, that is.
DeepSeek, yes.
Not Nvidia. Nvidia, though, downside again to start things off here today ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a world in which you could make some kind of an argument that if part of the reason why Nvidia was down this morning was AMD being up, that they could go a little bit counter trend. The only question I have, I just still don't think that like if AMD continues to fall and Nvidia keeps on rising, I don't know if we break this 194 out before those earnings. And we've been talking about this for a while because this is the story right now in Nvidia stock. It bears repeating. You cannot look at this daily chart, you cannot watch the price action and not see what is happening above $190. You can't do much with it. It's gone to 194 effectively multiple times, and it's just been sell, 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 sell. Now, obviously, a breakout at 194 is going to be a very popular trade. I think waiting for it has made sense, but realistically, shorting in front of 194 has just been better. That's seemingly just how it is right now going into the earnings, and I don't see what necessarily changes today for that. Ooh, we got Danny Boy. Danny Boy in the chat's got a super chat for us. Danny Boy regular pants. Because the old name, I like the old name as well too, Sir Poopy Pants. Good morning. Could we look at FN? Your anti-greed policy tells you to trim it, but it just keeps on trucking to the north every single day. You know, I already know on Fabernet, Sharif would tell you to wet the beak. And one of the things that, or you could say it's like scratch the itch is another way to think about it. Now often, but you always have to think about, like, I don't know where you're in it. I don't know what your price is. Like, you could be in this thing at $150. You could be in it at like $420 in a recent buy. You could have just recently taken a breakout. Who knows? But when you are out and about and into like rarefied air or blue sky setup, as some people like to call it, I think it's informative to just sort of understand that it's easier, the concept that it's easier to hold for a longer position if you have trimmed some and put some in your pocket. That's just part of human nature. So certainly ringing the register on some, it always makes a little bit of sense if it just allows you to mentally hold it longer. Because when you're in the midst of a breakout, like, the job is to hold. That's kind of what you want to do. Like, if we just do, like, there's a prior 420 to 530 range, let's just say, like this little consolidation, that's 110. So you actually, in theory, like, you have a little bit more to go if you just do the prior move, would give you a little bit more to go. So yeah, like, it's obviously been pretty strong. There's nothing wrong with taking some out so you can pay yourself and then be able to hold a little bit more. But good one you got there, Danny Boy. And hey, let's talk about some Home Depot, which is not breaking out, unfortunately, yet.
Yeah, not yet. We're close. Again, this is kind of disappointing volume on this thing this morning, despite a decent report. Some of the numbers a little bit questionable. Forecast kind of in line with expectations. The spending just doesn't seem to be there.
No, they're complaining again about the housing market, like we were talking about at the top of the show. Let's cover the report, guys. Fiscal Q4 revenue beats expectations, $38.2 billion. The street was looking for 38.12, so an easy beat there. Bottom line beat, adjusted EPS $2.72 versus the $2.54 expected. Revenue, though, did decline 4% year over year, partly due to one fewer fiscal week than we had last year. Net income also fell from $3 billion to $2.57 $1.7 billion. So even though they're profitable, the year-over-year comps and not so good. The CFO, Richard McPhail, described the U.S. as being in, quote, a frozen housing environment for 3 years. Now more, he's blaming higher rates, lower housing turnover, and affordability concerns, Brendo, about why, they're not meeting some sales expectations. As you mentioned at the top of the show, though, comparable sales did improve marginally year over year. Transaction volumes, though, did fall. And per, what do they call this, basket? When you have like the basket of items, that lower number as well. So people are buying a little bit less. One last thing, the do-it-yourselfer, still not there. They're really focusing more on the professional builders, the contractors, really trying to target them.
It'll be interesting, I think, going into the summer months, really, to see how that plays out and if we get, some of those backyard handyman back. Home Depot, though, I guess, $395 really would be the top guys, but kind of disappointing as far as volume here today.
Yeah, it's never gonna. It's not a big volume name. I don't think this is a heavily day traded stock, so I don't know if people are gonna be clamoring to a $395 breakout. I think that's a little bit better for maybe like a swing trader who might just be perfectly happy with the fact that you're holding the major moving averages in a couple of days. Like if we don't break under, you give it the old cooling off period, 3-day rule, whatever you want to call it. You give it that, and it just simply holds these levels, and it looks a little bit productive. But it's a completely mixed report in here. Like you've got a little bit of good, a little bit of bad. That revenue, the revenue declines year over year, not necessarily the best thing in the world. You got the big ticket items, which is slightly creeping up a little bit higher. So and then when you start thinking about, the ticket's increasing, then people are spending more. Well, how much of that is inflation anyway? So like really, when you adjust, is it really that big of a deal? So it's very, very mixed here. I would tend to stay away from this, but along the lines of, hey, if this is a name that you like, it's putting in here. Let's go to a higher time frame. The daily chart just doesn't always do you the justice that you want. If you throw the weekly chart up, like you can see, it's a pretty good. It's a boring range, but it's a good one. You got a channel that broke out, and now we're holding that channel with that 330 bottom. There's your 395 that needs to break out on Home Depot. I can see that at some point I actually liked it enough to put some lines on this chart. I think I said this the last time too. No, but as long as you hold on to that, like this local support, 370, you hold that for the next couple of days, then you can have a little bit of a breakaway trade into the high would be the play. But when you really do zoom out, it's the buyers that have played the range bottom that have done so much better. Like if it's a boring stock stuck in a range, there is nothing wrong with just waiting until you get that absolute low. So this is a hands-off one for me. Maybe it looks better come Thursday or Friday after it's had a chance to settle down, but I'll stay away.
Yeah, look, I like Home Depot. We talked about, buying names that are potentially trying to make a move in the right direction. And right here, Home Depot has, it's still silver, Home Depot, enter. Here it is right here. So, and Home Depot has made that move. So now Home Depot is trying to hold the 200, hold the 50-period moving average, trying to break higher here. There wasn't too much to be concerned about in the report. Obviously, a little bit of a lower guide on the low range of it. Kind of hard to predict, right? I mean, there's a lot of people that are predicting potentially, I don't want to use the R word, but I'm trying to think of another one. Recovery? No, but maybe there's going to be a recovery in the Home Depot space. But no, if people are a little bit gun-shy about spending some cash there, as, jobs potentially worried, again, with this AI trade, maybe Home Depot isn't in the right space. But, Sharif mentioned mortgage rates getting near lows again, under that 6% mark. So that's nice. They were up near 6.8% just a couple months ago, back, I guess, midway through last year. So it's nice to see mortgage rates coming back in. And as people buy new homes, generally speaking, you'd like them to stay in their homes and renovate. But the thing about buying a new home too is once you get in there, you also renovate that. You want to put your own little touch on it. So I would say that Home Depot is a great stock. Instead of one, catching dips like we always try to do. Like we said, well, Tesla's down to 400, maybe I should buy it. How about this name, man? It's still working out pretty good dividend, strong American company. So, if you're in that realm, I think Home Depot is a buy. So, if the earnings aren't taking it down, what will? the rest of the market, I mean, if that happens, then, there's nowhere to hide. So I like Home Depot in the retail space. If you're a little light in retail or the home builders or that sector in general, I would go for Home Depot right now, especially if the US dollar can flatline. I think Home Depot can win importing, exporting business there as well, and potentially another benefit of tariffs coming back.
Well, we got another one. I know we're going to go up and we'll talk about, Tesla slumping, but we've got VWAP. Okay, well, yeah, what I can say that. VWAP that ass. Don't forget about the unveiling of the new Samsung Galaxy devices tomorrow morning. Boo crapple. Oh, we're hating on Apple now. So here's my thing. I've never even been an Apple user. I am a firm believer in I'm going to buy Apple stock and I'm going to hold Apple stock. Even if it's not for me, my entire family uses Apple. Well, sorry, my father, my mother, my brother, my family, like my wife, myself, like we're Android devices. But I mean, to each their own, right? Samsung devices are fantastic. My wife has one out there. But yeah, I don't know what you can call it crapple. At the end of the day, ball doesn't lie. There's enough that everybody can win, for sure. But yeah. I mean, Apple is selling more devices, and they've got the big announcement coming up a little bit later this year. A name that is not looking very good. Again, why? Because it's under $400. That's Tesla.
Yeah, more disappointing sales numbers coming out of Europe for Tesla. I mean, this thing was down huge yesterday. One of the weakest, in fact. I mean, we sliced through $400 again like it was butter, and I mean, it's kind of there or thereabouts right now, but I don't know what it's going to take to get this thing back, into some decent levels even.
Honestly. And when you look at the number of cars they sold relative to the amount of people, what do they have? Like 450 million people in Europe, something like that, right? Sold 8,000 cars, guys. That was for the month of January, of course, but that is down 17% year over year, and that is the 13th consecutive month for Tesla. Declining sales in Europe, market share across the EU, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, Norway, Iceland dropped to 0.8% from 1%. So they weren't good to begin with. And somebody's eating their lunch, and that company is named BYD, who posted a 165% year-over-year surge in registrations in Europe, up to 18,242 vehicles. Regional market share more than doubled, guys, from 0.7% now up to 1.9%. I'm talking about BYD. Tesla's facing criticism, let's be honest about it, for lacking any new mass market models while really focusing heavily on autonomous driving initiatives. Europe is seeing increased availability of affordable EVs, Brendo, and that is certainly having pressure, or certainly causing pressure on Tesla sales. But let's be honest about it, there's also the political angle as well.
I mean, we're right back to this dip from December, essentially. I mean, maybe give it a day or two, 390, 385, something like that. But otherwise, we got to hold somewhere, guys. It seems Tesla in trouble here.
Well, we do. I mean, yeah, you do have to hold somewhere. It doesn't necessarily have to be here. I don't know. This is a stock, and we talk about this when it comes to indicators. Well, you use an indicator, you like an indicator on a stock or a given strategy because it's worked in the past. Well, nothing much about the 200-period moving average on Tesla's actually been recently working out in the past. So I don't know if it's going to now. Like if you lose 380, it's a significant price level. I think that's where we're at least headed temporarily. If it's a potential bounce, no doubt about it. But you've got, we're only one day underneath the 400 level. Right, so you don't want to completely write off. Like it's not really a flat bottom break because it's like a one touch, but we rejected it because we closed right at 400 and we're rejecting it today. If you hold under 400, I think you're headed to the 380. But I'm not automatic that this is a 200-period buy. Like last year, I liked it at 220. This year, you actually have to pull out to the monthly chart on Tesla if we were to lose this bid, because I do think Tesla's a dip buy. Because they play on a multitude of themes which are working regardless of what you think about AI crushing productivity. They're the ones that are going to be disrupting when it comes to automation. They're the ones that are going to be trying to put the robot in everyone's house. And if you think that they're behind with Optimus compared to China, fair enough. But who has the best stack? That's what Jensen said, that it was Tesla. And ultimately, the robots are going to be as good as the brains that they have on them, and of course the ability to manufacture them at cheap cost. And well, who's proven to be able to do things like that in the past? It's Elon. So I think closer down to this year, somewhere in the 280 to 325 range, I think is going to be a fantastic smash buy if things get out of hand. But I do think we're headed to this 380 at least temporarily. on Tesla. For me, that's not where the dip buy is going to be. I think when there's a lot of pain in Tesla, that's a time you really want to scoop it, and we're not even at that point yet.
Yeah, I have it written down here on Tesla as one of the 4 stocks we'll look at. I have a 400 long, right? I mean, if it breaks through that key level, we're going to keep it on watch. Like, I'm a little bullish today. I know I'm going short on AMD, short on silver. Short on silver is bullish in the NASDAQ. So TQQs, we're going to try to get the long. We're going to try to go 400 long on Tesla. I already have that order in, so when it breaks it, we'll take it. We're only going to give it $2, right? I was going to give it to basically the 200 period, which is 398. So we got to break above first and then hit. Obviously, look at where this market's going. Like, this market's coming back down as we hear in our ear that Trump has no plans on changing that 15% new tariff. So, you know, that's going to be a little bit of a problem, I guess, for the market if he kind of sticks to that. I mean, despite collecting money that Congress or that the Supreme Court says he's not allowed to. That should be a real good battle, I guess, back and forth. But anyways, I like a $400 break. We saw yesterday how it sort of just sliced right through 400 right here and just kept on. I mean, I don't know if I can zoom in a little bit here. I think we had so many bad wicks right now, or not dark pool wicks anyways, but there's 400 right there yesterday. So like, it came to see it, and then it just, after that, almost, this is a 1 minute chart. So you have like you have about 10 minutes straight down into 397. So if the market's screaming, I think we could do something similar on a break higher. So that's why we're going to try to give it about $2 worth of space, because that'll come back into the 200 into VWAP. And, you know, if it's a false break, we lose $2 on it. I mean, it would be bad because, you know, we're going to be trading it with size. But at the end of the day, I think it's worth taking that shot here. I don't like the fact that it's down against what was a strong market. Now, I mean, we might have to change up our whole opinion right now and go short. I mean, again, when we write these notes down, it's too bad that we missed silver. I mean, silver we should have taken in the pre-market. There was enough volume there for that 79 break. But, you know, we're writing the sticky note when the market is, you know, kind of, I mean, I guess it was probably around here. We had a nice move higher, and now you've almost gotten like 30 minutes of straight downside pressure right now in the NASDAQ. But I'm still going to be here for this Tesla break of 400. I like it, and I think it's worth taking a little bit of a shot. Let's see if there's anything here on the NASDAQ that's hitting. NASDAQ imbalance is coming out. It's 925, so they're out now. And I don't see anything. I see silver with a little bit of a buy, so that's coming up to 79 again. So we'll see if we're able to short something around there. Intel with a sell, BAC with a sell. Off some of that bank movement yesterday. We could see a continuation. Here's iBit. Nice to see that at 63,000. So hopefully that'll hold out for a little bit of a bid as well. We're going to go over right now to crypto. Get the story back to us for trade. 4 minutes to Bell.
Anything significant? I mean, this continued macro talk, really not good for interest rates specifically. A little bit higher today on the long end of the curve, the dollar as well. But crypto's still suffering. I mean, this is just IBIT, but 2 days in a row here. Decent sized gap, just wasn't even attempted to be filled yesterday. Here we are again.
I know the chart pattern looks really ugly, and as you and I were looking at earlier, guys, if we look at the historical pullbacks from all-time highs, it's around 70 to 80%. If you were to take that 70% marker from the 126 we got into, we're looking at around mid-30s. So there could be more blood. It's below $62,000 right now. According to the article that I summarized this morning, the decline is being framed as a macro-driven risk reset. I don't agree with that. Analysts are characterizing the move as a tactical de-risking, and they're saying it's not a crypto-specific collapse. I also disagree with that. President Trump signaled a potential decision within 10 days on, whether possible military action in Iran would go through, and markets are interpreting this as a tightening of financial conditions. Again, trying to, correlate it with the global risk situation, which I don't agree with. I feel this is a very crypto-centric sell-off. I don't agree with the whole risk asset de-risking thing. We would see other names making a move down, and we're not really seeing that.
No. We're not there yet, currently, wherever there ends up being for Bitcoin and Ethereum. It's worth noting as well, guys.
When institutional money goes into ETFs to a certain degree, when you start to have a rollover in risk assets, you start to see some selling across the board as people take some money out of other places. They don't have to be related. So to the extent that that's happening, the chart's telling you that it must be. So look, it's still a short till it's not. I really don't have anything else to change for them. If it breaks into it's 36.8 and 36.2, the prior low that I like on iBit, because that's what I will trade. But quickly, I also want to acknowledge, we don't really talk about the financials, but The XLF yesterday had a bad day. $51 was a big support level. That got broken. We're about 1% down from that 51 on the XLF. It's a simple over-under. If we can break back above, there's a big gap to be filled, but as long as we're holding underneath on this 15-minute chart and the 51 level, I'm looking at XLF short as well. This is a reversible one. Actually, I know I left yesterday saying, hey man, if we could hold this here and break back above, I like the long. Well, we didn't. We're back. We're still underneath $51. But I do like that break if we can get there. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to happen at the open.
Yeah, I should have wrote down some IBIT. Yeah, by the way, like every idea that we have is working out perfectly, but we're not in them. Right now, AMD's tanking right now. And I can say tanking, like it was up 15%, it's now up 7%, 8%. So nice move coming back in, looking like it wants to take out the 200 period. We'll have to watch out shorting any sort of strength in that one. And then Tesla just breaks 400 right now. Like we were just talking about, like I was literally talking about, and it was down here at 398. All right, and then boom, goes the dynamite up to 400. So it tries to break it, comes right back in. So we'll still take it. I don't know. I don't really like taking these things like right off the jump, but it looks like we may wind up doing that anyways right there. Well, I don't know. Damn it, I don't like taking things right away, but we'll try it. Maybe we won't give it as much room if it fails. Maybe just back down into like 398.50 or so. All right, 10 seconds to go. Right now, here goes Tesla. Looks like it's going to be the one. Silver AMD Tesla Qs on watch. Thank you so much to everybody on TV, Trader TV Academy Day. Right now, looks like we'll be into Tesla first. Watching out for AMD. Here goes Tesla. It's going to break right now. And there it goes. And we don't have it. We missed the print. It breaks up 40 cents. I'm going to cancel that. There it goes, breaking through 400. I only crossed up 25 cents. Missed the bid right there. Now let's let it see if it fails back in. And we can maybe catch a long right now. But there goes Tesla. AMD, the easiest trade of them all, man. The short. Just keeps on printing to the downside. Wow, there goes Tesla. Just a little too early on that one, man, right there. It's too bad it didn't break like now when the spread is a little bit better there for Tesla. But we missed that one there. Neil in EHAB.
Yeah, that's just a deal. That happened yesterday.
And I think that's important to talk. Like most of your trading is in deal trading, right?
I trade them all day. Also, by the way, Warner Brothers, we forgot to mention this.
Yeah, okay.
Warner Brothers actually had the bid increase. I didn't see officially from Paramount Skydance, but they are increasing their bid. It is to be $32 on WBD. So that actually is legitimately a mover here today. It got all the way up to $29.50, but because I didn't see anything firm, in terms of like, it just said speculation that it could be 32. They have a couple of days left on that deadline, but it's trading a little bit lower. If we get anything firm with that, it could be a bit of a runner potentially. SoFi, okay, let me just quickly get back to SoFi.
Guys, I mean, AMD is tanking.
Oh, yeah, absolutely tanking.
Like, it's down to 207 right now, so there goes AMD just breaking through, absolutely crushed right there. I mean, the short would have been right off the open. I assume Meta's probably doing fine here. No, Meta the other way, same way as well, downside. Look at the market, absolutely crushed right now. So we're going to try to be as patient as we can, as we wrote down $48 right there for the Qs. So here it comes in right now. Of course, these are the T triple Qs, T triple levered right now, downside. All right, so there goes Tesla. Can't fight the market too much. I just almost typed in Tesla. TSLA right there. Can't fight the market too much. Back down through now, 399 Tesla. So would have been a good trade. I'm glad we didn't get it early because we weren't crossed up enough on that spread, but it's coming right back in. Tesla right now, yeah, not doing well. Then you mentioned XLV obviously having some issues.
Well, another move down here. Unfortunately, the financials are another leg to the downside. Heavy candle. This is what it did yesterday. I don't know if there's going to be a pop. Like, there was no pop off. Well, there was a pop at the open, but that was the only pop that you had. So the first move might be the only one to be able to take. Bitcoin, and if it comes back to VWAP, if we don't break into 51, then VWAP is the next place to look for a short. Bitcoin or IBIT. Some people say don't call it Bitcoin because it's IBIT. Nothing at the open. Just kind of flash in both directions. So just going to have to be patient with IBIT. Still nothing happening there. Nvidia also just lost a bit in a huge way.
Okay, we have Tesla right now, and we're long at $3 Club right there. We just got $3.99, so let's wait to see what winds up happening right here with Tesla. I mean, Oh man, what a stressful morning there. Tesla just ripped up and then came right back in. And again, we don't want to be sitting here holding Tesla if this market's going to crack, and it just is cracking right now. So take a piece out there on the high side. Be happy with that so far. See if we can get out maybe another piece. Okay, I'll take another piece out. Yeah, that's good. Let's go, man. Props it up. There's Tesla. We said focus on stock. Shout out to my guy, Wayne. Fix out the names that you want to take. And there it goes, man. Now $1 and change up there for Tesla. We're doing it again, man. Here comes 5 bills or 4 bills. Let's see if we can get that on Tesla right there. $1.30, $1.40 in the money right there. So all that preparation that we talk about paying off dividends right here with Tesla. Let's see how high we can get, man. We're backing through $4. It's a $2 winner right there, Neil. Neil's on XLF.
Yeah, we're into XLF for the first time here, and it's not never, but for the first time
in
a
boy.
while. But pull back into prior high is going to be a bit of a play. IBIT just also popped back. So the short pop in IBIT into this prior high as well. So 35.8 on IBIT, and then XLF into VWAP here. We've got 35.65, giving it to that 75 level, just about a 10-cent range. So a couple of shorts. The market is headed lower initially. Oh, by the way, Nvidia, everybody. I know a lot of people looking at the chip names. Nvidia just dropped $4 instantly off the open. Cannot hold at all above that 190 level. So already the financial is going to try to get this one out going into the low. It already hit 50.25. So we've seen a 1% move and now a bit of a battle back. So I'll play inside that 1% range.
I'm going to ask Randy for a coffee. Maybe reload my guy over there. All right, man, we're $3 right now in the money on Tesla. And again, it's just about, honestly, guys, it's just, we talk about the Trader TV Academy. Go grab your Trader TV Academy right now. Start your journey with Trader TV Live and learn how to trade like Neil. You know, right here, Tesla, $400 long break. We had to wait for it. I don't like the breaks right away early. I did try it. I only crossed up 25 cents. But then it just came right back in, obviously on market weakness. So I'm right now out of about 30% of this trade. Looking to maybe, let me get out a little bit more right here at 401.20. This has been the highs. We've come back in and bounced off this a couple times. I don't know what this market wants to do right now, to be honest with you. I was initially thinking longs on the TQs and on the market, but for right now, let's just hold out and maybe it does find a bottom, and then we know that we're in Tesla, so that could be an absolutely monster run. We're up huge right now off of just one trade, so let's take that time and just, you know, relax and see where it wants to go from here. Because again, we're still in a decent position. Could fall back in against us, and if it does, man. We're out of here if that's what winds up happening. AMD, wow, choppy off the first 5 minutes because we had a huge move down, man. That was starting to get ramped up as the market opened up, and then I was like, wow, this is tanking. That went to 207, man. Now you're $5 in the money on the upside right there for AMD right now. So that's starting to get going. Here goes the market making lower moves right now. Tesla's giving some back here as we look at $400. I'll put an offer at $400.50. See if we get something there. What's up, Miss A?
I want to let you guys know here with AMD, there's actually an analyst note already on this from Mizuho saying that despite this meta deal, the squeeze in AMD has the potential to fade. We know it already kind of faded off that pre-market high. Basically, the reason Mizuho is saying this is because this is headline-driven trading and rivals like Nvidia and Broadcom are actually already positioned for these GPU and ASICs expansions. Also citing concerns here about the potential investor, I guess, skepticism with the warranty aspect of this AMD deal with Meta. Back to you.
There's also something here with Citron. Citron is short SNDK. So Citron is back, and this time they are setting their sights. I haven't read the report. I'm sure you can find it, but Citron, noted short seller.
Yeah, very smart. Those stocks are going lower.
They are short, Sanders. They're only down 1%, but if you see the spike at the open, heck, it was gapped up, so it's actually significantly more than that. It's probably a couple of points to the downside here on SNDK. Not looking good for them, but Citron, that's what they do, and those stocks have been absolute rocket ships. So we're able to get half out into that low, but we're trying to break this local high. I'm only in XLF and IBIT. If you break the local high, I jump out and wait for the $51 level. This is a reversible trade for me. Oftentimes, I won't look in the other direction, but if we get above 51, last night I was thinking bounce day, but as long as we're underneath the 51 level, I got to give the chance to that short opportunity out there. Yeah, there's no bottom here on Nvidia yet. I want to say yet, but the chip name I liked was, oddly enough, Intel. And once again, Intel is dropped. a couple of percentage points instantly at the open. That stock is such a dog.
All right, taking some more profits right now, man. $4 right now in the money on Tesla. We want to make sure that everybody catches a little bit of what we're doing here today. I'm posting up, this is Trader TV Academy. This is how we started, guys. This is how we learned. It's how we started. We all followed a very, very similar plan to all of this. This is our trader journey. This is the basics. Everything you need is here and more. Trader TV Academy. Go grab it right now. Link is in description. Link is also pinned right there. Okay, I'm going to go over that a lot more, but we're in a trade right now. There goes Tesla, $4. We're in silver here as well. I may regroup on this silver talk and just see what winds up happening here with SLV. Possibly just going to take it out if we break through 79. I don't really want to be in this anymore. We're already running this huge move upside right now in Tesla. Tesla almost 450 in the money right now. So our position board is gone again, but you guys know that we're in Tesla. We're short silver as well. So let's go over to Adara.
So here's the short report on Citron. They're basically saying that, quote, they don't ring a bell at the top and that they don't need Anthropic to announce they're making NAND because Samsung's already going to be the lead in this category. Also mentioning here that WDC, who of course we had that spin-off here of SanDisk from WDC, we know they sold a significant portion of its holdings. So Citron Research is interpreting this Western Digital sale as a sign that even they know that SanDisk is at the peak. Furthermore, they're comparing SanDisk negatively to Nvidia in terms of market reaction, saying that Nvidia has a moat and, quote, SanDisk sells a commodity. Last but not least, comparing shorting SanDisk to, quote, skating where the puck is going. By the time the cycle normalizes, the stock will already be much lower. So lots of different points here as to why Citron Research is short SanDisk. Back to you.
A wise hockey player named Wayne Gretzky used to say that exact point: skate where the puck is going and not where it has been. But SanDisk already started to flush. And the bounce is actually happening here in Nvidia. If you can hold over that 190, it does looking a little bit better. We're still in IBIT, or Bitcoin, I should say, underneath that prior market high, or like we'll call it the pre-market high. It's a 24-hour market, so the pre-market high is just like 35.9 point. There were a couple of small caps to look at, but I got to go over to XLF. It has a chance to make this breakout through that 51. We tried to play the short underneath, got a couple of legs out. It did end up breaking that 50-70. But if we get above that 51, there's a bit of a gap fill that can play in here on XLF. And there was one other name that we didn't get a chance to talk about. You're in Tesla, which is going to the upside in an absolute rocket ship. Unfortunately, it's not taking Rivian with it. That's back underneath that key $15 level. It needs to hold under 15. This was the one trade we had on Rivian yesterday, which was holding under 15. If it does it again, I still like that trade for a bit of continuation on RIVN. Let us know what you guys also might be looking at. SoFi volume is flying. Apple, I see in there. Palantir. Lots of names flying through. Just remember to hit that $sign or type the $sign so it shows up on our stock visualizer. For sure. But my eyeballs are all on this XLF. Decent chance that the banks could be making a bit of a break back to the upside, but it's got to hold 51s. Got to get to and hold above 51. Otherwise, I'm still looking for that short underneath the big resistance.
Yeah, I was talking about not really liking silver too much here with this kind of a recent move up right there in the market. So we're going to stop out if it breaks 79. I did take some out there at 75s. So if that does break, we're out of that stock, and then we'll sort of regroup it as we go. It's just a big day overall for me because we have this Tesla trade, right? I mean, this was, again, #1 trade for me on the long side. We were going to wait for the Qs, and we actually... The crazy thing about this all is we nailed the Qs as well. We said the low of the Qs would be what price over here? 48. I mean, it's just so crazy what we did right there. There's TQQ's 48 to 48.50. That was the bottom right there as we put it on the note. You guys can go find the sticky note. There it is right there, 48. Crazy. Now it's at 49. So huge move right there. Really proud to be able to talk about that as well. So we have Tesla with the long down there underneath 400. That's going to be the big winner there. And then we missed the TQ trade. So I just want to say, as long as you guys were on the sticky note, hopefully you have that move right there. Again, man, sign that, get that QR code right there, right now. It is the Trader TV Live Academy. It's live today. We worked a heck of a lot of time on this one. Videos all about what we're trading, how we traded, how we started. It's our journey is the most important thing right there. So go check that out. And it's very difficult to trade alone and sort of unguided. That's your guide right there. The Trader TV Academy, put some time into that. So go make sure you do check it out, yo. And you know, silver and Tesla, the ones that are helping this market. And I should have my P&L, but should have really taken this NASDAQ downside push there. Can't have them all, but you know, definitely we only have 4 names on here. So silver, Tesla, Qs, and AMD. We'll go look at AMD when we get back from Midday.
There are so many Fed speakers right now, guys. They're literally all talking. I'm going to pull up my Fed calendar for you guys so you can see who's all talking this morning. But as of right now, I am seeing comments from Fed's Cook, Fed's Goolsbee, Fed's Waller, all at once. So just be aware, tons of Fed talk, a lot of which is centered around AI. Fed's Cook saying that the AI transition could have, quote, profound implications for monetary policy, but it's too early to actually know the details. While Fed's Waller is saying that AI won't completely take humans out of the picture and that it's a tool rather than a replacement. While Goolsbee talking here about the job market and growth, saying that both are pretty steady right now. Again, all 3 of these individuals speaking. Then at 3:15 p.m., we're going to get another round of Fed talk, this time from Barkin and Collins. Again, this infographic and way too many others can be found on X at TTV Research. No 9:45 a.m. numbers, though at 10 a.m. we'll be getting the CB Consumer Confidence print and the wholesale inventories month-over-month revised. If there are any more details here of Fed speak that are of note, I'll let you know, but I just did want to keep you guys apprised that we have tons of Fed speakers at this point, basically talking over one another. Back to you.
Yeah, so the Fed, obviously they need to be at least a little bit concerned about AI. Why? Because that's half your mandate is going to be the labor market, guys. The Fed speak today, I don't think that's going to matter too much.
Randy brought our
We got
coffees.
Nvidia tomorrow.
Thank you, Randy.
Oh, shoot. Randy's like a ninja sometimes. Y'all heard Randy come? Okay. No one said, well, what is what it is. I'm going to grab
I was like looking, I was like, where's the coffees at? And then there it is right
No,
there.
I didn't hear or see him at all. But look, just hearing more about Citron and SanDisk, but we're back into XLF, and it did not break the 51. It's doing a little bit of a turn off of those highs. I still think this can be a breakout trade, but if we're gonna check up underneath the 51 level, then I'm gonna take that short into it. That Citron story continuing to circulate, but there's a bounce happening in SNDK. Remember just one thing. Remember that by the time these things are published, of course they already have a position. They're not hitting the short key here. Presumably, this is one where they could be out of the money on their short. Like, what are the chances that they actually have a good position on this? This is a little bit different. I'm used to seeing these where, you know, you hear the short report and it's already 10, 20% in the money. These guys might be sitting here floating one out of the money on SNDK, which is a bit of a different litmus. Oftentimes I'll think bounce play because of that, but this could actually be a squeeze if it takes out a fresh high. So back into XLF, we'll look for VWAP. If it's gonna be breaking higher like this, then I almost wanna play it back into the volume weighted average price. Yesterday was a dumpster fire for a lot of these names. Yeah, the entire sector pretty much. And then AMD, this could fill the whole gap in. That 200 we were joking about actually has a chance to come in later on this morning. So I'm gonna wait for it, but it was really technically Intel that I liked for the trade. It's not gonna end up getting to $45, so there's really nothing obvious sitting out in front. Unless that's an actual, I don't think that wick is real, but if it did break $45, that was only briefly for a couple of seconds. So if it gets back up there, then I would look for a bit of a fade, potential break, I guess. Does. So lots of names moving around here. I saw ARM up 4.5%. That's fantastic for them. You got to think that any strength in Apple has been good for them. They're in every single device out there. As long as device demand is good, ARM is going to be a good one to grab.
So we just got stopped out of silver there, but it broke 79. Honestly, I was going to wait a little bit higher than that, but at the end of the day, it didn't work out. I would rather, honestly, I'm already a little bit upset that we missed that futures trade, but we're really like cruising right now on Tesla. Like we're able to get that bottom. We took it pretty early on this one as well. We didn't wait like our sort of 5 minutes that we were gonna try to do, but it's because it broke through 400 and had a nice little move there. And then we're able to sort of respect that and wait for it a little bit, take some buys small. Once we broke through VWAP, we punched a little bit more long. So you're gonna see my prices start to get worse. Remember, it's first in, first out there on Tesla. Guys, like honestly, this is the thing. It's all about the trader journey, the basics, our foundation. If you're wondering about what software we're using, that's here right now. The trader's journey, you click on that, you can start reading all about everything that we're doing, right? Neil, Sharif, Brendan, myself, all into here, the foundations of trading, stories from the trading floor. I mean, everyone likes to hear those. Right now, we are now $5 in the money here on Tesla as well. Introduction to, and you know, before I took this course, I knew nothing about Tesla or trading or anything like that. And now I do. I can see clearly now. The Academy is here. 403, nice move there. Going, gone. And we should have, honestly, had the futures, and we should probably still be in this SLV. Yeah, thanks for everybody for joining in today. It's been another banger of a day here, trading-wise. I haven't been following. I know Neil's been in a couple positions, so we'll see. He can obviously review those. SoFi down here at $18. That was probably a great long, a key level again, sort of held yesterday, now busting through a little bit there. And remember, we said earlier, someone in the chat said like, why is Sean so a heavy long when the market looked like it was coming back in? It did. It came back in perfect, and then boom, right off of our levels there of $48 on the TQQs. So that turned out to be, just a waiting for it moment there. It had to go. That's the problem with taking it right away. And I've even said in the chat, someone said like, yesterday we had that huge Qs trade, but we got stopped out of it early because we took it a bit too early. So I was sort of waiting, and then all of a sudden, boom, and we're already in Tesla, and Tesla being almost nearly $6 now to the upside. So, we still have about 35% of this trade, so we're watching out to see where that goes. But so far, so good here as we wait to see the reaction on Tesla. So, yeah, so far, so good. We do have a super chat. So we said, love you guys. I watch every afternoon from London. Thank you, and a big shout out to London. Big shout out to my good friend as well over there, here. Adam DeLuce. So thank you so much for that. Thoughts on Monday and the SaaS sector in general? Yeah, things have been getting absolutely crushed. Right now in that space. I'll go over that in a minute, but right now, here goes Tesla. We're gonna take another piece out, man. 550 as it's starting to go higher, higher, higher. We've already made 2.5, 3 times a daily goal on this one, but we like Tesla. Let's see, I think there's still more room to go over there. Neil, short XLF, I'm long Tesla right now.
Well, I gotta keep in mind, it's a pullback off the prior high, which is a VWAP out for me. That's part of the strategy. Look, it came into that prior high at 51, pull back into VWAP. I'm still in the back of my mind. I have to remind myself that yesterday I said I wanted a relief day in the financials. I did want this to be a long. It's got a liquidity grab bottom and attempting to put in a higher low. If it holds VWAP, this actually could be a bit of a long trade. So I know I've shorted it twice, but if it holds higher lows, I got to jump back to what I was thinking last night, which is a bit of a relief rally. Look, Monday's up 6 points, but it's not looking good. There's nothing about this that suggests that the story is over. It's a consolidation. I'll tell you every single time that a consolidation in an uptrend there's nothing bad about it. It's actually a good thing. But a consolidation in a downtrend, people always want to look for that low. But I always look at a consolidation as, well, until proven otherwise, the thing that was happening before is more likely to resume than the other. So it could break higher, but don't guess. Why guess? Allow it to actually break higher. It's just holding the bottom of this range. What's the what? If something is so bad, what's the worst thing about maybe getting it a little bit late? If you miss the first $10 of a move when it's down like 150, you can still get a great return if you get the rounded bottom. So it's proven nothing yet until it gets above $80. Let's go to Adara, I believe, at the desk.
I want to mention here, some of these software plays are seeing a bit of a change in the tide, if you will. Here is DOCU, DocuSign to the upside, 9:31 a.m., announcing an agreement with Anthropic Cowork. INTU, this came out well before the bell, but they also announced an agreement with Anthropic. So now we have some of these names that were getting hit by Anthropic now signing deals with them. So interesting look there. Keep an eye as well on META. CoinDesk reporting that Meta aims to enter the stablecoin space later this year. If I get more details, I'll let you know. That's all I'm seeing of that headline. Back to you.
Everybody's in the
stablecoin. You got a stablecoin. We got a stablecoin. Everybody got a stablecoin. All right. So yeah, so far so good here with Tesla. Look, we have a question there in the chat. Thank you so much for asking that. Thank you for all the nice comments. Salvador, man, real sees real. So shout out to you there, making some Tesla trades. Tough name to trade, that's for sure, Tesla. But at the end of the day, we had a question there. Why did I take the long here in Tesla? So, you know, I just talking about that key level break, right? I mean, yesterday we saw it break down below 400, and we sort of looked at that, and it just basically just tanked off of that, right? There was no stopping, going, nothing like that at all for Tesla, and then it just tanked back in. So again, I thought the market was a long today. I think that's where you got to base your first look, right? You got to have an opinion on what you think the market's going to do. So we thought short, we thought long there, hence why we put down long NASDAQ, right? It's too bad we don't have the long NASDAQ, but that just, it was a name that fit the bill, and there's probably better longs out there for sure. Like check out what Apple's been doing over here today as well. 267 up to 274. So that's been a nice move higher right there for Apple. But hey, man, we'll sit in this $5 range, a $5 name, like we said. I know we don't, you know, we've done real well on this trade, like I said, hitting our daily goals and just making sure that, you know, we're still in this spot when looking at a potential dump, 401.50. If we can break back down below that, maybe we'll get out of a little bit more of what we have left. We only have 25% right now on that one. And you're welcome, CompuCare team, and you as well. Have a blessed day, my friend, right there. But yeah, just the trading's been going really, really well. So, you know, really happy with it, you know, spending some time getting better, you know, using stuff like journaling and things like that is available on our Trader TV Academy. So you can grab the Academy right now. It's now live, and we're really proud of that. Scan that QR code right there, link in description, everything. Grab it, and you can we'll talk about our journey, how we've learned, you know, different methods, the software that we're using. It's all there, right there. So
risk management,
yep,
preparation,
risk management,
trader
everything.
psychology. If you can imagine it, if you can think about it, if it's related to trading and a journey, then that's part of it. And like, I'll give you a perfect example. Like if I'm journaling this XLE, or XLF, I should say, actually I haven't looked at energy, I gotta remind myself that today, the bias, like I had a bias last night based on the price action that ends up, you know, causing a bit of a fail because like that short doesn't hold the volume weighted average price. It actually continues, but because I was kind of wanting it to be a breakout long, I end up getting out of the short early. Now it is what it is. I said what I said. I want this to be a long. It was trying to put in a higher low, but it continues lower. So I have to respect the fact that the financials are still weak, and the third trade is very likely to be a short again. Even though I wanted it to hold VWAP, it didn't hold VWAP. It's back underneath. So you know the market can do whatever it wants, but the financials are not looking like they're bouncing. The third trade is going to be.
Guys, we do have link in description, link in the chat as well. Yeah. So some people saying the link isn't working, but it should be working. Just go into the description, check it out. Trader TV Live .academy there as well. I'm going to put the link up. All the links are working. We've tested them out, guys. So if it's not, re-click it. We know it's getting busy on the Academy website. So definitely go back there, check it out. All the links should be good to go over there. So I just wanted to double check that. I went to go double check with Brendan to make sure that it was working. So definitely go grab that right now. There's also a sign up link here. I'll just put that right in the chat right now so you guys can look at it. We'll go over to Adara and then maybe we'll get that super chat. But watch out, I'm putting it in the link right now for anybody that's interested. I know it's
pinned at the top.
It's pinned as well, but just in case you guys, like for example, my chat doesn't show any pins on the top. So there it is right there, Trader TV Academy -sign up, okay? Let's go back over to Adara and then we'll come right back over here and talk more about it.
I'm going to be brief here. We have not one but two crypto-related catalysts. I'm going to start here with Coinbase, which is reportedly opening 24/5 stock trading to U.S. users. META, though, I mentioned CoinDesk reporting that it's going to have a stablecoin. I have more details on said reported stablecoin. Meta stablecoin reportedly planning a third-party vendor to help administer its stablecoin-based payments and a new wallet that will be implemented. Again, I have only the details I'm seeing from this report, but META stablecoin still on watch, still getting more details, guys. Back to you.
As always, you know, we like to hit this key when we come back.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Yeah.
Because you have to, and
thank you very much, Adara.
It's a lot of meta in the chat. So as I patiently wait for a chance to get back into XLF, which obviously I shouldn't have got out of, meta, yikes. See, we did say this news meant absolutely nothing to them, this AMD meta partnership. Furthering their partnership. It's not new news that these guys have a deal. You go right back to brass tacks, which is Meta falling. Yeah, nothing has changed there. Absolutely nothing has changed as Meta continues to look pretty nasty. Stang in the chat just said, Neil, Rivian is defending 15. Yeah, that's why I haven't traded it. Because I'm not looking long on Rivian. If I was looking long on Rivian, you'd be long over the $15 level. But I'm just waiting for 15 to break down again. Like, my initial look for this has been shorted until proven otherwise. But it is holding that 200 period at least temporarily. But there was it was like one shot breaking 15 yesterday. 15 sits at VWAP, so you could throw like a trend break, anything you want. But yeah, like I'm waiting for the short off that $15 level. If it holds on the if it holds, great. I think that's a good spot. You're looking at the right price. That's the first thing you always look at. You're trying to transact at the right price, but I want it to fail.
Oh man, our board is off again.
SOUN about to pop off. Okay, I haven't looked at SoundHound, so this will be the first time I'm pulling it up. I don't know if it's doing relative volume. Yeah, it's not looking bad. It's another one of these trying to make a dead cat bounce off of some of the lows. But yeah, 15-minute looks a heck of a lot better. You get like a mini breakout here with a bit of a gap fill on SoundHound. It'd be better if there was news, but I'm unaware of a story here.
Yeah, we'll get that story right now. We're back into silver. That's a new position alert. We'll see if it wants to work outside or work downside right now. It does pop to 70.20 there a little bit, so I think we can use that. Yes, Adara?
Sorry, SoundHound has news. They debuted a voice-powered AI sales assistant. Sales assistant agent.
Nice, good. I do want to say thank you so much to Erie Pages right here for this comment. He wishes we had this academy years ago, and he is he's loving it. Right now, we do have a special, of course, introductory offer. You know, that's what's going to happen. It's $480. It's going to get you 3 months. Then there's a monthly recurring of $45 after that. That starts in June if you get it today. So go over, check it all out, finish this whole course, and then let us know what you think. Gives you access to P8, everything, software. You can go check out the software that we're using. All of this, $480. It gets you everything you want. It's a special introductory offer. So go over into your cart and sign out right now. Grab the site tour, whatever you want. Everything's here. It's going to go through the P8 software. You're going to go through all of our missions. This is your action hub, tracks your trades, monitors your stats. Like, this is an all-in-one sort of, I guess, area for you, hub is what we're calling it right now, to join up with the Trader TV Live Academy. There's also Campus. We had Wayne talking about that here. Learn with fellow traders, students, join the conversation, chat with peers, all of that. Get in some discussion groups. Maybe even Obi is going to be in there as well. The library, this is where you'll find additional information, learning materials, articles, guides, things that we're posting, blog posts. You can ask us questions in here. We're going to be responding to this, man. So this is exactly what we've wanted to do for you, put out a good quality program, and we've done it with Trader TV Academy. So make sure you guys do get all signed up immediately on that one for that introductory offer. Tesla coming back in right now as consumer confidence. We got to go over to Adara for consumer confidence, or no, wholesale trade right now. Let's go to Adara for numbers.
Both numbers, guys, CB Consumer Confidence and wholesale. So we'll start with CB Consumer Confidence because this was notably higher than expected, 91.2 versus 87.1 forecast, and also well above that 84.5 previous. So nice beat, for lack of a better term here, for the CB Consumer Confidence print. Wholesale inventories month-over-month flat and in line with the previous print, 0.2%. Wholesale sales month-over-month, though, this was a nice push above the forecast. 1% versus 0.2% forecast, though this was below the previous print of 1.3%. Richmond Fed Composite Index, this is the only number I'm seeing that's actually below the previous here and the estimate. So -10 for that Richmond Fed Composite Index versus -5 forecast, -6 previous. Trump also supposed to be speaking at 12:30 p.m. I wasn't initially seeing that on his calendar, but I will, of course, keep you guys all apprised. Here's the NASDAQ. Initially dropping here, it looks like, on this number, now trying to, I guess, stabilize itself a bit. We'll talk about AMD, by far probably the biggest story of the day, announcing this partnership with Meta to expand with up to 6 gigawatts of Instinct GPUs from AMD under a multi-year agreement. We also have AMD CEO Lisa Su speaking probably 20 minutes ago now on CNBC, saying that Meta and its CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, have ambitious visions of how they see AI evolving over time. Now, we also had one intraday story that's broken already. That's going to be SanDisk SNDK right after the bell. We have Citron Research, of course, led by Andrew Left. They announced they're going to be short SNDK. I did provide kind of a rundown of the report and a link to the post itself on X and TTV Research, so you can get more details there. In the meantime, Please hit the like, please hit the subscribe. Definitely look into Trader TV Academy as we send you back over to Sean.
As always, appreciated, and thank you very much, Dara. As usual, the market's starting to come back a little bit here. You have, so far, you've got a bit of a topping tail candle, but remember, it's been choppy in either direction. So just, the NASDAQ has not moved a ton from where we are at the open, but it has rinsed in both directions. So there's big time reversal happening in either direction. I'm going to play that trend break here on Intel, put it in the lower high. It doesn't get the $45, but it's put in a lower high and turn, so I'm going to short it back into that 44 level, at least for now. I already said XLF was a bit of a fail to jump out. It just double bottomed. So there hasn't been a bounce in the financials since we left, and if it comes back into VWAP, then that's where I'll take the next trade. You know, shouldn't have got it in the first place, but I was kind of long breakout bias, and it didn't make the breakout. You got to be able to move on to the next trade, and it is going to end up being a short one more time here. And if you're wondering about individual names in the space, load, JP Morgan has already broken through the lows. So the weakness in the banks has gone absolutely nowhere. They're on sale if you like them, if you happen to like them, although you might want to wait for them to settle down just a little bit. Look, I see a lot of people throwing names in the chat. Appreciate you for sure, but not a lot of small cappers that have been discussed. I know we'll talk about them a little bit later. That IWM was a big time mover. So just the same for me. I'm back into Intel. Got to wait for a pop on that on the XLF. But with JP Morgan breaking the low, the momentum is still to the downside.
Okay, not too many left here for Tesla. We just got another piece out right there at 402.50. So we're in about a little bit more than 20, a little bit less than 20% maybe. I don't know. I've gotten a bunch out obviously here. You know, the banks are still heading a little lower right now. So we can have a quick little look at what the broader market is doing here as well. Make sure you guys do catch us on the Trader TV Academy, over 50 plus years of experience, all wrapped up there. Introductory offer happening right now. Check your email. You probably got an email about that as well. And we'll talk about, you know, relative strength and weakness. We'll talk about strategies, things like that, the process, how we've built, how we've gotten to where we are right now. It's Trader TV Academy. Make sure you do scan that QR code right now, right here, right now. All right, finance, man, still bad again today. What? And, you know, what's going on right now with some of these financials? Kind of a rhetorical question. We know that they've been selling off on, you know, worries again that the financial space is going to change. It's going into with more and more knowledge. Oh, Robinhood. Oh, Robinhood at $70. Let's have a quick little check there quickly before we go. But financials bad, like bad across the board today, and that would be good for Robinhood shorts. We talked about that break of $70. It looks like that happens immediately off the open. So a tough trade to take. It reminds me of that Tesla trade that we have, which Tesla right now is coming back in just a little bit. Let me take a piece out right here in 50s. There we go. We'll take that piece out as it just bouncing off VWAP a little bit, but definitely worried about this 400 spot right now, or sorry, 401 spot there on Tesla. Our stop on this, man, was not very, like we're long here at 398. You know, basically our stop was 397. So we took $5 on a $1 stop. And as Neil said, look, no matter how many shares you're trading, like if you're trading 5 shares and, you know, you lose $1 on the trade, it's $5, not the end of the world. But on the next trade, remember your P&L is still minus $5. You know, so if you're going to start to ramp up your share size, you know, what you got to wind up doing is treat every trade, you know, kind of the same as far as what Neil always says, don't let your losers be too much bigger than your winners. You know, so regardless of what you're doing, and especially a stock like Tesla, and the reason why I talk about it is it's moving $4, $5, $6 right now. So even if you're trading 10 shares or something like that on a Tesla, and you're able to capture, you know, a $6 winner there, that's still $60. So don't then all of a sudden up your share size potentially the very next time and then take a $6 loser on like 20 shares, because then all of a sudden you'll be, you know, down 120. So it's just a matter of looking regardless of your share size and say, hey, look, my winners, I'm up $6, my losers, I'm down $5, whatever it is, netting out that $1. You know, so take a look, make sure that your trades are lining up. And that's kind of what I'm doing here with Tesla, trying to figure out where the stops are and everything like that, because we've already cashed out of the majority of this. Now, I don't want it to go all the way back in, so we're flat on that part, the last 10 or 15%. So we're going to take our stops, 401. Here, let's just put it out right now, 401, oops. $400.99. We'll get out of, how much do we have left? Okay, we'll get out of half of what we have left if it breaks down through that. So we'll just put offer, enter, do that, and now we'll see where we go from here. But yeah, man, this trade was good, man. Topped out at about 550. If it comes back in, we'll get out of half, hold that like 5% left, and go on that. We'll have about 7% left. If we wind up punching out, which it looks like it's going to happen right now. So get ready on the keyboard. Oh, a little bit more there on silver. I wanted to take it into this 200 period moving average. So we let it go back up to the upside, not trading very many shares as we still try to manage our Tesla position. But I like it. The stop on this one, because of where we are, I'm going to give it to 79.50. Right into here. So if that can break through that level, we're going to get out. So just watching out for this silver trade, see if it wants to come back in. We're short at 79.01. Give it about 50 cents. See if it wants to work today. I don't know.
And it's something Sean just said there, not holding that last little bit all the way back through. He's going to punch out. Didn't have to punch out. He could set a trailing stop order.
Yeah.
And if you're wondering about all the tools that we have available to us, we've said time and time again, we have like multiple stop orders we can trade with all the different dark pools that are out there, every single gateway imaginable. The other thing that is in the academy, and I want to stress this, is the P8 system is where you'll be trading. You get to trade in the simulator here and learn the platform and learn to utilize the tools so you can engage in multiple strategies in the market. You get a chance to be able to download it. Of course, it's available on, if you have a Mac or a Windows, it's going to be out there for you. So it's not just about, the market isn't just about the basics and figuring out a strategy. It's also understanding and making your platform work for you and utilizing the tools available. Now, I'm only in the one trade. I've only been in one at a time. But if you're in 2 or 3 trades at a time, you might want to have trailing stops. You might want to have a stop order. If you want to break out, do you want to sit there and try to punch the key? Like if this local high gets broken, am I going to hit a key or am I going to let the stop do the work for me? I'm choosing to do the latter. But we just bounced off VWAP on Intel, so I took a couple of legs out. I don't know if I want to reload this a 3rd time because a trend break should happen right away. And the other thing that we got to pay attention to is we have a chance. The market's holding on to this volume-weighted average price. It could try to break out. So the sentiment in the market is heading back to the upside. So you take what you can, but if it breaks the high, you jump out and wait for that next opportunity. If you see me looking up, it's AMD. AMD, here's the open. I'm just going to quickly draw this. It's moving enough that I don't want to ignore a potential trend here. So right from the prior to the open, it lost VWAP. It could be breaking this little bit of a downward trend that it's in. That could be explosive if AMD is able to do that. And then the other name, XLF, I don't have to tell you, I keep looking for this. Will it bounce? Obviously, it was a fail getting out of the short, but it didn't bounce off VWAP. It hasn't bounced off the lows. You can't short it back into VWAP if it doesn't go any higher. Market pressing and the financials still remaining weak. So it's going to take a little bit of patience to get back into this one. I'm not shorting this at the low of the day. I'm just looking for a pop to be able to fade to continue the trend. Yeah, major support was lost yesterday on the XLF. They're kind of in for a bad turn here. And some of it, look, some of it is there's weakness in JP Morgan for some political reasons as well. But you also have this blue owl in the private credit markets, kind of like a canary in the coal mine for the last few months. And that's weighing on a lot of the financials as well.
Yeah, so that looks like we might have just absolutely nailed that stopping zone there. It should have been a reload. So we'll get better at this, man. We're, like I said, we're definitely trying to get bigger, more shares, bigger trades, and right there for Tesla. Now $5 in and right back upside. So we nail that stop zone of 401. Just should have been a reload area there, but okay. We won't worry too much about that for right now. But that could have been a little bit better of a trade there on the reload. But we'll still take it, man. I mean, beggars cannot, especially in this situation, be choosers. You can see obviously by just watching both of us how hard trading actually is. So we want to make sure that you guys are definitely part of the academy. We've talked about that again. Introductory offer. We're actually changing the link to tradertv.live. So if you just go to tradertv.live, you'll be able to see everything that you need right there, right now. So there's no confusion. So go to tradertv.live. That'll bring you right over into the academy, and you'll be able to get that. $480 gives you that 50+ years. Everything that we've talked about here on the show, all wrapped up into one. Nice little videos. You can see the Hampson man. That is Sharif there on the video with Brendo. Neil and I took down some great topics as well, including even stuff like imbalanced locator and what that means, and just teaching, the discipline aspect of it all as well, and what it takes to get to the levels that we're at, right? And I don't think we're at any advanced levels here or anything like that, but it does give you an ability to learn same way we've learned a lot of technique, a lot of good time spent on building this up. So tradertv.live, get over to it immediately and check it out, yo. All right, so just on that note, silver, we like the short. Silver was actually on here as a short near 79. When that broke early, it absolutely tanked. The reason why I'm sort of messing with it right now is because it's at that level again. So we don't mind actually looking at silver in and around here. We did mark down the Qs as a buy near 48. That's obviously gone. Let's see what else is moving around. Netflix there. Wow, Netflix had, what a day for Netflix today. It's actually right back where it started, but they had a huge move up and then a huge, first down, then up. So Netflix opens at 76, down to 75, back up to 77, back down to 75.50, now hovering in the middle. So that's a trade to look out for there today. We all thought AMD was saved. What just happened there? AMD.NQ. There today with that deal from Meta. Sure, it was saved because this thing was going way lower. And right now you're going to get a good look at what's happening with Meta with AMD. Nice pullback. Still a good day for them, right? I mean, let's not cry over spilled milk here. A great day for Meta, for Meta. I keep saying
AMD.
it. For AMD.
It's not a good day for Meta at all, actually.
And it's not a great deal. Look, it's a great day for AMD, but what I was getting at is it's pulled back. So just be careful with this trade here, man. I don't know exactly where it wants to go, but it has pulled back quite nicely there into 210. So we wanted the short up here. We'll look to see if we can short it near VWAP, AMD, not Meta. You're right, Meta. Meta's actually... It was at 630, wasn't it? That was a key level, yeah. So it's still bouncing around 630.
You know what's bouncing?
What?
I don't want to jinx this.
Oh yes, we bought some yesterday.
I don't want to jinx this, but both PanW and Crowd are making some moves here.
Good.
Obviously, like the nastiness that you saw, IBM took the cake, but if you were paying attention earlier, it was CrowdStrike in the morning. The CrowdStrike and the financials, very, very nasty. But higher lows being put through. You haven't broken out yet. And then PanW, both these cybersecurity names. All you have to do is mention Claude, or even, it's what's so bad about CrowdStrike. It was like the CEO's like, see, I asked Claude if it could replace us, and it said no. The simple fact that you had to ask, that was the problem right then and there. Maybe it was seen as, I don't know, the market kind of took it as desperate. That's the only way that I want to think about it. Because ultimately, right now, it is a sell first and ask questions later, if there's even the thought that you could get disrupted. This XLF is really not bouncing, but here comes the first set of green candles. It is a trend break off the low, but I would like to see it get back into VWAP to try and reload this into the short. At least, hopefully, it'll be able to do that. Here in Fortinet as well, 1320 Wolf, whether it was Fortinet, whether it was PanW. Zscaler didn't have a very good day. CrowdStrike was the worst, but yeah, all of them got battered pretty decently. PanW held up a little bit better. I think that's because their earnings, they had already dropped a bunch.
Yeah, so yesterday I was able to buy PanW, but I bought it at lunchtime, so I think we're still probably close to under the water. I don't know, let's just say this price, I have no idea. Around 1 o'clock, 145 and change. So yeah, we're still right there. So nice little battle back day there for Pan. We have Salesforce reporting later this week as well. So that should be, that should be a fun one there. IBM, nice move back upside there. We can see Salesforce reporting tomorrow. Salesforce is before or after hours? Okay, so join Obi, myself, Adara, Brendan, all after hours tomorrow, where we'll be going over everything, related to earnings, which is going to be Nvidia, and there goes Salesforce, nice move as well, right there to the upside today. So some of these SaaS names starting to get a little bit of love back in. The IGV was the sort of gateway for this, and we've seen some, pretty bad trading happening in the the IGV, but today up 1.4%. And at some point, it's going to be so bad that it's good, right? So watch out for this name, trying to make a little bit of money on the IGV if you're going long. This is big software. I could imagine that Palantir is also, now I was going to say Palantir is battling back today, but it is not.
Palantir's down with IGV up?
Yeah, exactly. So that's sort of the surprise trade right there. We are getting near our push-out point here for silver. You know, we could have got out right there instead of averaging in. That would have been 15s. But we're not, well, I mean, for my standards, we're not playing very much size right here, right now. We're just going to wait on this. It's about like 1 unit or so. If it breaks above 50, then we'll get out and just be wrong on that play there on the short for silver. We tried it. We were able to take a little bit of profit there before getting stopped out. That put us about flat, and now we're just dealing with this problem as it goes a little higher right now. We'll give back, and again, like we'll give back a little bit of what we made, obviously, on the Tesla trade. So the Tesla trade, for argument's sake, will be up. Well, we don't talk about P&Ls, but we'll lose about 20% or so of what we made on Tesla if this breaks higher. And like to Neil's point, that's exactly what you want to do. If you're winners, you don't want your losers to be, 10x what your winners are, right? And so if you're looking, that's part of share size management, it's part of risk management. And I think that's what, we do the best, risk manage. So, you can look down at your P&Ls, and if your biggest loser is like more than 3 or 4 times P&L, your biggest winner, you're probably not having a great day. And I know that for me, that can happen too, right? And so you're catching, falling knives. Like yesterday, we got smoked on Google, then we were able to make it all back and put more money back in on Nvidia than we lost on Google. So I think that's really what you want to do. And we always talk about risk management here. I know that's something that Neil, we both preach, right? Your biggest loser on the day needs to be somewhere in line with your biggest winner, right? And I think
to come back to the academy for a second, the ability. One of the things that's in here is the journaling. Yeah. Like you can not only do a trading review, but like I think this is important, like a mission review. Like what's your overall plan? Because I'll tell you, there's traders out there, and I know there are traders out there where you might be I trade one intraday swing. I call it intraday swing just because like you might get one position in the futures and you hold that for the whole day. Sometimes that kind of trade, maybe you don't trade one day. Maybe you trade Monday, but you don't trade on Tuesday, and then you trade on Thursday. Or maybe you take a breakout one day and a mean reversion the next day, and those are apples to oranges. So also keep that in mind. That's the importance of journaling. That's why we believe in the Academy, because ultimately you cannot just sit there and say that every single trade is exactly the same. And if you treat it that way, you're not necessarily taken seriously enough. In a journaling aspect, you'd say, okay, well, I traded this one off of the volume weighted average price, and then later again off the VWAP, this is how one did, this is how I did poorly on the other, but you're comparing apples to apples. Sometimes P&L is going to hide that. Another reason why you should also frame your trading journey and your success over a longer time. If you want long-term success, think of it in the long term. That's another way that you got to remember. Yeah, let's go over to, I believe it's Adara for the small cap recap. Haven't even looked at one today.
Indeed it is. It is small caps. Let's start here with EDSA, Edessa Biotech. This company here, roughly $9 million market cap, announcing additional data from its phase 3 study of paridiprudpart. So nice look there for EDSA. BRTX had the catalyst here as well. Biorestorative therapies, $3 million market cap, just under $3 million market cap, securing an Australian patent allowance for 3D brown adipose-derived stem cell aggregates. And last but not least, could you believe it? We have another small cap biotech name here. That's Larimar Therapeutics, LRMR. Name, I definitely recognize this ticker. I believe it's rallied in the past, roughly $335 million market cap, short float of just under 19%. And they're announcing an FDA breakthrough therapy designation for one of their treatments. Nice look there for LRMR, BRTX, and EDSA. Back to you.
Oh man, thank you, Adara. And yeah, man, love it in the chat. Definitely a good thing there. I was trying to find it there. I don't know how Sean holds it so long. Neither do I sometimes. There it goes, man. Huge move to the upside there for Tesla. Now $7 in on that one there. So that's a good trade coming through on that one, as we say. GG for that. And we say to you as well in the chat. Thank you, Xerex there. Good game, Tesla, good game right there. So, yeah, that's from Kids Slang right now. But yeah, there goes, wow, Tesla really working it out, man. And this has just been such a crazy day to trade today, man. Oh, we did get silver, by the way. Slappy fail on silver. We'll flush that down the toilet right there on SLV. So there it goes. Right now they're through 379.50. Should have just stopped it right there. And like I said, like, you know, if you're going to be a risk manager, which you know, then you have to be careful with those trades because you don't want this just to blow up and give back. Well, we're not going to give back what we've made over here. That is for sure. So there it goes, man. Now 7 in the money off of the $400 call, right? I mean, that's all that it was. We're lucky to get lower than 400. Believed in the stock there and took it. And silver might turn around at that spot, but I'm not going to cry over milk that has spilt. All right, Nvidia right now. We can afford some more milk. All right, there's Nvidia. Again, nice move back to the upside there. We're still looking to go short on AMD. We'll have a look at that price very soon.
AMD just went a trend break, actually.
Okay, so for me, I don't know. I don't really worry too much about trends, but we will have a little look here. 211 and change. Okay, yeah. So maybe there would be something here.
It's almost a VWAP.
To talk about, yeah, with almost at VWAP. So I'm going to wait for it to go a little bit higher there on AMD, maybe into this like 217 or so area where we've been stuck for a minute. So we'll see if it can get into that. That's, for me, a little bit of a safer spot right there. And we're just going to see how long we can hold Tesla for, to be honest with you, man. And that's what it is. Oh, there he is. What's up, Adam Deleuze, man? Thank you so much. And yeah, you've really helped me for sure with understanding this. And you and I have talked a lot about, you know, how to actually execute, and if you're going to use size and put on some, you know, different trades, how do you manage that? So I want to thank you for that, Adam. And I've really, you know, started to get a lot better at holding these things and holding on to a decent portion as we continue to run higher, right? So it's just, that's part of it, man. It's part of your journey, right? Everybody's on completely different journeys, and everybody has completely different everything, man. P&L, trading styles, stocks that you trade. Neil talked about we trade buyouts all day. I don't look at buyouts, Neil does. I look at pink sheets, Neil doesn't, right? So there's different things like that. That's all about it. But here we go, man. Tesla right now starting to go to the upside. Find what you guys do best and just keep on hammering it. And I think, you know, the proof is in the pudding here. You can always ask us, man, up, down, red, green, sideways, bad day, horrible day. We'll let you know, man. This is all part of our journey, and you've now found the best place to come to, and you can kick it off with our academy that's being launched today. Go to tradertv.live. It's over 50 plus years of experience. We talk just like this, but on video format, give you examples, talk about that journaling, everything like that. It's all here, right now. And on that note, man, we are very green today and really enjoying it, although we're 1 for 2. We lost on silver and up on Tesla. So that's going to be the difference, man. We've lost about 20% on SLV, maybe a little bit less than that now because Tesla's running that we made on silver. So good day there for that trade. And we'll just continue to go on, man. AMD, Meta, all the names that are big. I haven't looked at any low flow runners or anything here today. So maybe there are some small caps moving around and we can do a quick little look at that. It's already 10:30. Midday has Joe and Sharif. They're going to be all over the small caps. Is that Sharif's mode of preference there?
PK Willis. You said, do they not answer questions in here anymore? We try to do the best we can. The chat's moving, I've kind of noticed, a little bit faster than normal today, so apologies there. It is difficult to keep track. Like, I'm looking at this live just like everybody else, I think. So PK Willis, if you did have a question, if you tag our names, like go like at Neil or Sean, here, I'll show you. This is what it looks like. See how much easier it is? Then for sure we'll always catch it. It is what it is. And I think we're not trying to miss anything. But very quickly, I did mention there was that trend break on AMD. I'm not horribly bullish on this, but any trend break is a play to the volume-weighted average price. It's also the open range top. So this is a play into there. So it's about 213. You get to 213, ring Reggie on that one, and then just take what's available for that trend break. Only because it's not just into VWAP, it's also the open range high on advanced micro devices. So it just pumped through 12, we're in at 11. I'm looking for 13s out. I've already taken half out. We'll play the rest into VWAP, and then we'll go up to Adara.
Keep an eye here on The credit card names, only one I'm really seeing kind of get any move on this potentially is AXP. But just be aware, guys, that we do have it coming through Elizabeth Warren, of course, U.S. Senator, saying that apparently the White House has not been cooperative with regards to credit card caps, she's saying the White House is not following through on their help with these credit card caps. So with that in mind, AXP at one point got a little bit of a bounce there. We know the concerns about these credit card caps did initially lead to a drop in this sector. Back to you.
Right.
Yeah. That's part of why you've seen the weakness in the XLF.
How it's going. We're posting up on X. Go make sure you go over to X. Go check us out, man. At Trader TV Research, at Trader TV Sean, at Trader TV Neil, at Trader TV Live, at Trader TV. It's Joseph, I think. At Trader TV Joseph up there as well. I don't know if Sharif probably doesn't have.
I have one.
You have one, Trader TV Adara.
Adara L, because the Adara is the one that Elon blocked. So
That's
Adara
right.
L.
Well,
Come on, Elon.
This is how it's going right now with Tesla. Now $9 right there. So thank you so much for that, man. It's a big winner. It's coming out right now. Good job so far on that one. And we're just going to tag Trader TV as well in this post that we're having. But yeah, decent job so far here on this Tesla trade.
Yeah, that's all it takes. It only takes one, and even if it's a small one. Like AMD, ultimately, this is a little too tight to VWAP to be like a $5 or $7 winner, but ultimately, you break here, your stop's there, we're risking about 50 pennies on that stuff, just a little bit more. We said it was into VWAP, so we're gonna take it into VWAP. That's always gonna be the play. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong. You gotta be able to, you take the good with the bad. Obviously, XLF was one of those reversion into VWAP where it fell through. This is holding the volume weighted average price. So it got up here. And this is another thing that whenever you're journaling, there is a difference between liking a level and it actually showing you a trade when it gets there. Like there was no reason to short VWAP on the way back through. It broke VWAP on the 3-minute candle. It then had a bottoming tail candle, a bottoming tail, not topping tail candle above the volume weighted average price. That's not bearish. That's like bullish. So if I'm looking for a short, it didn't give me a short entry. It still hasn't given me a short entry, so then I don't have to take the short. That has to be part of your game as well. For it to get to a price that you like and have the wherewithal to step back and wait for a better opportunity. So where that might come on XLF, I cannot say yet, but we are still underneath the prior low. So there is a chance that we could revert here, or I'm waiting for this top once again. So quick little scalp on AMD. Again, it only takes one. So that'll basically like wash it with IBIT this morning, make us slightly up, but it's XLF that's the miss. The other thing I always say is up, down, left, or right. If I said 51 short on XLF and did not hold it, or at least didn't find my way back underneath VWAP, that's a failed trade. Because I ultimately got out of the trade because of a bias I had yesterday instead of reading what was going on in the moment. I was biased to the long last night looking for a bounce play, and so we don't hold on as long as we could have. We got a few super chats in here. I saw one from Thanos, and for sure, if there's a couple, can you throw them up for us, Andre? There we go. Thanks for the Q level. 1 to 25 R to R win. There's 1 point. Thank you for the super chat from London. I'm actually going to London this year. See you in London.
Nice.
I haven't been to London since I was 13 years old.
It's amazing.
Which is
it's our best. It's our best trip.
I didn't see anything. I literally was visiting family. We went into the city to go. I was actually in Leicester, and we're in London for 1 day to go shopping. So appreciate you so much.
Right. Yeah, thank you for all the love on there as well. Oh, Thanos, another one. You're a blessing for my day. Well, thank you again. I mean, this has been happening a lot, and it's very humbling. So thank you so much, as you guys can clearly see what I'm doing and talking about it every single day. It is tough to trade live, as you can see. And, you know, like we were just mentioning, some days one of us will be down and one of us will be up. And it's just a good mix overall about how we learn, how we're doing it, things like that. So you're
keep to the plan, keep to the
yeah, exactly. Like you're red today, you mentioned. Who cares?
Not anymore.
Right. Okay, perfect.
One like halfway move on AMD makes up for, and that's the key. AMD was a small win.
I look forward to joining the academy. There it is. He wants to join the academy. Good job right there. We want you guys to all join it. And look, scan that QR code right there. $480. We're going to be well worth it. That's an introductory offer that gives you 3 months to go through the whole software. And, you know, it's a great platform. We've worked a lot of time on it. You're going to see the high quality of it when you get over there. So please, you know, get over, subscribe, let us know some feedback, just like you just did right there. Thank you so much, Thanos. I mean, it means a lot to Neil, myself, Adara, everybody that's here, right? Like I said, you're going to find some bangers on the Midday show as well here. So get ready for that with Sharif, Joe, and Adara. Hey, Adara, are you trading anything today?
Yeah, I mean, I had a nice little moment with Intuit. I am now out of that, but I was into it. And then HD, I'm kind of just chopping around on. But let's talk right now about NASDAQ, because that's what I'm here to talk to you guys about. But thank you for that shout out, Sean. Let's talk about Iran, because we do have, of course, some geopolitical tensions and concerns about potentially a increase in tensions there with Iran and the U.S. Iran's deputy foreign minister, Ravanchi, saying that Tehran is ready to reach a deal with the U.S. as soon as possible. So again, we do have Iran's deputy foreign minister, Ravanchi, saying that Iran and Tehran are hoping to reach a deal with the U.S. as soon as possible, and that they're hoping the U.S. displays the same willingness to reach a nuclear deal as they are. So Iran positioning themselves as, I guess, the more willing party here with regards to this U.S. nuclear deal. If I get any more details, I will keep you posted. But definitely, guys, make sure to check out that Trader TV Academy.
Yeah. That's the most important thing today for sure.
Get
going on the Trader TV Live Academy. The water's warm, and when you're in there,
good water, hydration nation.
Add some posts. Like part of the academy is about. It's not just a group chat. Like you can blog about your experiences. You can add your ideas. Just join the conversation. It's about community out here at the end of the day, because you can't monitor every stock at once. And everyone always talks about 10,000 hours and screen time and this and that. Suffice to say, you want a lot of screen time and you want a lot of experience. But you know what's even better than sitting in front of a screen or learning from your own experience? That's actually gathering experience of others. There's over 50 years of experience combined. Well, if we say 50 to make us sound younger.
No, combined.
But it's literally 50 between the two of us. If you combine it with everybody else, it's like way more than 50 years, if we're being honest about it. It is. I'm just saying, we're old. It's way more than 50 years if you combine everybody that's in there. Sharif, Brendan, myself, you. It's like probably like 65. No, but it's about learning from others as well. It just expedites the process, because if somebody makes a mistake, like I was showing you the reason why I got out and why it was maybe a bad idea on XLF, and that's sort of the thing. Maybe you learn from that, maybe you don't. Why even though AMD, it was a trend break, like the bottom's down here, but I have the trend from there, so I'm getting a micro part of the move. Does that mean that from the bottom it was $5? Does that mean I try to hold it $5 if I think it's weak under VWAP? No, I don't try to make an extra $3 on the trade. The scalp trade is from there to there, based on those parameters. So that's what you try to do when you can. And appreciate you. We're still young. You're as young as you feel. Just keep that in mind. You're always just as young as you feel. And in order to stay young, one of the things you got to do is try new things every single day, live vicariously through your kids. That's one of the reasons I love traveling a lot. We got Vincent Guimont. I'm going to assume you're out there in
Vincent
Quebec.
Guimont?
$5 Canadian. That's why I'm assuming you're out there in Quebec. Let us know where from. AMD, Micron, DEMD, TQs, SQs. Nice 2 hours of work as always. Thanks for everything, Trader TV Live. I haven't looked at
QQ trade.
I haven't looked at Micron today. AMD for sure. That's been both a good. It's actually still a good short off the volume weighted average price. If you had that one early or late, bit of a trend break. And Micron, there's one that we have not mentioned. Weakness in Micron. That's only now getting back off some of the lows. Micron is a weirdly manipulated stock the last couple of days. If it starts doing this, just note, look at this little, I don't know what we call it, called heartbeat action maybe, like EKG or something. Within a range, heartbeat action. If it starts doing it again, just note you can probably scalp that through lunchtime. If it starts doing this whole, go to VWAP and then pull back a couple bucks, go to VWAP, pull back a couple bucks over and over. That's when we like to think a stock is controlled, basically.
I was going to say, Oh, what I want to get at too, obviously, was the best way to get. We've told you we switched the link up there. The best way to get there is by scanning that QR code right there below, and you guys can definitely check it out on socials as well. These are the trades that we talked about today: short in AMD, short in silver. The silver short will be a fail, obviously, as that's going to be the loser that we have. And then this TQQ long between 48 to 48.50. We just said long here, trying to wait for the first 10 to 15 minutes to see if we get any support to form, right? And that's sort of what we talked about right into there. So these 4 trade ideas, and then the Tesla long, that's 9 right now in the money. But that TQQ trade, the thing is we wrote down between 48 to 48.50 is where we wanted it, right? And I mean, come on. We wrote that down, you know, basically 8 o'clock when we were writing the note there. We had Wayne on. Thanks for Wayne for coming through. And then this happened, you know, all the way back into, like, it literally goes right to 48 bucks. We were obviously dealing with Tesla, which I'm very happy to do that, but we can hold more than one position at once. Definitely known for doing that. I used to hold like 4 or 5 at once. And then all of a sudden, boom goes TQs right there to the upside. And I know this is not the NASDAQ, it's a triple levered NASDAQ product. So there it was though, what a great trade there. And it just reminded me of the super chat. You were talking about SQQ and TQQ and all that, and boom goes the dynamite, man, straight to the upside. So if you're following on the note right there, you'll have some good ideas today at least. And I'm glad that we at least followed this one to the promised land. Wow, now it's $10. That's 2, that's 3, that's 4, that's 5, that's 6, that's 7, that's 8, that's 9. I mean, this is an option. Like if you're trading options as well, good move there. I mean, I don't really know why Tesla was sort of down, went back into Flatsville there. They had a nice run up at the end of the day, which sort of falsified, you know, that move to the high side there, but it does come in, and there goes Tesla just blowing there to the upside. And, you know, more to trade, right? It's 1040. There's lots out there other than just Tesla. We do get a nice bounce off of Bitcoin as well. That's really good, man. And glad that we didn't even come close to that 60,000 there last night. The best we got to was about 62.5, and there's the hold on that one. So watch out for that coming through now. 62.5 and change there for Bitcoin. The US dollar has been holding. Is this going to be the right one to look at, the DXY? Okay, yeah, 15-minute chart. Actually, nice little upside move here for the dollar. So that's pretty good here today. A little bit of a fall, a little bit of a spike down there. I don't know what the reason for that particular move is there on the DXY, but a nice move down. We just had some numbers, so maybe there was something about that. And then just more on a broader note here as we look to see what's moving around versus what isn't moving around right now. Here it is right here. The financials were the big surprise. I actually thought we could battle back today on some of these names. We saw battle back there. We bought some Pan W yesterday. That's trying to battle back as well. It's the financials right now that seem to be some of the worst spots. I mean, Eli Lilly's done well off that Novo Nordisk. They're at about 1,050, right? Yeah. What? Okay, that was pretty lucky. 1,050 right on there for Eli Lilly, so they're holding out. We had Wayne on earlier. He talked about Pfizer was a pretty popular look for some of the traders that he was dealing with lately. So there's Pfizer coming through again today. Nice move higher, up 0.72. $26 or so for Pfizer, 27, so off on that one. So this space is actually working out quite nice there today. There's our boy Tesla, nice move there. And then the oil, energies down. We actually haven't talked too much about oil as a downside. I guess there was some threat, obviously, over the last couple days there about Iran and how that's going to play out. I don't know where that's gone, Adara, right now, but
you just mentioned Iran said they're willing to make a deal.
Perfect. So there you go. So that would be a good reason for the energy markets to pull back a little bit because less strife in your life. Shout out to my wife.
Make it rhyme.
Quickly before we go to Sector Watch, SLV has been on an uptrend since the bottom in the pre-market. It's now threatening to break that. For the first time today, we'll go to Adara. We'll see. Maybe it hasn't confirmed breaking this trend. It's been a couple of green candles since. But let's go up to the desk at Adara. We'll come right back and see if silver continues this move.
We'll be quick here then. Lots of strength to talk about. Electronic tech actually looking quite strong. I mean, RTX and Broadcom slightly red, but Apple, AMD, of course, with its Meta deal, Intel, which has its own deal with Sampanova. We've got Qualcomm to the upside. So a lot of these chips plus Apple doing quite well. Nvidia, a day ahead of its earnings report and potentially with antipathy on AMD. Nvidia trading a little bit lower here. Tech services, meanwhile, I mean, Google and Palantir red, but a lot of these names that have been beaten up as of late actually trading higher today. CRM up 5%, Synopsys up 4%, Oracle up 3%, Adobe up 4%. So nice look there. Retail trade to the upside, consumer durables to the upside, consumer services, producer manufacturing, transportation, industrial services, commercial, process industries all strong. In terms of weakness, I mean, finance still quite red. We talked about how Senator Elizabeth Warren said the White House is not cooperating quite as much as they were maybe supposed to on this credit card cap situation. Health services getting beaten up here a bit as well, with UNH down 2.5%, and this whole sector actually quite weak. We've got Elevance as well down 3 1/3. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. And one other thing that's happening is you might see the market going higher. That VIX, yeah, double top. That's going to be good if you're bullish anyways. It's a good double top. We're going to break through, literally breaking through 20 on the VIX right now. So a bit of a reversal, but let's be real, we haven't really broken outside of the range in either direction, but there's still room to go. So there's room for the market to climb a little bit higher. Just keep in mind on the NASDAQ, we're literally at 25,000 as we speak. So you're testing, effectively we're testing where we failed at the open yesterday. So it's a good spot to look for, I think, some mean reversions or ring the Reggie. As I mentioned, right now, silver, just going from, this isn't necessarily the open, but it's the low this morning. There's a higher low that got put in at the open, a higher low at VWAP, and it's trying to roll over. It hasn't really confirmed any weakness on this trend line. It's still trending up. Like this candle tried to break down the trend line, didn't, keeps on making higher lows, keeps on making higher lows. At some point, this might end up breaking out the top, and then this whole reversion would be kaput. The other way you could trade this if you wanted is, and there's always another opportunity, you could simply, if you can't or don't want to short, there's ZSL, which is obviously just going to be the inverse, and it can break the trend doing the same thing, and you could just like punch long if this breaks the trend. So another way that you could take that kind of a trade if you liked it on SLV. I'm looking specifically at SLV. Just like the way it's moving.
Yeah, I love that SLV. The biggest, I was saying this before, the biggest trade in Trader TV Live history was SLV. We shorted 90s that one day when it absolutely collapsed, and we were starting to cover into the 70s, 80s, and 70s there. That was an absolute, it was on VWAP, and then it absolutely cracked that day. And yeah, today, man, we had, as one of the 4 names, we had silver written down as, of course, that long, short in 79, but it was long today. And 79, we tried it and lost it, as we said, but that's part of doing business. You can't have it. Point of control. I was just saying, what's up, Trader Forever? I was just looking at the point of control. So I inserted something here on blah, 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 e-signal right now. And I have the point of control right here at 274 or so. And I just wanted to make sure that it was right with what everybody else is doing. Big scalp there yesterday, who was in the chat, was alerting me to that. And I just wanted to see what was going on. So on Apple, nice move higher right there on the day, trying to break now. That would make sense if, if that is the point of control. So trades trading underneath it, trading over it. They have VWAP here as well, just automatically being calculated. I don't, that's the right VWAP price, so 270, 270. So I'm imagining that rate there is your POC, point of control. So I'm just going, like I said, man, that's all part of the Trader TV Live Academy, to be honest with you. Learn more about what we're talking about right here. This is the platform, man, you can click on. Once you're enrolled, like I am, you get the journey, the basics, the software that we're using, our trading, the first trades, what kind of trading you want to do as a beginning trader, what you want to do as a graduated trader, right? There's lots of traders around here, ungraduated, looking to get into that. So you want to start at your first trades, get into this area, and this is like a key, unlock that sort of nice little sunshine moment there, and then talk about P8 as well, our basic course and the advanced course. But it's all right here, right now. We talked about journaling, the missions, everything. Here's our campus. This is where you can become one with many, right? And we talk about the group. This is a shared place. So once you're a member, you can start attaching different things here. Here's the last update. So I've been posting as well. Brendan's been posting. Neil has a post here. And this is what it's all about. So join us over here on campus right now at Trader TV Live. Go grab that, scan that QR code. There's an introductory offer of just $4.80. I think you're going to find that that's very much worth it to learn just a little bit about what we're doing. You guys have asked for it, and there it is. It's the Trader TV Live campus now available. We've taken $10, we told you, on Tesla. Looks like it might be finally breaking a little lower. So this could even be a good short area here as well, 406.50. So we're just gonna get, you know what, now that I see that, I'm gonna get another piece out. And this is part of what we talk about, the mental aspect, right? Just because I'm long doesn't mean I'm gonna stay long forever. We can switch it up right there again. The only long that, I mean, we missed the TQs, that's obvious. And then Nvidia, I wanted the long, but, you know, again, too obsessed with, and to be obsessed with a stock that's the #1 P&L and just crush for me is fine. But we do miss Nvidia and the TQQs. And then we focused on the short on silver, which was wrong. So, all right, man, it's 10:47. We'll get what's for lunch. Neil saw it yesterday, and he told me I'm going to be, it's going to be a fun one. So I'm excited for it.
No, that's not what I said at all.
Well, yeah, you said it would be interesting or something.
Yeah, but it was the face I was making while I was doing it.
Yeah, a fun face.
I was trying to
do the face now so everyone can see it. There we go. See, there you go. So
that's a sarcastic smile.
We'll see what it is, man. You're going to get what's for lunch coming up. We've got to go over to Adara. I don't think it's Money Talks yet, is it? Or you just got an update. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, here's Fortinet, FTNT on watch. I am seeing a report from a website called hackread.com saying that apparently, according to Amazon Intel, a low-skill Russian hacker used commercial AI tools to breach hundreds of FortiGate devices worldwide. So again, FTNT reported, and I guess at this point, speculative AI breach here for FTNT. If I get more details or any confirmation, I'll let you know. Back to you.
We appreciate it, Dara. Well, I'll let you know when silver stops going up because it's not. It's continuing to go higher. I actually look at the open. You're looking at what you're looking at. So I bet the last couple of days has always been something I look at the open. Obviously, XLF was a bit more of a concern for me, but at the bottom of the list was silver at a 78 long. The thing about that is your chance at 9:30 to have gotten the 78 long was for maybe, I don't know, a fraction of a second. There's one little wick that challenges 78, not 98, 78, that challenged it and then immediately to the upside. So it's still trying to battle this trend line, but it's all green going in. So I can just watch it ride this trend line up. If there's never a turn, like this channel is now, it's like a really tight channel on the 3-minute. If it breaks it down, it would just be short, give it to the prior bar high on SLV. I'm gonna save. That's another thing. Good thing about P8 is I can save my trend lines. Hey, they show up on my 15-minute as well. So I use a 3-minute, a 15-minute, a daily. Yeah. In my intraday charts, it'll save, and that's another part of the academy is that you're able to use and train on the platform that we use as well, which is P8, which is fantastic. Nvidia just looks like it broke. No, well, 92s. Hey, reminder on Nvidia. They report tomorrow. If you don't know, you should know. They report tomorrow after the bell. 194. Once, multiple times at 93, and then back here it's failed the 94 level. It has been a brick wall of sellers for quite some time at that price. I don't think anything necessarily changes. If it gets up there, I would think of it as a fade. And then AMD, which was the bell of everyone's ball for like at least, I don't know, a half hour in the pre-market. Yeah, not really. 3 candles in the pre-market, that was about it, and then a little bit of a bounce. It does fail that volume-weighted average price, so still kind of working on a downtrend from the pre-market here on AMD. But it's either XLF or SLV, and I feel like SLV is the trend break that I'm waiting for my next execution here. Strong day for them, which is interesting because the market's bouncing. I'm not a huge believer that silver holds an uptrend into the market strength, right? Like if it's supposed to be turmoil, causes people to fly to safety, I don't think this holds on forever.
Yeah, no, same right here. I mean, that's why we had it figured out there. All right, man, that's end of a trade, man. We can go the face slapper right there as Tesla breaks 406. I mean, we had very small piece left on that one, and there it goes. We have even talked about the short there in silver. So props up to anybody that got that little tidbit from me there as it was breaking. And we were just getting out, noticing that that shelf was a problem. We gave our last 5% a little bit of a run there, and we cash out. But there it is, man. The short just hits again, $10 on Tesla. Not too shabby there. And that's basically my whole day. We'll give back a little bit on SLV and Tesla. So 2 trades for me today and 2 really clean trades. Thank you there, Mr. Joseph Options over there. Looking sharp, man. This guy, I'm trying to get my vest game going there, but Joe is killing it right here. And then Sharif acting like it's summer over here with his...
which it most certainly is not.
With his short sleeves going on over here. All right, money talks, then it's going to be what's for lunch.
I know what's for lunch potentially here in the DXY, and that would be a breakout. We have yesterday relatively flat session. Today, right now, green, and I mean that 98 tens more or less level from Thursday and Friday certainly could come back into play. Currently trading around 97.9 for that US dollar. We did have some economic data coming through at 10 a.m. CB consumer confidence 91.2, decently above that forecast of 87.1. Wholesale sales above estimates as well, though Richmond Fed Composite Index -10, that would be below the forecast of -5. Tons of Fed speak on deck. We already got most of it at this point. We had Fed's Cook and Fed's Waller both talking about AI. Fed's Goolsbee saying that he doesn't think, I guess he does think there's like fairly steady labor here, right? So some of these labor concerns being downplayed a bit by Fed's Goolsbee. But at 3:15 p.m., guys, right fresh into power hour, we're going to be having Fed's Barkin and Fed's Collin coming out here. So stay tuned, 3:15 p.m. More Fed talk on watch. We've already had the vast majority of the Fed in terms of economic data. We're not going to get too much of it until Friday when we get those PPI prints. Back to you.
Lots of Fed speak today. And then actually not after the bell, into the closing bell, we get a couple more. That's just how it's going to be. So silver with the first trend break of the day. Well, it broke a downtrend to go to the upside pretty much at the open, but finally broke that trend line. We'll play it back into VWAP. In the prior bar ends up being the high, so it's kind of easy. You just sort of give it to the high watermark. AMD still doing the same thing. XLF is the only other name right now that looks like a potential reentry. Something going on in XLF. I'm going to show you on the 15-minute chart here. It's got a pretty nice, it's obviously a very volatile name, but if you go this low or high, it could, if it breaks trend, it's holding yesterday's low. I know I said I wasn't bearish enough on this name, but I got to respect it. If it's able to break above 50, 60, then on the 15-minute, that would be puts for the short until about 51. If it holds and confirms the trend on the 15-minute, then that can be an entry into the south side for XLF. But it's now on the higher time frame that I got to look for the financials. And ultimately, it's been not very good. I look at JP Morgan actually doing worse than the group, which is worth keeping in mind, but it's also threatening a bit of a breakout locally. That's not the right moment to jump in when you're getting that reversal pattern for the break to the upside.
All right, so good question here. Where is my head on BBAI? I was just going to try to find out. I thought their report is
March 2nd
coming
3rd?
up. Yeah, it's March. It's confirmed for March 2nd.
Next week.
So we're a little ways for Big Bear AI, and then Palantir, we're already through it. So yeah, I mean, you know, I didn't average in at all to this, so I'm still stuck long. I'm long at 420, and we were long at 420 during this whole move up, and I don't want to buy anything ahead of earnings. That's all. Like, we've seen some great stocks like Palantir, which was the other part of the question, that came out with a monster earnings report. There was nothing wrong in that report. You go back and look at it, and you find me the mistake that Palantir has, and you know, we'll see if it should be down 40%. But I don't, you know, as a lot of this, like we saw IBM get crushed. You know, we're seeing Palantir get hit. As again, like, there's a lot of worry that some of these, you know, platforms that a name like BBAI with some of their heat sensors and you know, scanning equipment and all that, you know, can this get replicated by other competitors easily now with the way that you can format. Even talk about those Mac Minis. Like people are literally trying to duplicate things and run off of platforms where you don't need these software as a service kind of plays. I believe Big Bear AI and Palantir, both with what they have there, their foundries and the systems that they're locked into, the contracts that they have. I know they just take data and work with it, right? I mean, and that's part of the problem is what people think about that space. But you got to get the contract. Like they have government contracts that aren't going anywhere, Palantir, as with Big Bear AI. So I just think once the dust settles on the IGV and on these software names, that a name like Palantir does rocket back up to the upside. But I'm not buying any dips, man. I really think that I want to wait. I actually would love to be in cash, and I'm not. So I think it's a little too late to sell it right now. So I'm going to have to hold on to some Big Bear AI and some Palantir. But I will push the button on Big Bear. If Big Bear can show any kind of profitability, the stock will moon. But if they do that, I'll buy it almost regardless. So we'll wait for some Big Bear AI. I do believe in that. I don't believe potentially in what's happening for lunch today based on Neil's reaction. So we're going to call it up right now. And I've already seen it. Today, it's a Canadian flag. So this is the thing. And you're going to understand why. Because it's maple glazed farmed tilapia. So right there, maple glazed tilapia today.
I like one part of that.
So for me, it's an easy one, man. This is always me when this is what it is. It's a puff pass on the tilapia. I got salmon. I think some of the guys, I think Joe gets a salmon over there. Neil and Brennan still rolling with tilapia. And I hope it's going to be good. I mean, I really think.
Well, the teriyaki has been okay.
Yeah.
So maple, like I'm down with anything.
I actually really used to like the tilapia, and then all of a sudden they tried to do sushi tilapia one day, and that was not my favorite.
That's not what you're looking for.
Roasted seasoned vegetables, that seems pretty Canadian to me. With garlic mashed potatoes, again, pretty Canadian to me. And if our chef is Canadian, it is Chef's Choice salad. So we say, "Oh Canada" today for maple glazed tilapia with roasted seasoned veg. Maybe my salmon will have a little sprinkle on there, but hey, guys.
It'll probably be the maple as well.
Yeah, I hope so anyways. Remember last time it was that green stuff there. So yeah, it should be good, man. I hope it's good, and I'm sure it will
stuff?
be.
Yeah.
I could get back onto if the tilapia is cooked well, I get right back onto that front right now. It was hard-boiled eggs, so today as well.
I mean, come on, Adam.
That's what I'm saying.
You may as well eat battery acid.
That's why I switched my guy. Right there. I think battery acid is probably a little worse.
Probably.
There, I don't know.
Like, we're not trying to kill Pennywise here.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know exactly what's going on. Shout out there. What's up, Bond? There was that going on, the 007 there, N64, man, the best video game of all time. 007 for N64.
That's taking it.
Find a better one. I mean, honestly. I think Mario Kart's fun to play with a lot of friends, but that really takes us back.
There were a lot of Friday night.
GoldenEye.
GoldenEye. That was the jam.
Those were the jam.
You just can't use. You know what's up, man.
Running to Blockbuster.
Couple dudes you're not supposed to. Baron Samdi would be legit. Blockbuster for extra controller. Now nobody knows what we're talking about. Blockbuster was the jam back in the day.
1 minute left. You can get this academy all day long. Sharif's going to be talking about it. Joe's going to be talking about it. It's exactly the way they learned. It's the way we learned. We're going to be adding some options aspects into that academy as well. Make sure you scan that QR code today. It's an introductory offer, Sharif. It's $480. I mean, can't beat that. Grab that there. You got 3 months of unlimited access into the academy. The software is all there. 60+ lessons. Exclusive software. So not only can you get into the $10 club today, you also have exclusive membership into the academy. So get over there, hit that QR code. Let's get ready to rock and roll with Trader TV Live. Today is the day we've been waiting for. We want to thank everybody for scanning that QR code. You guys scanned it too much. It broke it. You got to go to tradertv.live right now. Well, that QR code will work. We're really excited for the participation.
Super easy to find. Just go to tradertv.live. It's super easy to find. So I know the QR code and the link sometimes not working, but you can find out everything you need to know and sign up today. We'll be talking about it and answering questions about it all day long. For now, we're going to go get the most Canadian meal of all time, apparently. Not really.
Now, ribs. I think ribs would be.
Poutine.
Poutine's not really a meal.
Poutine, yeah, but poutine is a meal.
You can eat it as a meal, but
you can eat poutine as a meal.
you could, but it's like you could eat loaded fries as a meal.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's not a healthy meal. It's not a
a
complete meal, but it's definitely
it's
definitely a meal.
Come on, Sharif over there.
Sharif is having some
This
issues.
guy really
with
wants
his
us to owe us some time over here. He's panicking. He's got to get
He's
the mic going.
panicking.
He was doing the academy, now he's panicking. So yeah, we're ready to rock and roll momentarily.
He's doing curls with the microphone.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing the curl.
All right, he's locked and loaded, ready to go. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Don't forget, sign up for the academy. Listen to Joey Options and the professor right now. Peace.
大家好，他的是 Joseph， 他的名字是 Joseph， 我叫 Sharif， 很高兴认识你，美国人。Oh, there we go. I did the entire thing in Mandarin. There we go. Now we're gonna get clipped. Yeah.
Nice, man.
Yeah, there we go, bro.
I understood most of it, too.
You understood most of it. That's crazy. What's going on, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. There is a whole bunch going on this morning. There's a lot of small cap gappers moving here in the morning. But before we get to that, let's see what our boy Joey Options has been trading this morning.
Oh, yeah? We're going to hop right into things?
Yeah, let's
All right,
do it,
man. Let's do it. Aside from that, guys, silver short one attempt, and then it was see you later on that one, essentially. It couldn't break this level, and I'm like, oh no, like this is not good, and it's going to continue to rip, in my opinion. So we got out right at a pretty good time. I was just reading this, and then the volume slowly started to kick in. All right, moving forward, NVO, not trading this very well here today, but that's all right. We're not going to complain about it whatsoever. Short, wanted to get short up here. I'm like, man, this thing is going to be a continuous bleed. Yesterday's daily showing relative weakness at the close as well. And then we get squeezed out. And then another attempt. I'm like, okay, we're starting to pick up volume here, guys. Let's get involved and let's see if this this breakdown is going to be sustained and no aggressive pullback. But that wasn't the case. So we go 0 for 2 on NVO and we go 0 for 1 on SLV. But moving forward, let's head over to AMD. Katina Man and I were like, hey, let's short this thing this morning. And first thing, as soon as Sharif's like, AMD's up 10%. I'm like, okay, just fade that pop. Yeah, fade that pop. But that wasn't necessarily the case because shortly after the open, I seen a strong move to the downside and then some indecision prints across the board. And I'm like, okay, let's get involved. So I push this here, and then I do get stopped out of the majority. But it was a decent sized win. This is AMDL, 2x leverage. And then I'm like, okay, if we're not gonna, if this breakout isn't gonna be sustained, let's fade it. And then I took a little scalp and I'm like, you know what? I don't like this either. So a little hesitation, but what I have been patient for is waiting for pullbacks and waiting for key support levels to where I can increase my risk to reward ratio. And then that's what gets me involved with this position right here at 30.50. We're now about 20 cents or so in the money. Let's see if we can get this move back up to the volume weighted average price. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't mind adding a little bit of shares. We have these trend lines drawn, and if they break, then that's fine. But my primary target is going to be the volume weighted average price. So these are the 4 names that I'm looking at here today. The TQQQs, NVO, which looks like it's going to continue its slide, silver, and AMD. Sean has his sticky note. We got the notepad. Wayner does his thing. And someone said it in the chat yesterday, it's just formulating in your brain. Everybody has their own method to do so, whether it be a couple of words on a sticky note, lines on a paragraph, or typing in your Notion. Preparation is everything, because if you believe that you're gonna wake up in the morning, go to your computer and your boxers and hit a couple keys and make money and extract money from this market, you're wrong. So the best place to learn a process is from individuals who are doing on a daily basis. That's Sean. That's the people to the right of me, and that's Wayner, which you can check out at the Trader TV Live.
Absolutely, guys. In case you're wondering what we are talking about, the campus program is now live. We're super pumped about it. It's literally everything that we went through as traders. I remember when I came here initially, it was May, I think 2nd or 3rd, 2022, and we got right into it. I'll never forget the floor manager at the time, Greg McEwen. You know, he took us through this whole thing. It was, I mean, you come here thinking that you know a lot too, and you really don't, right? You know as much as you were able to learn at home. And that's basically, it feels it's quite limiting. And when you come on the floor, you see exactly how everybody else is trading, all the different methodologies, and all the different nuances, the technical nuances that you didn't know. And more pleased I could not be with that decision to have made that choice. So if you guys are interested in that, it is super easy. It is literally tradertv.live and then /sign up. So here is the URL. Let's just show them Assassino if we can. Right there. TraderTV. Well, you can just go to tradertv.live /sign up, but you can go tradertv.academy. I'm sure you guys have all received the email as well. If you're subscribed to our morning note, it is in your inbox. So we'll be talking more about that. We'll be showing you some behind the scenes content as well as the show goes on. But for now, Assassino, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about some of these small cap gappers. And we have a halter, baby. There is a halter amongst us, and it goes by the ticker ANAP. We're calling this one ANPA, all right? And ANPA has been having a bit of an aggressive move. Last, it just got into the high of the day. How many halts? 1, 2, 3. 3 halts so far. Okay, 2 up, 1 down. Not bad. It's since slowed down a bit in its ascent. It hasn't done a whole lot of volume. Okay, it's $15 stock or thereabouts, and we're talking about less than 1.5 million shares traded on the day. I'm assuming that was because it was halting to no end initially, but it hasn't halted, I don't think, for a while. Let's see exactly how long that it's been. The up halt happened last at 10:12, so almost an hour now of no halting. In any event, it's holding structure. It's putting in higher lows. It's generally finding support at around the 10 EMA on the 5 or VWAP. It just got back into that 1550 area. It is a 1588 high of day, and it is up 86 and a fifth %. So AMPA will certainly be in focus for me. I'm going to be looking to see whether it can hold that double top at 1475. That is my bias for an initial area of resistance, now looking to act as support. So AMPA in focus here. We're going to try to be doing it live on this one. And there it goes into 1569. There's 77s. Now it is a new high of day on AMPA. It is all gas, no brakes on this one. $16 high day. We're talking about 1475, 1634 high of day. This one looks like it's going to halt here. Halt parameter 1637. You'll always be able to see it on the level 2 side for the halt. For the limit up, it's going to be on the right side of the level 2. Limit down will be on the left. 1637 limit up, but that will probably adjust as a timer resets on that 10% limit up. So 1634 high of day coming back down into 1570. We're going to be looking to do it live on this one. EDSA, much slower of a mover. Pardon me, I don't know what the hell I just did there. Yeah, EDSA, much slower of a mover, but up a respectable amount, 44 or 43.5%. This one is also holding structure. Moreover, I like this upward tilt. So that means right away, that's higher low situation going on over here. It looks like it's finding a lot of resistance at the third of a dollar. You know, not a typical area where you look for key areas of resistance and support. Usually those are the half and the whole, but in any event, looks like there is the top end of the range of this bull flag at the third of a dollar with a $1.35 high. $1.23 is the volume weighted average price, and about a little bit higher than a $0.25. Looks like 126 is the 10 EMA on the 5. RIME has been in focus for a number of days. Today, finally getting a good move back up about 24, 23 and a third %. It is bull flagging here, but I dislike the declining volume profile, very pronounced declining volume profile. What I do like, though, is the structure. I like the bull flag. I will not be using VWAP here as a key area of resistance and support, mainly because it is a line of best fit as opposed to any area of resistance or support. What I do see, though, is a pretty defined range. It looks to be 220-ish. Okay, that goes down to 215-ish, but 220-ish as an area of support with that 240-ish as an area of resistance. If that is your bias, it is mine. I will be looking to build a position towards the lower end of the range as a long to try, you know, either to play it as a range so long as it's continuing to show itself as a range trade. And then, as always, holding a piece for that dang dream where we can take out that 250 high. That is the high of the day. That's RIME. LRMR. You know, this looking kind of double top-ish over here with a $4 resistance level. We've got some action below VWAP. We've got some action above it. Let's cut the crap. This thing loses 3.5. I'm looking over to Neil, and if I need shorts for this one, I'm going to check to see if it's free for shorts, but I'm going to likely short this one. It loses 3.5. I'm taking this one down, maybe wherever, I don't know, to the depths of hell from which it came, 280, 285. Then in the Ville of Green, 2750 high, barely even looking back at that 10 EMA. It's like, you're not even good enough for me anymore, man. I'm just doing my thing up here, my boy. 2750 high. It hasn't touched the 10 EMA, I don't think, since basically that 935 candle. It's been coming into some key areas of support, but it doesn't quite make it down into the 10 EMA. Levels on this are as follows. 26 1/3, 10 EMA, 2475, the volume weighted average price. We're going to be looking at that one. Some slower movers, but some, I don't want to call these former convicts, but, they're recent runners. IBRX has been showing up on our scanner almost every day, saving except for a few. And today it's above. I did get above yesterday's high, albeit by cents. So yesterday's high was 11 on the dot. Today it gets up to 11.12, but it does have a higher low. Okay, a substantially higher low. So IBRX, I'd be looking, again, something off the 10 EMA. It looks to be shadowing that level. It loses the 10 EMA. I'd be looking at 1075. That's the double top at the implied balance open. Below that, we can have a discussion about that later. IOVA, this is the worst of the bunch, but I kept it on there because it clearly has a higher low trend. Okay, so if it's going to continue to hold that higher low trend, we can get involved. But if it fails, we can look the other way. We could look short here, 355 volume weighted average price. And then prior area low, we're looking at around 340. So IOVA also in focus. Did I cover all these? And then CVLT, last but not least, Joey, sorry. CVLT, this is the worst of the bunch, and this one may lose its spot on the side chart momentarily. 227 high. It looks like it's coming down in the VWAP, but it's an unbroken lower high situation since we put that high at 945. It can't catch a bid, and it won't catch a long for me unless it does, Joey. So those are the ones that I'm keeping my eye out on here, with a decided bias in terms of, a big winner for AMPA, just because of how it's trading on the day. I do like the look of Rhymes Jib here as a range trade, and then possibly taking it for a breakout, and then BNAI. Who can complain about that?
Who's going to complain about that, buddy? That one there, my brother. Getting some love in the chat from Florida, to you, Sharif. Florida man, transplant.
My man.
Sending some love your way, both our way. Yeah, much appreciated, brother. Goes a long way. So, man, we're sitting in this AMDL trade here. You're not going to see anything on the board just yet. I have to make a transaction. But I'm trying to Deontay Wilder this into the volume weighted average price. I'm trying to think of another name, but he's probably the most diamond hand individual. Where's my boy Katina, man? He's got diamond hands too, but we can't hit that one. There he is.
Quick with it, eh?
Think twice. He's quick with it. Yeah, he's quick with it. But no, we're sitting in this AMDL, guys, looking for that move back to VWAP as the market is putting in a new high of the day. And then we have Nvidia.
Joey, you got to log in, brother. I love you, but you got to log in.
Okay, if that's the only way I get the love. All right, so we're logged in, man. Did you hear anything? Are we going to Adara?
No, we got to do the read.
All right, that's good, man.
Read,
so there we go, Joey. Thanks. Yeah, I'm logged in now, guys. So hopefully this AMD trade will start going for us now, considering. But in all seriousness, a nice bounce off of specific zones. All right, okay, we're going to Sharif here, but we're holding up on this trend line.
Sorry, brother. Everyone, the wait is absolutely over. We are now live at TraderTV.Academy. We've done the work to get the platform ready, so now it's your turn to step inside. It's time for you to no longer just watch us trade, but to learn the foundation we built everything on. You need to scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or visit TraderTV.Academy immediately, like right now, to get started, guys. Thank you.
All right, yeah, so go and, guys, just literally grab your phone. I know 90% of you are holding your phone right now, and just scan that QR code and just check what you got going on.
Check it out.
I'm long AMD, but see, the thing is, Los, what I'm looking at right here is that we don't got too much strength right now. And if we start to slowly curl over, that's why I have these trend lines drawn out, because as soon as they're breached, I'm going to get out of dodge, right? So if we get anything opening on the backside of this trend, and you can see that we're running into some resistance zones. If you ask me, 1 minute time frame, 2 minute time frame, this might be a potential head and shoulders. The only thing that's keeping me in this trade right now is the holding of this trend line. And I don't like how we continuously reject this 216 mark. With that being said, you know what we have to do? All right, it's routine. It's the same thing over. You want to find something that's repeatable. Let's pull up AMD on the options chain and see what we got going on. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an increase in activity. Let's head over to. Why does it always do that? Weekly. No, that's March. Like, why do you got to make my life complicated?
Oh boy. What happened, Joe?
Nothing. It just always does this thing on AMD for some reason. It just always doesn't allow me to see certain expiration cycles just on AMD for some reason. So anyways, let me kind of figure this out. Where are we? There we go. We got it. Bang. All right, so let's see what we got going on this week's expiration, especially at that 215, 216 mark. And I'm not seeing anything, but at 215, we do have a lot of activity here, guys, right? So from a volume standpoint, that's going to be the most on this week's expiration cycle. And then considering so, it's going to be up there in the open interest. But that's not a substantial amount. 210, we're already north of that zone. So I can see us kind of grinding a little bit higher. But again, I have to keep an eye on this trend line because if it breaks, that's going to be my green light to get out of this trade. And if we can get this pop, there you go. We need buyers to start to step in. We're up 14.5% here on AMDL, but this 1370 level is acting like a complete defense wall. So we have to keep an eye out on that one. Other than that, I'm not going to be shorting silver. We're going to be looking for a continuation to the long side there, brother.
Sorry, just give me a second.
Yeah,
I'm just throwing in some
absolutely,
orders.
absolutely.
Sorry. Yeah.
I'm not going to get an ad at this point, considering we're just really treading a thin line. We'll draw our trend line because we've seen it on other charts, but let's throw it up here as well and see what we got going on. As soon as we breach that 1361 level, I'll have to take the small W that it's going to be. Regardless, we got a primary target. It's either feast or famine on this one here, guys. And we started 0 for 2 on NVO. I mean, it was sliding a little bit. This would have been a nice trade down to 40s, but that hasn't been the case. I wanted to get in up here, but hesitation nation, no hydration nation on that one there, Katina, man, as that one didn't work out. And we got out of silver to the short side at the exact same time, at the right time. So there's plenty of session left. I'm not worried about it whatsoever. Sharif had a good comeback last week. So, yeah, I mean, anything's in the books. The volatility, I wouldn't say is in, but a nice steady uptrend in the overall market is there, guys.
All right, guys, let's say hello. Thank you, Lemon Family. T-Mass saying LAC, Lithium America. Let's take a look at LAC, see what's going on with that. He says low volume, though. Okay, let's take a look, see if the chart pattern is any good. That's the weekly, pardon me. Let me flip to the 5. Yeah, okay, chart pattern's good, volume is low. So you're bang on with that. Look, it's not low, it's about 5 million shares, 4.91, but it's a very clear declining volume profile. You can kind of see, especially on the black charts, you can really kind of get to see when the volume is sparse because the candles look a certain way, right? So I want to say, what's the high of the day on this monster? It's not loading up. Give me a sec just to adjust that. LAC, the high of the day, still not showing me, but looks like it's 489, give or take. Not a bad look. I mean, I give it the doji candle low. If you're going to get in here, you're going to punch in at the highs. There's that doji candle at 5, the 1105 candle, the low of which is 482. You're showing 85. I'd lock it in, keep it nice and tight there, and let me know how that goes. LAC, I'm seeing MP up as well. Then that means probably some others are up, so keep your eye out on that. I'm looking at getting in here to AMPA. I just pulled into the 10 EMA. I just tried a trade on this one, and it was a no good, so we're going to give this one a try as well. We got 34s. I'd like to give it to a skosh below 14. Oh, there it's going. Into 60 it goes. Let's wet the beak here. Let's put some orders there a little bit higher on this monster. See if we can get something possibly in and around 15. There's the first beak wetter there. Not a bad look. Let's put some a little bit higher, possibly right around that 15 area, showing me 75s now, 79. We're in at 35. We're looking for continuation. There's 78. There's 83. Okay, good look, good look. We're making some money back now, okay. There we go. Let's take some off. There we go. Into 80s. Looking for the move. I appreciate you, Katina, man. I love when he's here, bro. He's good vibes. Here we go. So we're looking for that move into 15. We've got a nice hammer candle that formed off the 10 EMA. But guess what?
What?
This hand... This hammer candle is still red, Joseph Options. So let's not get too excited too quickly, right? The hammer candle is red. It's still got a lower high. It's still got a lower low than the prior candle. So we'll wet the beak here. We'll do some damage control on the prior L on this one, and we'll look for continuation. But it's still putting in lower highs. So yeah, don't try to catch a falling knife. I'm just trying to give myself room here, so if this one does move above 15, I can take some profit takers. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to have a tight stop right below my entry. That way we can kind of limit some of the damage here on this one. But there it goes into 88s now. It is now 90s, 15 showing up, looking for the move here. We're looking for the move above 15. Let's go ahead and wait. North of 15, we're going to hang out at the $0.25. There's a seller here. There's 15.12s. Okay, now we're looking for the move into the $0.25. Let's go, IMPA. This is a multiple halter, so be on the lookout here. It can go both ways. Not like that, of course. But you know exactly what I mean by that. So we're going to pack the patience here, Joey. We've unloaded the clip, and we've substantially cut down the loss that we started out with. So we'll keep an eye out on this one, and we'll look to do it live. But I also want to mention EDSA, guys. EDSA is making a move here. It's making a big move into $1.40. It's a very nice flat top break, I want to say, above that 135. That was my bias, that 135 level, it takes that out with a big green candle. I'm talking about this green candle here, bottom right of your screen. It is a 140 high, and it's looking for more. Okay, so EDSA definitely looking for that move back into 135. 135 to 130 to 135, just so that we can retest that breakout level. That's what I'm looking for there, and we're gonna try to get in some. Should that let me? Nice bull flag on LRMR, says City Boy. Okay, sounds good. 1 second, Assassino, and then Rook Sharif. The professional auctioneer, you got the number thing down. Yeah, that's what I've been told, brother. All right. We have an interview coming up, Assassino. So let's get that done.
Yes, we do. We're going to be welcoming here Raghav Mehta with Global X ETFs. Thank you so much for being here today. That is Raghav Mehta, Vice President and ETF Strategist at Global X ETF. Thank you for being here with us today. How are you doing?
So I'm going up.
Thank you, Adara, for having me. I'm doing well, doing great. Thanks very much for those who've tuned in. I hope you can all hear me loud and clear. The tech is working. Just wanted to check.
Yeah, you sound perfect, at least from my end. We're going to start here by talking about gold. So what's your near-term view on gold, and how can Beta Pro users capitalize on its most recent volatility?
Perfect. So if I talk about gold, if I compare the long-term versus the near-term view for gold prices, they're telling me two different stories, two different pictures. But back to the near-term view on gold, the market's running too hot. You look at the momentum that is stretched. The valuations for gold look to be stretched over the near-term, the short-term time period. If I talk about three leading market indicators over the last 6 months, it's three ratios on the screen to the left. Gold prices divided by the S&P 500 equities index level. Number two is gold relative to the broad commodity basket index as well. Number three, last but not the least, gold relative to the 5-year moving average. All three ratios are kind of peaking. They've stretched. And that tells me that the gold prices are kind of overbought in the near term. And when that happens, you look at the moving averages, the price of gold is currently significantly above the 20-day, the 50-day, and the 200-day moving average. When that happens, the market looks really stretched. And with all the rally that we've seen recently for the gold price over the last couple of months, or the last 1 year as well, gold has peaked. And when you see a peak, there's always that risk of a downside correction or a bit of a pullback. And that's a perfect opportunity for short-term speculative traders, the sophisticated traders who might want to step into the market right now to get that short exposure. They might want to express that bearish directional view in the price of the gold in the short term or the near term itself. And when it comes to short selling, it's never been this operationally easy to express that bearish directional view in the gold markets right now with these inverse leverage ETFs. If you go on our website, betapro.ca, we've got the inverse 2x daily bear ETF for gold bullion. The ticker is GLDD. That spells for GLD and down, gold and down. Again, if you buy that product, you get that short exposure to the price of gold, but at the same time, it's 2x the leverage, 200% leverage. So for example, if gold prices drop by 1% in a trading day, you're up 2% before fees and expenses within that trading day. And similarly, let's say if gold prices drop 2%, you're up 4% within that trading day before fees and expenses for that particular day. And the best part is you not only get the short exposure, as I said earlier, but you also get that leverage without opening a margin account or without borrowing on margin with these ETFs. And the best part is these ETFs rebalance daily. You know, we readjust our positions daily when we are running the funds at Global X or at Beta Pro to make sure that we maintain the target objectives of the fund itself in terms of the short exposure and the gold pricing. And the best part is when you go short and you get that leverage, you cannot lose more than what you own, or you cannot lose more than your principal value that's invested in this position for gold.
So with that in mind, let's move on here to the longer-term view on gold. How do you view the fundamentals of gold in the long term, and what's your longer-term outlook on this asset?
Sure. So as I said earlier, if I talk about the long term, it's telling me a different story. You look at the long-term outlook, that is still constructive. The fundamentals are still supportive. Central banks are still buying gold. You still see that demand that's rampant from the central banks. At the same time, you are seeing this view of de-dollarization, or sort of like a dollar alternative that most of these central banks are looking for nowadays, and that is gold, right? So with gold, you get that inflation hedge. At the same time, it's a hedge against geopolitical risks and trade wars, tariff threats, economic uncertainty. So all in all, we see that as a bullish sign for gold. You know, there's more demand than the supply that's on the planet Earth right now for gold. At the same time, if I go back to that, the foreign reserves for the global central banks combined, it's the first time since 1996 when we are seeing the central banks collectively holding more gold than U.S. treasuries or the U.S. dollar itself. So last year, 2025, was that inflection point. And we have seen that shift away, or a rotation away from U.S. treasuries into a more tangible real asset that we call gold. As a result, all of that is very constructive, very supportive for the price of gold. And when that happens, tactical traders, sophisticated traders might want to express that longer-term bullish view on gold. So with that, we have these leverage ETFs. The ticker is GLDU, which stands for gold and up. So it's the daily 2x bull ETF, which gives you that exposure to gold bullion. And you get that long position along with that 200% leverage in the market. So let's say gold prices rally by 1% in a trading day, that ETF will be up 2% in that trading day before fees and expenses. And again, you can get that leverage without opening your margin accounts or without borrowing on the margin.
Yeah, that makes sense. GLDU up and then GLDD for down. So two different ways to play this. Now let's move beyond the metals in and of themselves. How are you viewing gold miners and gold producers in the climate that we're currently in?
So if I go back in time, 2025, you look at how the gold miners fared, that was the best trade that we saw in the markets. One of the best trading ideas were a long position on these gold miners, depending upon which mining stock you look at, whether it's Agnico Eagle, Newmont, Barrick Gold, BHP. Collectively, the miners were up more than 150%. But even after this rally that we're seeing, or we've seen recently with gold miners, the miners are still trading below their 5-year average prices in terms of the multiples and the valuations. At the same time, if you cover the sector, our research suggests that even if gold prices come down to, let's say, the 4,000 level, they're still high enough for the gold miners to see a 28 to 30% earnings growth that's priced into the markets for year 2026 and beyond. At the same time, because of that, the fundamentals look really sharp, really strong. You look at the earnings guidance and the earnings estimates. Most of these miners have recently raised their earnings guidance, and they've also raised the earnings estimates at the same time. So with even a 1% move up in the price of gold, that creates a disproportionately large jump in the earnings for these mining stocks. And what that does is that creates an astronomical move upwards for these gold miners. So again, tactical traders might express or interpret this as a longer-term bullish view. So again, if they want to express that view or make a directional bullish bet in the miners, we have the GDXU ETF. You go on our website, betapro.ca, look up this ETF. That's the daily 2x bull Canadian gold producers ETFs. And then that lets you get that long exposure with the 2x leverage baked in into the strategy itself.
Awesome. So let's just wrap up here by talking about silver. Can you tell us about your short-term and then your long-term outlook here on SLV or silver in general?
Perfect, Adara. So silver looks like the markets are still digesting gains after the peaks that we've seen on Jan 26th. That was the date when silver prices rallied, and you saw a bit of a crash. If I look at the three ratios, silver prices divided by the broad commodities basket. Number two, you got silver prices divided by S&P 500, and then silver relative to its 52-week moving average. All three had peaked on Jan 26th, the date, and then the momentum turned bearish when the market crashed. So right now, the silver prices, according to me, are still overstretched, overextended, and we are headed into a neutral, somewhat of a sideways / bearish territory. So again, tactical traders who might want to express that bearish view can step into the market by using our Beta Pro Inverse 2X leverage ETFs. The ticker is SLVD, which stands for silver and down. And again, if you buy that ETF, you get that inverse short exposure to the downside, and along with that, you get that 2x leverage. So if silver prices go down by 1%, you're up by 2% before fees and expenses in that trading day. And again, you can do that without opening up a margin account or borrowing on margin. Your gains are protected to your principal value. You do not lose more than what you own. At the same time, we rebalance the fund daily to maintain its target objectives when it comes to downside and the leverage.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Raghav Mehta, Vice President and ETF Strategist at Global X ETF. Thank you for being here with us today to talk some gold and silver.
Thanks, Adara.
Beta Pro, guys, great interview. Thank you, Raghav, for being on. Great information as well. And obviously, there's a lot of demand for knowledge about gold and silver right now. Raghav, thank you for educating us on that. We appreciate it. And yes, Beta Pro, sophisticated investors. You heard what he said there. So
GLDU and GLDD. Yeah.
There you go.
There, yeah.
All right, Joey, let's get down to work here. MBOT making the move here up into 25%. Your boy's long. I know position board's out. We're in at 52.5, high of day 58. Looking for continuation here. Now that we've cleared 50, my bias was the top end of the range was 50. Alas, the volume is sparse on MBOT, at least for now. Where's it at? For a little bit less than 4.5 million shares on a $2.50 name at about 11.30, a little light, but we're going to give this one the old college try. The levels are as follows. The 10 EMA on the 5 is 51s, and then we've got VWAP at 40s, high day 58, looking for a continuation, possibly into 2/3 of a dollar. But AMPA is losing it and losing it quickly. Thankful, got out of that one, was able to par some losses. Now it has got inverse hammer candle, and it is losing VWAP in a hurry. Here comes 13. VWAP was at 13 2/3, 13.06 candle. It is now a 5 candle red setup here, unabated down below the volume weighted average price. Topping tail candle probably, was a bit of a warning, but we know with the topping tail candles, for the most part, they are not the end all and be all on these small cap gappers because of the intraday profit taking. But AMPA is losing it here, and we need to look at where limit down is, man. Let's have a look at limit down, 12.14 limit down. Low of the candle right now, 1264. Nope, correction, 32s. We're pretty close here to limit down, man. We are about 15 pennies. Let's see if the selling continues down, whether the shorts are going to smell weakness here and really pile in. 1214 limit down still. It's only done about 2.4 million shares on the day, but it's finding a bit of support here, trying to bump this back up above the $0.50. But AMPA is very, very close to losing its spot on the side chart here because it is substantially below the volume weighted average price. So we'll see if that one can set up again. But let's get right down to it, man. Shout out to the individual in the chat that I was shouting him out. He's like, EDSA, EDSA has absolutely made my day. More please for you I could not be, my friend. Too bad I forgot your name. This one is up 63% and on the precipice of taking out the $0.50. It is just glanced at 150, Joseph. There's 149. ETSA is really starting to pick up here, and there's ample amount of shares that have exchanged hands on the day, about 31.25 million. So you're going to find plenty of volume here, and it's a tight spread at a penny. And obviously, you know, for those with smaller accounts, they typically like these kind of stocks because they can take thousands upon thousands of shares with a relatively smaller account. And with these kind of names, because you're up 64, 65% on the day, you're able to make a good return in let's just be honest, intraday, right? A shorter period of time. But always trade these carefully. Just because it's stair-stepping up in an organized way, it doesn't mean that it's going to continue to do that. The bottom can drop off, as we've seen many times with these small cap gappers, just like it's doing down with ETSA. AMPA. AMPA's losing it here, down into 2 1/3. Joey, limit down now. I want to update them. It's no longer 1214. It's 1189. So be careful.
Yes, sir. All right. So that's it. We're all out of AMD there. It's starting to break down. That trend line is cracked. We get out. We had that initial pop, and I'm like, you know what? We're either going to go to VWAP or this is going to be just a liquidity grab, and we're going to fail. And that has been the narrative. So I took some more off. I was sitting on 20% right there, and then sure enough, starting to come back into that break even, and I wouldn't be surprised. It's only a penny or two away. Now it's a penny away from coming back to that level, and I'm completely fine with getting out when we were supposed to. Okay. So that worked out. Small W on that front. AMD has definitely been our better trader here on the session. Nice strong move out of the beginning. We get a little scalp here to the short side, and then we get all out, and then sure enough, we get a nice, stronger, sustained move right here. Unfortunately, we didn't catch the peaks at it, but we're not going to complain about it whatsoever. All right, so moving forward, we have our eyes on the cues. You have silver now dipping into the volume-weighted average price, getting somewhat of a bounce. I was thinking getting a continuation in today's selling, and we noticed that in the pre-market. Yesterday's strong session, you do come and test some of these lows in the pre-market, and I was like, oh, all right, right here at VWAP, let's see if we're going to get that curl over, turtle shell type price action, and then that move and maybe potentially test this specific zone. That wasn't necessarily the case. We're starting to bounce off of VWAP. So go with the flow on silver, and if the narrative on the day is to the long side, I want to stick with that. I don't want to counter trend. I don't want to try to catch a reversal on this name. I want to go with the flow because it's significantly easier, and that's essentially what we were doing here with AMD. Right? AMD, I'm completely fine with our losses on NBO. I'll get to that momentarily. But AMD, what did we have? A strong pre-market move on the Meta news. Okay, that's fine. I have it here in the notes. I'm like, we're either going to get a sustained move, we're going to break through that pre-market high of 226, and then maybe even breach that, or we're going to get a little bit of a selling type price action, and then a rebound that's a little more choppy and less volatile, right? So you can see that move has been steady up and to the right, but we did give some back right out of the gate. So that's what I've been focusing on. And as for NVO, I've got the shorts, but I was 0 for 2 on them. Why am I fine? Because look at the narrative on this name. You zoom out, it is absolutely getting destroyed. And I just want to go with the flow. If I happen to be wrong, that's fine. My timing might be off, which it slightly was, but the overall trend is to the downside, and I want to stick with that and not complicate my life. There's a time and a place when you're looking for those retracement plays, but other than that, the majority of the time, you're going to have it better off, and you're going to feel much better if you are just going with the flow. Yeah, you can get those strong rebound, but why would you want to continuously try to force something against the grain? Okay, it's like swimming. It's like swimming against the current. You don't necessarily want to do that. And the current being the tape. okay? Follow the tape, read what it has to say, and sure enough, you're going to be putting yourself in positions where you're more than likely to win, okay? So silver, back to the top side, running into some pre-market zones. I want to see what Apple is up to. Starting to form somewhat of a bull flag, but we do have some strong moves, strong momentum on that side. Nvidia continuing to climb higher, running into that 193 zone. Amazon, what have you been up to? Steady up and to the right, helping drag the NASDAQ a little bit higher. There's Google, a weak opening drive, but starting to recover right now. And Tesla, what have you been up to? Katina Man, crushing this one this morning. Multiple pullbacks and VWAP bounces. You can see the buying pressure really start to step in at the volume-weighted average price on the 5-minute time frame. Again, you can have your base, you can have your out. You want to give it a little bit south of the support levels, but you're going with the flow. Long end, this may be an additional leg higher, but if you're wrong, at least you're putting yourself in the right place, in my opinion.
There goes ETSA into the high of the day of 157. It's up 75% now, 74 2/3%, and we haven't executed anything on it. It just didn't come into the levels that it's continuing to make higher highs and higher lows. So it didn't come into my levels. I don't execute on it. There it is again into a high at day 160. Very, very strong, very directional, holding structure, very little in the way of bamboozlement. You didn't get much, if at all, prior bar low break. So if you were riding trend with a tight stop below prior bar low, you haven't been forced out yet. ETSA's him right now, topping tail candle forming right now into 160 on the 5, looking for a move back, possibly into 140, 150. We're 10 pennies high day clearing here of that 150 level into 160. So let's see if 150 acts as a level of support. I haven't executed anything on it here yet. I also want to bring your attention to AMPA for those who are inclined to trade these small cap gappers below VWAP. It is putting in a hammer candle here. So what I would say, if it clears the hammer candle and turns green, possibly into 2 4/5, possibly even 13, it could be a possible retracement into the volume weighted average price, which is at 13.55 at the moment, but it's not showing you that right now. It's not got a higher low, but it's also got a lower high. So AMPA not quite ready yet, and it's also lost VWAP, so that needs to be kept in mind. I've worked into a new trade, RIME. I mentioned this one at the top. It seems to me like there is a range here being established with generally 20 pennies, $2.20 as that level of support. It's not a strict level because it breached it on a wick basis, but very little in the way of closing prints below that. And then 240 as resistance. So I took this trade. I'm in at 22s. It's showing me 24s, but it hasn't quite worked up into the volume weighted average price yet at 30s. So that would be my, one of the initial profit targets I'm looking for into that 30 penny level. And then ideally, it gets back into the top end of the range 40. And then maybe even if I'm lucky, into that 50 penny level. But I got to manage my trade here on MBOT because we have multiple resistance levels here for whatever reason at 58, not a level I would have earmarked for an area resistance, but I'll keep my eye out on this one. Back into 57 it goes. Just gonna wet the beak here for, you know what. ETSA coming into the $0.50 as we were thinking, and it's finding support. It's got a bit of a topping tail look right on it right now. Prior bar low is 44. 10 EMA on the 5 is 41. There's a buyer here at 50, and it's very obvious. There's more shares coming on here. Let's give this one to prior bar low, okay? We're gonna give this one to prior bar low. That takes us down, as I mentioned, into 44. We lose on this, we lose. So we'll give it to prior bar low, and we'll see what comes of this trade. I wanna try to ride trend on the strong ones, and very clearly, ETSA is a strong one, Joseph Options. So we're gonna try to do it live. What do we have? We have 52 showing 54. Let's wet the beak here. Let's let the beak as well at 56s, and then possibly even 58s. 60 penny high a day. There is the first print into 55. Let's see if ETSA can take out that 60 penny high a day. There's 56. There's another beak wetter looking for 58s now. We've got nothing at 60. Let's post at 60. Let's post at 62 as well. Some selling coming in though. This is a candle of indecision. It's got higher highs and higher lows, but almost no body to speak of. That's because the opening and closing prints on the current candle are basically just shadowing one another. I got to keep an eye though here. Oops, what did I do? I have to keep an eye. What the hell did I do with my level 2? It went away. I have to keep an eye here on my RIME because it is losing 20. I've tried to strategically place my stop so that I don't get stop hunted. I don't want it to be too close to that 20 penny area, but it does look like it might be heading down now into 18s. I've got 22s on this one. We're going to pause for a second. We got to go to Adara at the big desk.
This headline a couple hours old, but I'm just seeing it circulate on social media starting now. So I do want to mention it. Microsoft announcing a partnership with SpaceX's Starlink to expand internet in rural and hard-to-reach regions. Looks like there was some kind of video call to announce this with Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, and CEO, of course, of SpaceX. That would be Elon Musk. They did some kind of announcement of that. I did look into this. Like I said, not a brand new story, but one that's just starting to get social media traction. Microsoft partnering with Starlink of SpaceX. Back to you.
Let's see what that does for Microsoft here.
Soft one.
Yeah, let's see what Softy's up to. I mean, it's been getting rocked for the past couple of days. Not much crazy going on here on today's intraday session, but a strong recovery. I mean, the 5-minute opening drive relatively weak, and you can see some weakness out of the gate in the pre-market, but you rebound through that and you go through the pre-market highs, and then now you're starting to experience a little bit of a pullback considering yesterday's session wasn't too good now, was it? It wasn't horrible. But aside from that, a nice rebound. Tesla has definitely been one of the stronger performers here today. See, so there it is. Like this VWAP breakup failed. Totally fine. I just believe that if you attempt this, you're putting yourself at the right place. It may not be the right time, but you're going with the flow. You also want to just gauge everything and see how it is. There was some buying pressure stepping in, but let's look at an identical pattern here. And this is where I went wrong, and I just knew. I was like, oh, okay, this isn't too good. I thought we would get a little bit more of a sustained breakout here, and that's going to be on SLV. So we have this indecision print, and there was this specific 5-minute candle that told me, hey, we might be ready to turn around, break through that support level, and then maybe put in a new low. I'm not saying establish a completely new one, but head towards that neck of the woods, giving us a good opportunity. As soon as it breached some of these resistance zones, I was at a dodge. Where's a similar pattern here on NVO? Look at this here. Look at these price action prints right here at the volume weighted average price, and the exact same thing with NVO, and then that's what decided me to get out of this. Let's pull this back here to get our VWAP up so we can see a little bit more clear. And sure enough, you're starting to see these indecision prints. I thought we would get that support level breakdown quicker than what we did, but tight stop with larger size, it wakes you out and then eventually makes that move lower, but totally fine. Just looking at the indecision, allowing each specific candle to tell me their story, to say, hey, which way are we going? Are we gonna be right all the time? Absolutely not. We are fortunate enough to get AMD working for us. We haven't got NVO, nor have we got silver in the past couple of days. And NVO was good yesterday, but silver in the past 2 sessions hasn't been my best trader. And I've just been trying to go with the flow on this name. I'm keeping my eye out on AMD. The trend is now broken, and you can see that the volatility is really starting to compress. All right, so with that being said, you're gonna have to sit through a little bit more chop, which is totally fine if you have the ability to do so. But silver coming back into some specific zones that I like here, Shreve, and I might try to attempt a long if we see the right price action prints at VWAP.
Yeah, interesting here, blog post by Microsoft on that story that Adara just brought us. So it looks like the collaboration with Starlink is kind of twofold here. One, they're looking at using their low Earth orbit satellites to help these kind of community-based deployment models. They're talking about rural areas, agricultural, basically hard to reach communities where traditional ground infrastructure is impractical, but they also have a pilot program in Kenya. Apparently here they're working with local companies to provide about 450 community hubs. We're talking about farmers, cooperatives, digital centers. The goal is to combine satellite internet with digital skills. So interesting look here. Nothing that I would say is really groundbreaking or market moving. I don't see a whole lot of revenue, we'll see. We'll see. Who knows whether that's going to be big for Microsoft or not. But interesting look, and it's good for in my perspective from the SpaceX point of view. Less, a moving story for Microsoft, more for SpaceX. I think the more companies that they can get into bed with, obviously, the more legitimacy they will have. We'll have to wait and see. But can I tell you something? There's political headwinds still here for Elon in Canada. You know that Ontario canceled their Starlink program for the northern community, so they're going to go with fibe. Basically, they're going to
install fiber.
Exactly, and which is a lot more cost inefficient. Extremely. But the politics are what they are at the moment.
So fiber was a big thing in the late teens, or I guess the mid-teens is when they really started installing it.
Talking about Bell and things.
Bell,
Yeah.
and TELUS and all
Yes,
those,
sir.
and the bigger companies. But what I think, Sharif, I think that's a really bad play. Obviously, the animosity between the states, the tariffs, and everything along those lines.
Exactly.
But I think it does more damage in the long run by giving yourself a lagging technology opposed to just constantly with the technology that's growing.
And that's the thing, right?
And
it's not like I see them choosing Kuiper.
No.
You know, it's like they're going for the older technology, right? It's not like, you know.
So yeah, I think that's me there. So I think it's really, again, you want to be stubborn, sure, that's fine, I can understand that. But at the end of the day, it's going to leave you a couple steps behind.
Yeah,
So.
that's what it feels like. Well, we'll obviously wait and see, but I think that's been the decision here for a minute. Big Dougie was on CNN yesterday. He was like, the walls are closing in on President Trump. BRTX. Thank you very much for that, Zen Zombie. Yeah, this is a nice look here. Very aggressive move, and it lost VWAP, and it lost it quite aggressively. I wouldn't have earmarked that 22, 21 and 4/5 area as a support, but it found support there, and it hasn't looked back. On its way to 30 pennies, it's up 49, almost 50%. BRTX is the ticker. Thank you for that one. You know, sub $1, but we won't discriminate too much. I'm gonna switch my CLVT chart into BRTX because chart-wise, this is a lot better, and there's plenty of volume on this one, if I can say so. 112 million shares, but albeit on a 30 penny name. But we'll definitely keep an eye out on this one. BRTX is the ticker there. I'm also still involved, as you can see there, guys, in both RIME and ETSA. I got out of MBOT. MBOT lost the trend. If it sets up a bit better, I'll get back in. But there we go. ETSA into the day high now. What do we have here? We have 52s on ETSA. There's a seller of note at 60, but there's a lot of buying here. I think we're going to reject initially, but there is a lot of selling and a lot of buying at this level. Look at the tape, teleportation. But one way that I look at is to see if any of the size on the gateways is getting eaten up. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There's more coming on. So one of two things you can make an assessment from this. One, it's a hidden seller. It's a very large hidden seller. And number two, there are, for the moment, an equilibrium between buyers and sellers. There's a lot of buy orders coming in, as you can see on the buy side, but equally as many sell orders. No, they killed them, Joey. Up into 162 we go. Let's see if ETSA can get a little bit higher. I'm posted now at 64s. We've got a couple of beak wetters here that have gone printed. Let's go ahead and post up a little bit above that. ETSA looking real good to the tune of 80%. How many shares? Okay, good. We're good on that one. Looking for the move here into the 2/3 of a dollar. That takes us into 66, 67. Let's see if we can get there. If we can get there, then we're going to be looking for 3/4. But there's been aggressive selling at multiple levels, to be expected, of course, on a dollar name. But ETSA, in terms of chart pattern, looking real good. Kind of the exact opposite of RIME. For whatever reason, the spread's opening up on this $2 name, which has done 30 million shares on the day. I just saw a 3 penny spread back into 2. Okay, we're going to keep an eye out on that. We'll come back to that. There goes ETSA, taking out all my orders into 69er. There we go. Now we're posting at 72. Let's see if ETSA can get a little bit higher. It is 169, penny high. We got 52s on this one. The breakout is clean here on ETSA. Let's see if we can get a little bit more, Joey.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, so there goes AMD right back up. There's a couple indecision prints on the lower time frames, and then now we're heading right into key resistance zones, but a steady grind higher. We got a $2 super chat by JKL, shorting the Qs after a run up this AM in tech. All right, man, best of luck to you. Hopefully we'll hit spin this for you momentarily, and then we'll hit this for you as well, too. So we'll just get all those things going as he's engaging to the short side. Speaking of short side, here goes silver breaking through some support levels right at the volume weighted average price. A curl over. I had a small hunch that we were going to curl over at some point. Now this is going to be a key resistance or support zone. If we have one more pop up, fail to establish a new high, then I might be able to engage at the highs using this as my out. And if we breach that, then maybe it's just going to be a sustained move to the top side and a complete recovery on today's intraday session. But AMD, a nice strong move, that's for sure. But one thing to know, guys, this is what I'm looking for specifically, and just going with the flow, is that you can see the strength within the move southeast. And then look at the breadth that we're experiencing. Look at the strength. And we talk about effort and result time and time again. Does that mean that it's not going to fully recover? But no, what is that displaying in my eyes, right? This is how I perceive the market, is that this is relatively weak compared to what we're experiencing in volume starting to step in to the south side. So that's when I look for any forms of indecision, signs of weakness, for that curl over once again, and we can run right into this resistance, this prior support zone, and that can act as resistance, and then we can curl over from that. But thesis can be invalid at the breach of this 79.70 level. So keep an eye out on that. And I like what Hangry Wife was talking about earlier. So we're gonna pull up Microsoft one more time, and they were just bringing out the point is like, hey Joe, yeah, we were talking about Microsoft for quite some time, and the fact that what we were experiencing from a daily perspective after a couple quarters earnings report isn't sustainable. And then sure enough, for quite some time, we were like, hey, I don't care what it is. There was no significant pullback. I'm like, in my short time trading the market, I've seen this too many times. I'm like, I don't think that this is going to be able to be sustained. And sure enough, look what we're experiencing off of this previous high, right? So what we had here is worse on the backside of it, and it's like same with Robinhood. You think that some of these names are untouchable? Well, guess what, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
Everybody in the market can get touched, and that's Robinhood, that's SoFi, that's Palantir.
Oh.
The market will sell, and people will take profits, and the names that you think are going to be the strongest and sustain their strength eventually will get hit for some reason. Why? Because in my opinion, the market will make something up in order to sell it.
I knew that touch comment was going to get the chat
touched.
going.
Yeah, everybody can get touched, man. With the chat saying, yeah, I mean.
Like Red Ginger making me laugh. All right, touch me. All right, now Ginger, we're good. We're good over here. All right, so I took out Rhyme. We're flat on Rhyme. I just didn't like the way that this broke down below the key level. Look, I may have gotten this one wrong, but I'm seeing a downward tilt to the range now. If that's the case, I shouldn't be long if there's a downward tilt. You know, I could reclaim 230. What's up?
No, AMD's going now.
AMD's going, eh? 8%, yeah. It's back. Yeah, it's back. It's moving. Good look there, Joey. BRTX continues to move as well, guys. At 31.20, which is pennies, 31.2 pennies, yeah. Into the high. It's getting a little extended away from the 10 EMA, which is around 28.50. I got a bias if this one comes in a little bit. Maybe it doesn't breach prior bar low, or maybe it does. If it does, you know, I'll be looking for the 10 EMA, but I'm looking here for an entry into BRTX. It's looking good on the day. Did I add this to my side chart? No, I didn't. BRTX, let's go ahead and put that. 52%, 121 million shares. So ample liquidity on this one. And I've said very little about IBRX, and IBRX just continues to do well. Yes, there have been breaches, wick breaches of the 10 EMA, but they've been quickly bought up and they've been followed by newer highs. So right away, when you see a chart pattern that looks like that, to me, it says two things. One, the money fills are between the 10 and the 20. We see that a lot, right? And then number two, if you're putting your stop too closely below or too close to the 10 EMA, then you're likely getting wicked out. And nobody likes to get a wick out and then see, you know, it make a new intraday high. So IBRX is on my radar now. As I mentioned, I'm going to be looking for the money fills. Now, you don't get them often. Like, look at this. One money fill here, 11.15. You get a breach of the 10 EMA, and you just got one right now, 11.55. So they're few and far between, but they are happening. And if they are going to continue in this way, I want to be able to work into it. So IBRX in focus for me. ANPA is crap. IOVA. Okay, this one is looking different here. Now, I worry a little bit. Why? Because we've got a higher low. But what keeps me quite interested is look at this rounding pattern off the volume weighted average price. It's a clean hold of VWAP. That's first and foremost. Number two, you have a 6 candle green setup on the 5. So 6 green candles in a row. And number 3, you're getting that curling pattern. That curling pattern is telling you a story, okay? It is saying to you that the buyers are buying at higher and higher levels on every successive drop or every successive candle. That's pretty good, okay? We're trying to put the odds on our side. Those are the good points. The bad points is we're still suffering from lower highs. So there could be a bit of a cap on this one. But there we go. Here it comes, man, into 375. So IOVA is starting to look real good here. But the Fluffsters is telling me to look at NCI. When the Fluffster tells me to do it, I do it. I don't like this one, Fluffy. Let's show everybody. Her name is Fluffy Hippo, Neil. What do you want? Neil likes your name, Fluffsters. Yeah, so you told me about this one yesterday because I drew this trend line. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like this one, Fluffy, because it's done 1.61 million shares. It's a $6 name, mind you. That's an aggressive drop from 760 down to 584. Jeez Louise. It's still negative on the day. I think it got to about 695, 694. And we go positive. But this one is not for me, Fluffy. But I hope you print on it in any event. Just say keep your eye on it. It will go. Just watch. Okay. I like that confidence. I do. And just because you said that, I'm putting it on the side watch list over here on NCI. Shout out to Fluffy. Julian's, Hims and Oscar. Let's have a look. Those are two names. I typically don't trade, brother, because I'm small cap gapper only. But we will have a look at it just because you asked. Let's bring in the other chart here. Pardon me. And then I got to keep my eye on my position. Oh, there it goes into a new high a day. I'll get to that one in a second. Let me see if I printed. I was waiting above 170. That's why. Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher in case we get an aggressive price spike. So we're going to go 173 and 177. Oops. Oh, go 179. All right, let's have a look at Oscar and Hims. So Hims reported earnings yesterday. And look, there was some good stuff in that earnings report. We're going to get to it certainly on the new segment. It's recovering. Okay, to go green on the day, it's got to break above 1550, and it's awfully close. It just attempted that breach at about a quarter to on the hour, 1547. The high or yesterday's closing print, I think, is 1550 or 1551. In any event, this looks like a good bull flag here. So it's negative on the day, but it's looking kind of, like it might want to take out that 1550. I'd say build your position off the 10 EMA. As you can see, the breach here was super transient of the 10 EMA. I'm talking about the 1120 and the 1125 candles. It didn't breach by much, and it immediately retraced and made another intraday high. So I'd say look to the 10 EMA first and foremost, but don't be too stingy with where you're putting in your stop, because that's just kind of a recipe to get wicked out, and everybody hates that, right? So Hims, let's look at Oscar. Okay, I like Hims a lot better, but I see Oscar trying to make a move into 1245, 1225 high. This is definitely not for me. I would say that you're probably more limited in your way up. First of all, is it lacking a catalyst? Yeah, it is lacking a catalyst. I would say Hims probably a bit more dynamic on the day, given that it had earnings yesterday. So that's kind of my look there. But BRTX continuing to make a move, and IOVA continuing to make a move. But guys, we're going to pause for a few minutes that is. We're going to send you to the big desk with Adaro. She's got it happening now. And then Neil, as always, with his lesson of the day.
To start here with a look at the NASDAQ, rather the QQQ is pretty choppy here the last, I guess what this go back to like just over an hour now. Base of 606.30, top here of 608.10s. Let's see if we have this breakout in the Qs that it seems to be wanting to work towards. We'll take a look at the S&P 500. SPY looking kind of similar to the Qs, but a little bit closer to breaking out that high of day than what we're seeing on the NASDAQ. I want to briefly visit, I think, what's by far been our largest or most interesting intraday piece of news, and that would be SNDK. SanDisk actually trying to come back to flat right now, but it did drop pretty sharply initially after Citron Research announced that they are short SNDK. Then I want to talk about META. Meta, not the biggest mover on this story, but they did another catalyst as well. So let's go over some of the stories with Meta today. META has announced, I guess, a partnership with AMD, through which AMD is going to be letting the company use some of their chips. AMD actually traded higher on this. Meta didn't do too much. But then we had another story in Meta that was interesting. There were some reports suggesting, I believe from CoinDesk, suggesting that Meta was going to be doing a stablecoin. Then the company's VP of communications saying that there is no Meta stablecoin, but then said, quote, this is about enabling people and businesses to make payments on our platforms using their preferred methods. So it does imply some kind of fintech catalyst, just not stablecoins. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But speaking of details, we're going to get more details from a whole host of companies, including, yes, Neil, that is Timothy Chalamet, and he is the global brand ambassador and probably future Oscar winner here. But he's with Lucid Motors. Lucid does report earnings after the bell. So does Kava. So does Tempest AI. There's a whole bunch. There will be infographics for several of these, including this one you can find on X at TTV Research, because why are we here if not to have a little bit of fun? Speaking of fun, Neil's going to give you both fun and content in a couple seconds here. It's the lesson of the day.
All right, it's bonus lesson here as well, because thank you, everybody, and thank you, Adara. The bonus lesson is Timothy Chalamet also played the son of the vice president in Homeland. He was involved in a hit and run. It was a major storyline that was rather annoying to most people if you were a fan of the show, involving the main character's daughter, which just kept dragging on too long. But he was pretty good. I have to admit that I loved that show and he was pretty good in it. But that's not the lesson of the day. The lesson of the day has to do with General Tao Chicken. Now you might be asking yourself, how is it possible that a trading lesson of the day can involve a story about General Tao Chicken? Well, for two reasons. One, because someone mentioned that they were going to get General Tao Chicken in the chat, and that is literally my favorite whenever I get Chinese food. And two, one of the reasons why we think that the Academy is valuable for everyone that's clicking that link and joining the Trader TV Live Academy is because of the level of experience that you have on the show. Like myself and Sean, almost 50 years, and Sharif and Joe and Brennan. I think when we add it all up, it's probably like 70-something years of trading experience. And in that time, there were a lot of stories and lessons to be learned. And a lot of them, I think, are applicable to all traders. Some maybe just if you're starting out, but we can all grow from that journey. That brings me back to General Tao Chicken. Trading is incredibly difficult. And I'll walk you through, like when I started out over 20 years ago, you're a trainee in a prop floor, and you're trying to make your way to graduate trader, trying to make some money. I was young, I'm living at home, I'm out of school, I don't really have any money. And you guys see that we get like a catered lunch here every single day. It was actually true on the trading floor back then as well. Only trainees didn't get the catered lunch. It was like a coffee machine, you get free coffee. There was pastries in the morning, you could eat those. Obviously that's not gonna suffice most of the day, but I was making, I was definitely eating a lot of the pastries and drinking a lot of the coffee because I couldn't afford to eat out for lunch every single day. But the full-time traders on the floor used to love to once a week order from this Chinese place right down the street. And I mean, I'm telling you, the first time I had the General Tao Chicken there was the best I'd ever had. And I remember the first time that one of them hollered, "We're getting the General, and let's take some orders." And then someone stood up and he came to the trainee group and said, "Hey, someone wants to go grab this, yours is paid for." And if anyone's ever seen, like, there's a skit that Bernie Mac does where he's like, "Man, I'd be that dude snitch on everybody," like he's jumping up and down with his hand up like this. That was me. I was that dude. You think I'm ashamed to go out and get your food for you? Hell no, I didn't give a damn. Why? Because I'm gonna eat for free. Because whoever picked up the food, they would pay for the trainees' food. So I got to eat General Tao Chicken once a week. I didn't have any money to afford that nonsense. I couldn't be eating out because I didn't have a dime. I was living at home. I was trying to make it as a trader. But I saw an advantage. I'm like, I'm gonna eat good, and all I gotta do is take a walk that I might have done anyways when I'm taking a break. So I'm gonna take advantage of it. And there's two lessons to be learned from that. One, trading is a hustle in that you've got to put that work in and have that mentality. And two, it is not easy, and you will have a lot of failure, and you will take time to build an account, and you will need to save money, and if you don't have a second income, then you will need to have that. And so you've got to be smart about the way in which you allow yourself to learn and allow yourself to make it through those hardships. Whatever it is that you have to do, you will have slumps. You will take months, if not years, to learn. Can you do that? Right? The reason we call it the Academy is because It's not just some free, silly course that you do for 1 week and you're going to be a great trader. It is ongoing and continuous because that's what the journey requires. And along that time, it requires sacrifices. Sacrifices like being humble when you're building your account and trying to have enough capital so you can take a real go at it, so that you know you can handle a few months of not making an income. Especially even when you're an established trader, you might have a few months here or there. There's fortunate traders that might be pretty consistent, you know, but not everybody's going to be, and you have to be able to admit that, because there will be those difficulties online, and you do whatever it is that you have to do. So it's something that I never forgot. The other thing is, look, I stayed at home. I've said this before, so a lot of you, if you've been watching for a long time, I was living at home even after I started making money. All right, there was a point where I remember, I had friends I went to university with, and they were working at banks, and I started doing better than some. I was still living at home. My girlfriend at the time was like, "Why the hell aren't you moving out? Why are you living in an apartment with moms and your aunt?" I'm like, because I'm trying to build up my bankroll for when I hit a slump as a trader. Like, I'm not sitting here with some stable 9-to-5 job. I don't know what, I had no clue. I had no clue I'd still be doing this after 20 years, if I'm being real about it. Even my dad and I used to talk about it all the time. It just kind of worked out that way. But part of it was because I was constantly saving, being realistic about the journey and the ups and downs that would be there. So anybody that tells you it's easy, or tells you that you win all the time, or that you can just do this one thing, read this one book, and you'll be set, do this one strategy and you'll be good forever. No, it ain't about that. You're gonna have to, it's a longer journey. You're gonna have to sacrifice. You're gonna have to work hard. That's what we're all about here. And I wanna tell you the good. And as always, I always like to end the lesson with, I'm not eating General Tao chicken, unfortunately. It would be much better than this. But I've actually eaten half the tilapia. It's not bad, it's cooked properly. And there's like a little bit of, it's like maple glaze, they said. There's enough of it that you can tell it's maple glaze. So it's solid. Like, I'll give this one, I've been given a lot of like low 7s on this. Because it's tilapia, I can't press it in there. So it's gonna be a solid like C+, which is like a 65, 67, something along those lines. I think is like a, 67, let's just call it. I'm gonna give it a 6.7 out of 10 for the tilapia. And I don't know what you guys were laughing about over there, because like when it came to me, like Sharif is still laughing. Joe, I turn to Joe and I just go, "What is so funny?" And he just starts laughing like I'm supposed to know what the joke is. So somebody let me know what was so funny before I came on. These guys are still chuckling about it, and I would like to know what the joke is. Just saying.
Neil, you're putting us on the spot here, Neil. We can't disclose. Obviously, we'll tell you off camera, but we are.
Yeah, obviously we'll tell. Yeah, obviously
that goes without saying, of course. I mean, there's no secrets, especially with the OG Neil. By the way, guys, that was truer words haven't been spoken there. Neil really driving it home. Personally, for me, the whole thing with Academy is, it really helped me with risk management. So this is my own story. Everyone's gonna have their own kind of, their own journey, and there'll be a story with that. To me, I thought I knew what risk management was, right? You understand just the basic principles. You put stops here, you wanna use a certain percentage of your daily risk. All that's great when you're at home. But when you actually see and you're using somebody else's money and you're sitting there, you have to be accountable for it. It really, really was the driver that I needed for me to enforce those rules 100% of the time. Or, as close to 100% as you can get. And so it really did help me when I came from a structured, from reading books into an actual, let's just call it what it is. It's a vocational course. There's theories, great. John J. Murphy did a fantastic job with that, technical analysis of the financial markets, but there's no vocational side to that. So you guys, trust me, if you really want to go through the learning process and understand the nuance of how to manage risk from a professional kind of perspective, you need to scan that QR code. You need to do it, right? I don't even think it's. Hey,
I'm looking for something.
Yeah, you're looking for something. I know you were going to tell your story as well.
Yeah.
That QR code right there where it says Real Trading, scan that QR code, guys. You don't even have to sign up. Scan the QR code, read what it's about. If you're interested in it, go ahead and have a look. If you're not, there's no obligation, clearly, right? You're just scanning a QR code. Let us know what you think, though. And if you do sign up, and if you feel maybe there are some things that we could include, let us know, man. That's what we're here for, and that's the whole point of this interactive back and forth that we have.
Who asked that question? Fabian would ask that question. Anyways, I couldn't find it. I just wanted to touch on your point there, Sharif, about just going through as many books as you possibly could.
Go ahead, Joe.
I mean, if I show you, and I meant to bring you guys, like I had a stack of them. It was probably like 30 books on the overall market. I read all of them. I have countless pages on notes. And it's all fun and games. You can read these things. They're extremely helpful. They put you in the right direction. But I'm not going to say it's all out of the window as soon as you step into the real thing. But it's pretty close. Until you put these things into actual practice, it's substantially harder. Sharif, you were talking about risk management.
Yes, sir.
And how just coming on the floor just kind of changed it. I wouldn't say that was everybody has their own thing that they're like, hey, what am I missing when it comes to my trading? And for me, that was just an in-depth look, using different gateways. It wasn't necessarily hotkeys, but just a pushing of when you see a setup that is really, really something in your favor that you would classify as higher quality or higher grade setup is what really helped me on the floor, is like watching guys like Wayner and everybody else around me just pushing size on those higher quality setups is what really, really helped me, I wouldn't say take that next level, but take a different look into the market and just being out when you're supposed to, like just get out, get out, get out. And I remember when I first came on the floor, every Wednesday, we would have these meetings and everybody would go over their trades. We'd critique them and say like, hey, this is where we're going here, this is where we're going wrong. But what helps you is that there's something, I think, in everybody's journey where you feel like I'm missing something. And I think a good place to start is going to individuals who have gone through those experiences. And I think that's what the Academy is really about, to be honest with you. So just go and check it out. You can read all the books.
Absolutely.
You can sit here. You can watch us. But until you really start to participate and get inside of the network, you're always on the outside looking in. So
Exactly,
just keep that in mind.
And can I say something?
Yeah.
I thought, like, when I came, I'm like, yeah, I know how to read level 2. I know it all. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know shit.
No,
right?
you don't know it. I
the
mean, like, and
cut
Neil said
crap.
this the other day, like, as you continuously learn, it's just like, okay, you feel like you may know anything, but the smartest people know that they know absolutely nothing.
There you go.
And then that's how you have to have a mindset of. So, yeah, silver's continuing to go high. And Sharif, you were talking about your journey. I remember, so I was about 2 years into my trading journey.
Let's hear it.
I went through educational processes. I read the countless amount of books, and I mentioned that I felt like I was missing something.
Okay.
And I was on the brink of quitting. I was literally being like, hey, this isn't what I thought it was, but me, I just have a hard time giving up. So I'm like, you know what? Let's just keep pushing. Let's keep pushing. Let's put ourselves out there.
Exactly.
And then that's when I actually started to apply. And I remember I would go out onto this peninsula after trading and just by the water, everything.
Oh, I think you told me this story before.
Yeah. And I would talk to myself and just continue to say. And then eventually I got an email on, literally I was about to quit and be like, hey, I'm going back to Bell. Screw this. I look at my email the next day, and Wayner emailed me back.
Come in for an interview.
Yeah, he's like, come in. Yeah, and I'm like, okay, well, there's a sign. And I think it's just to take that initial step, leave no stone unturned. And as long as you continuously work, you're going to find your way, hopefully.
Oh, was that a Rihanna reference? Work.
No, it wasn't.
Right,
I never blew up my first account. I've been fortunate enough, but full disclosure, I've taken my biggest loss on recently. So I haven't really been pushing any size in November on those IBIT. When IBIT, I had a substantial amount of contracts, and I took a big-time hit on a year that I was performing outstandingly, and then sure enough, we did give back the majority of that. But no, I've never blown up account. Why? Because the first thing that I was learning was risk management.
There you go.
Yeah.
And that's really the point that I wanted to drive home. That's really what I got the most out of this. I figured I understood risk management, I understood stop placement, all the different methodologies that you can use to kind of manage risk, whether it's ATRs or whether you're using technical levels, whatever your methodology. It's an entirely different thing when you learn it from a vocational sense rather than a theoretical approach. So that's kind of the point that I wanted to drive home. It helped me. I'm hoping it will help you guys.
Dude,
as
he
well.
makes you, even to this day, like I'm 5 years in, and then year 4 is when I made my biggest mistake. Why? Because I didn't follow my stop loss.
Yeah, well,
year
there you
4,
go.
right?
There you
because
go.
at that point, it's like, hey, you think you know everything, but yet you still know jack, and you think that the market isn't going to go against you, and that isn't the case whatsoever. It does not care, and it will do it, whether you're year 4 or 5. I remember an individual I used to watch, year 10, he took his biggest loss ever, and he's like, yeah, I cried. I cried on how 7 figures, right? 7 figures. Man. He's like, man, I lost the majority of my account, 7 figures. Sit down and absolutely cry when you lose $1 million.
Yeah, it's not pleasurable. No. Just give me 1 second. I want to throw in a stop here, Joey, for AMPA. So just 1 second. Let's adjust that over here, and then we're gonna throw it in right there. There we go. That'll give us a little bit of room on that one. So AMPA made a bit of a different move here. It broke VWAP, and it looked like it broke trend pretty aggressively. That lured me into the trade, but it looks like it's dancing with the volume weighted average price. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. I added into my ETSA position because it's a 4 candle pullback on the 5-minute chart, still holding at VWAP. I should give this to below the $0.50. I'm gonna review this one here in a second, but it's right at the 10 EMA. It's a 4 candle pullback. We'll see how this one ends up doing. What do we have? We have 78s on AMPA. Okay, not a bad look. Looking for a move above 14 and possibly above prior bar high. Prior bar high on AMPA is 14.10. So let's see if we can get something a bit above 14.10. Let's go to 11s here. I think, yeah, anywhere below VWAP here is going to end the trade for me on AMPA. I'm also still, really looking at IBRX, and I haven't pulled the trigger at all, and that's kind of on me. Let me bring in the side charts. IBRX is looking fantastic here. Again, you didn't get a money fill yet. That was the money fill we were talking about. That was 11:55, so 5 to noon. That was the money fill that we were talking about. The previous money fill at 11:15, and why I say money fill is because it's kind of that in between the 10 and the 20. So typically, when they do that once, they'll do it again, but we're gonna keep a close eye on that. I just got stopped out of ETSA, so that's on me there. I had my stop above the $0.50, but if ETSA sets up, we're still positive on it. If it sets up a bit better, I'm gonna get back in. But for now, I'm gonna focus on AMPA, ANPA, looking for this one to hold VWAP, possibly test that $14 level again. It's not looking fantastic. It's a lower high. This is why I got in. Okay, let me make my case to you guys. So I've been talking about the A+A and A+ setups. To me, have been the ones that have been very directionally up and then have prolonged periods of downtrends where they just really respect the trend line to the downside, not breaking them. This one broke it, and broke it on good volume. This one has about relative good volume, about 60,000 shares. It pops up above VWAP. It's a 3 candle hold above VWAP here, but it does look like it's holding on for dear life to the volume weighted average price. So we'll see what we can get here. It's showing me 75 on the bid, 75 on the ask, 63 on the bid, changing obviously with every second. But that is what I'm looking at there. BRTX is another one we've got in focus. Sub $1 name, 31.20 high, dropping below 30 pennies now. I'm waiting for the downtrend to break. It's an unbroken downtrend from the 11.55 candle, which is the one that made the intraday high. So we'll keep an eye here on BRTX, looking for a break above the lower trend line and for a move past 31.20, Joey.
Right, good stuff. I want to say one more thing. I don't want to continuously beat a dead horse. But you remember when you were younger, Shree, your parents were like, don't do that, you're going to get in trouble or you're going to hurt yourself. Yeah. Parents are continuously telling you something and you think you know better? Yeah, that's
I didn't know better, Joey.
Yeah, you didn't know better, right? No. And that comes with an experience, and as soon as you do it enough times, you're like, oh, yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. That's exactly what you have to. You're going to go through those scenarios, but the real important thing is learning from your mistakes. And if you don't learn from them, then it's essentially pointless. And that's what the narrative in the market is. That's what Neil's fantastic at, and everybody's really good, is just getting out when you're supposed to, regardless if you're right or wrong. And that's essentially what happened to me here on AMD. Looking for the short wasn't the case as it's continuing to grind higher. We were long, looking for that move back into VWAP, didn't get what we were looking for. So, yeah, I'm just going to be sitting on my hands right now. I don't have too much going on. We'll be slightly red here in the day. I don't even really want to look because it doesn't matter. It's one trade away, and who knows what can happen in the latter half. We can put ourselves in the right place at the right time, and then it's just a click of a button, and we're in the right place, and we're in a good position. So higher quality opportunities, getting out exactly when we're supposed to. And that, you know what this is from? Just getting out when we're supposed to. Obviously, you do it from time to time. We talked about that. But it's just going through the experiences and then just be like, yeah, I'm sick of not listening to my rules. And I said this a long time ago. Follow your rules. If you break your rules, eventually the rules will break you. And then sure enough, that's when you start blowing up accounts and having a really bad time. So it's the simplest thing. And if you're running into those issues, scan that QR code right at the bottom of your screen.
You got to the point right there.
Just go check it.
So that's what we're talking about, guys. We are talking about the Academy program. That's why we're telling you all these stories, because we went through the whole thing, right, on this floor, in this room. So if you want to kind of join and see what we went through, there's the QR code right there. Have a look through it, peruse. If you like it, sign up. You don't, move on. Simple as that, okay? AMPA, having trouble here with 14. Joey, it's got lower highs ever since taking the volume weighted average price. It's above VWAP, which is about 1356. I've been wetting the beak here. We've got 72s on. We had a couple of ads on this one. I've gotten some money fills here into the 14s. I want to say above 14, 1405, 1406. But there's really no good continuation, sadly, above that $14 level. And here we are again, right back at 14. I've seen the spread open up at around 14. So you'll see, 14, 1420, 1418. And then you look at the bid, it's like 1401, 1402. So no decisive clearing of that $14 level, but we are accumulating. There's volume coming in. We had a big buyer there that put us back above the volume weighted average price. Now we need the buyers to step in and start putting in those higher highs. Those are still eluding us at the moment. Outlaw trader, can I get a loan to sign up? All right, brother. I'll have to wait for some other heavy hitters to come around over here. But you can go in, you can peruse, you can see exactly what it's all about. So I don't think you need to break the bank for that, though.
You can just check it out like that?
Yeah, well, I went and I had a look as well, Joey. EDSA is breaking trend, okay? It might be starting to kind of look like that downtrend has been broken. It put in a green hammer candle here on ETSA, but I don't want this to lure me in. So I'm going to be kind of insistent that we get a little bit higher. So I did stop out of ETSA on the last remaining amount, positive on it, but looking for a move to kind of curl. Now we have a couple of higher lows and higher highs, but this current candle on the 5 is red, so it's not exactly appetizing. So I'll pack the patience here. I don't want to get in and get cut up and then start losing everything. But I'm gonna regret getting out of Rhyme. Simple as that. I had a bias that this was a range. I didn't pack the patience, as I always try to advocate for, and I would have been doing real well on this if I had, because there it is, right back above VWAP, and it didn't really, break down too much below the range. So a little disappointed in myself in that I didn't have the patience here on RIME, but it had a downward tilt to the range, so I felt like it might be flipping from a range into a downward channel. I was wrong, and I was made to pay vis-a-vis no profits. Okay, Nick, thank you very much, Nick, for the $5 super chat. Hey, Sharif, could you give me your thoughts on the chart set up on RCKT? I took a long swing yesterday with 2440 target and FDA review undervalued. Let's look at RCKT. Bring in RCKT. Thanks for putting that up, Assassino. I appreciate that. So let's, it's a nice chart on the day, compression pattern, bull flag. You could make the argument we've got a bull pennant, lower highs, higher lows. That's RCKT for everybody following. But the OG 2440 target. Okay, I see. We're coming from a lot higher. All right, so what do we got here? We certainly have a long consolidative range ever since this really dropped off. That was May 27th, 2 days after my birthday of last year, of 2025. And when all was said and done, this thing was down about 66% on the day, ended up closing about 60% on the day negative, okay? Since that time, the base, we never saw that low again. In fact, it's been basically higher lows, Okay, so I don't want to go ahead and say a range, but does look like $4 has been a bit of a sticky spot. Let me put in the ticker so everybody can follow along. RCKT. Okay, $4 generally is a resistance area. Now you have had, times where you've broken that 4, but you've retraced right below it. Now the good news is you're putting in higher lows on those retracements. 475 is where the exponential 200 exponential moving average is. Much lower is the simple 350. So about $1.25 difference here between the simple and the exponential. Not something you typically see with these ones. I do like the fact that it's no longer in the downtrend and rejecting off the 50, because that was a very clear pattern. That red line will always be the 50. That's exponential, by the way. It was rejecting off that to no end. $24 is his target. That would bring us to about here, into that range. So that would bring us into the range that we were, Joey, in the summer of 2024. The range for me, your major resistance area is going to be somewhere around, I want to say, the high teens. Reason is, look at this base here that you've been putting in. First, you're going to looks like you're going to run in resistance at 12, and then generally between 15 to 18. So I think 24 was certainly a resistance level from basically late 22 to when it broke out in late 23. I think it's a lofty goal that you've got for $24, right? Especially since we're trading at 4, but I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility. I like the fact that you've broken the downtrend. I don't know anything about the company. Like I said, you said something that they had an FDA review. So this is the headline on it today. Rocket Pharmaceuticals price to risk ratio. Okay, no. So that's just a technical or fundamental analysis. It looks like they're presenting at the TD Cowen and Leerink Partners Healthcare Conference. So it looks like there is an entry. That's from the 23rd. So that's from yesterday. The conference is going to be March 2nd. So I would be on the lookout for headline risk on March 2nd. Now that's going to it's going to take place at 11:10 a.m. And then there's going to be another. So that's the TD Cowen conference. That's March 2nd. And then there's going to be another Leerink Partners Global Healthcare. That's going to be March 10th. And that's going to be at 9:20 a.m. Both are on webcast right there. So you can check that link right there. So I don't know. Technically, it's not the greatest. At least it's breaking back above 4. I would say look for resistance at 450 and then 475 where the 200 EMA is. That's my look there, Joey.
I don't know. See, I don't know whether to be offended or to laugh. It's a really tough place that you're putting me in here, Danny boy. But the thing is, though, I'm going to brush this one off my shoulder and I'm going to chuckle and pretend you are laughing with me. But here it reads as follows, Sharif.
Go.
Danny boy. Joe, thank you for sharing your story. There was a time when I, too, stood at the end of a peninsula thinking about giving... I can't even read it. I can't even read it.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, read it, please.
Joe, thank you for sharing your story. There was a time when I, too, stood at the end of a peninsula thinking about giving up on my dream to become a stolen cheese dispenser tycoon, but I stuck to it, and look at me now. My man's got the money.
You see where I'm getting at? I don't know whether to be extremely offended or to laugh.
It's funny.
It's absolutely hilarious, but yes, no. Thank you for that one. This guy is absolutely.
I like this guy's good humor,
funny,
bro.
Man. He's got a great sense of humor. So yeah, thank you for sharing your story.
Absolutely.
And I mean, continue to do your thing, man. I don't got anything right now, Sharif. I'm sitting in some silver. Let's see if we're going to get a break of this previous pivot high. If we break 79.50, then we're out of dodge. So I'm giving it 17 cents, a little bit more. You're tired of his cheesy jokes? I think they're comical, man. And if anybody, like, I could take it one of two ways and be like, hey, Danny boy, you got to quit that, or I can laugh it off, which I think, I love the cheese dispenser business. I wish I could invest in it, to be honest with you. He had a lot going on. And we still haven't got that reference call, by the way, that we were waiting for on last time, but thank you, Danny Boy, for sharing that story. So yeah, all right, let's pull up silver, guys. We tried to short on AMD, that didn't work out for us. Boo-hoo, right? Let's not cry home about it. We're not really getting anything going here today, other than let's go in with the flow here with silver. Let's see if we can break through this $80 mark. Let's pull up the options chain on it and see if there's still that size sitting at that strike price. And if there is, then we might be in a little bit of trouble, but that's all right. We'll just continue to get something going. This might be my last trade. There's no size there at 80, so that's something a little bit warming. That is also expiring today. So, okay, yeah, now there's 30,900 contracts right at that $80 strike price. So we might run into a little bit of trouble if that isn't absorbed, but I will gladly take a move up into that zone. As soon as it breaches 60, 6-7 cents worth of risk on this trade. Huh? Yeah, so that's it. We're all out of, I'm not saying we're all out of trades. I still have 90% of my risk, but if I'm not in sync with the market, I've taken too many losses already today, so I have no issues with shutting it down for a small loss on today's session, Sri.
All right, guys, I'm in IOVA now. So this one, it made another attempt. Let's talk about this, because remember I was worried that this was gonna make a lower high, and in fact it did, right? Double top into 380, doesn't end up clearing 384, so that's technically a lower high. But what keeps me buoyed here is, yes, that higher low. That is a good look here. And the fact that it's kind of curling back up, so I'd like another attempt at that 380. IOVA is a bit of a slow mover, so don't expect, rocket ships or rockets, I should say, from this one. But I'm trying to take that curling pattern in the same way that we looked at it before, and there it is, popping up into some levels. So we'll take the first print there on IOVA, and this would just be aces if it could kind of test that 80 penny, I want to say low 80s, maybe 81 penny high a day, and breach that bad boy so we could test the 86. So we'll see what we get here with IOVA. I'm packing the patience, but really unsure how this resolves. AMPA, back down into VWAP, and now we've got yet another lower high trend. I feel the shorts are in control here of AMPA, and now we're about 22 pennies out of the money on this one. We did get several beak wetters north of 14, but this feels like, it was an ill-fated attempt to reclaim the volume weighted average price and break above 14, because every time we get into 14, the short sellers are there. They're quite aggressive, so this might not be the look for me here. So I have my stop exactly where I want it. If we end up getting stopped out, we ended up getting stopped out. There goes IOVA. It just took out my order at 78, and now I've got another one at 80. 80 probably will be an important level, so I do anticipate there's going to be a lot of defending by the shorts there. As I mentioned, that's the double top that we put in over here. That is the 12 o'clock and the 12:05 candle on the 5. So let's see if IOVA can do it live. But I removed EDSA ETSA to put in IOVA, and now I'm seeing ETSA very, very consolidated, very sideways here, right? It's not exactly showing me that rounding pattern, so you kind of get the feeling we found a base and then we start putting in higher lows and higher highs. Not quite yet, to be quite honest with you. So what I'm looking for here is a move above 160. I think if we get that 160, we have higher lows right now on the candles from 12:20 onwards, okay? So they're higher lows, but they're not exactly higher highs. Get that higher high by printing above 160. A move above 160 probably lures me in here on ETSA. So that's what we've got right now. Keeping an eye on AMPA, concerned that this one will lose the bid. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to adjust my stop, Joey. And I'm not going to adjust the stop price. I'm going to adjust the spread. Right now, I've got a 12 penny spread between the triggering price on my stop and the limit, right? So I use limit stops. I don't like to use market stops. So I've got a 12 penny spread on this one, but we know that this one is quite volatile, so I'm going to give it to a little bit low. I'm going to give it a bit wider, excuse me. So let's go ahead and do just that. Going to go into, there we go, and then we're going to go all the way down here, right? That way we can kind of protect ourselves a little bit from an illiquidity grab. So there we go, and I've got that exactly wrong. So let's go, there we go, Joey, there we go, and then we're going to go. Take over for a sec.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, so I got all out of silver. I just don't have the right reads here today. So essentially what we got going on, we're going to go through the losses, right? Because this is how some of the days go.
Thank you.
1, 2, 2 there, and then I think we took 1 loss on 3 losses altogether. Good thing we got out of silver, and then we took 2 losses on NVO. So I believe that's 5 losses here in total with only 2 wins, and we're just slightly red. So small potatoes, 1 trade away. But me just trying to preserve mental capital, I might not even trade anymore today, to be honest. Is there something else that you wanted to
Oh, no, I just put in the stop. But
just put in the stop. So yeah, that's what I got going on here, guys. Not necessarily in sync. Some missed opportunities. I go long. Sure enough, yeah, it starts to sell a little bit. We'll pull up Novo Nordisk. Did I take any more attempts on that one? But yeah, it didn't start off too good. I was thinking short. Oh yeah, great. Dark pool weight. Yeah, so we took the 2 losses there on Novo. We had some nice trading on AMDL earlier in the day, but then that started to come to a cool. It bounced off of those trend lines and then continued way past our target, and we weren't fortunate enough to participate. It was this pullback, boom, and then sure enough, off to the races, thinking we get a little bit of reversion, using this previous consolidation high as our out, and then sure enough, that's exactly why we got out when we were supposed to. So, resume? What would you that cheat? Oh yeah, I know. I got to apply there for sure.
Troll.
Yeah, Cosmic Zebra. Yeah, I mean Cosmic Zebra 420. I don't. I'm not even going to shed any light on what they have to say. I'm sure there's somewhat of a joke. It's hard to push my button sometimes, Sharif, but there's other times I do get slightly agitated. But this is not one.
No,
this is not one. I'm jacked up off of 4 espressos at this point. Yeah, and I don't even drink coffee, so maybe I won't do that.
Lit up.
So yeah, exactly. So maybe I won't do that next time because I actually feel it. I gotta drink more water today.
So you just said jacked up there, right?
Yeah.
So that brought me back to StarCraft. You never played StarCraft. So
I never
can't
played
bounce this off
StarCraft.
you, but if you guys know, you know. The Firebat. What does he say? Jacked up and good to go, right? And then he blows fire everywhere and gets everybody out of his way.
In StarCraft?
Oh yeah.
All right.
So you got your regular Marines. That's the most basic of infantry. Then you got Firebat. Then I think there is another one. There is one above him, but there's the Ghost. He can launch nuclear weapons.
Oh.
Yeah. So and he can disappear. Yeah, there's a limit to how much time he can disappear, but he can also be detected by the scanner.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. If you're playing
did you ever watch the movie Starship Troopers?
I did not.
And my boy Neil, I knew Neil. I would get Neil going on that one. Starship Troopers, man, that was like the first alien invasion movie I ever watched, and it was.
Ampa just dropped off.
Pretty cool.
And I adjusted my stop, right? I gave it to 25 pennies, and exactly why I was concerned with that. No, brother.
Oh, no.
No, I got plenty of slippage on this one.
Oh.
Yeah, it dropped off a cliff. Those lower highs were operative, and that one was ample amount of slippage. Even though I gave it to 20 pennies, when you have these stocks are super illiquid, like Ampa is, only done 3.14 million shares on the day, oh, wow, that was an aggressive drop there. So that'll put me negatory on the day, and we were doing well. So try to work back out of that, but ANPA, it's no longer tradable for me. The Nurse, yes. No, the Nurse came later. I think that was StarCraft 2, right? Remind me, though. Yeah, man, he knows. Amazing movie. He's talking about the thing you were talking about. That was a classic.
Yeah, it was
Starship Troopers. Man. People loving it, man. That movie is basically StarCraft, says Marco. Okay, actually, I got to watch that, man.
It's tough to watch now because the graphics and everything are just so bad.
I like that,
but
though. I like those ones.
It was a classic back in the day.
I like those ones.
You know what they need to make a remake of?
What do they need?
What's my boy Tom Cruise's movie, War of the Worlds? A good quality of that one. I think that was a solid movie. And they need a Robin movie. I was telling Neil this. I'm like, why don't we have a good Robin movie? And I mean, like, not Robin Hood, but Batman's Robin. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Aside from that, guys, let's see. I mean, we're sitting patient. Full disclosure, I'm down a fifth of a shutdown, so that's small potatoes. We got a lot of room here, and I don't want to rush into anything because it's literally one trade away. It's like, oh, I see something. It grabs you by the face, and you're like, I have to take this trade. The market is slowly starting to curl over, but I just believe the NASDAQ is so hard to short. And what do we have to do when we are looking to trade this? Let's take a look at what the big boys are up to. Let's head over to the watch list. I know we got a super chat here, Sharif, we'll touch on momentarily. And this is what I see on Apple. Is this Apple? Yeah. I mean, there might be a potential long play here. You can use 170, you want to give it a little bit of space, 170, 165, so approximately 70 cents worth of risk for a move a little bit higher and a break of the downtrend. The volume-weighted average price is somewhere in this neck of the woods, so a move back into view up could be a potential play. I like how that's starting to formulate. Nvidia continuing to climb. There you go, see Microsoft starting to form this bull flag. Excuse me, and if that's the case, see these guys are continuously grinding higher, and if you're looking to short the overall market, good luck, because it's not going to work with Amazon continuing to climb. What's Google doing? Still hovering around that neck of the woods. What's Meta doing? Climbing higher. Broadcom, how are you doing today? Not too bad. So yeah.
It was negative earlier.
It's nice, yeah. It's a nice recovery here on the day, we should say.
I'm assuming that was the AMD news that probably sent that down.
Exactly. It's still below the pre-market zones here, but at the end of the day, if these big boys are slowly...
Have you been looking at the daily? Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, look at the 50 rejection. Do you have the EMAs up on your thing?
No, man.
Okay, let me show it, because to me, Broadcom has just been rejecting the 50 over, and look at how the 50 was support for Broadcom on the way up. Now it's the exact opposite. Now it's basically using the 50, the red as look at this, Joey. Yeah. Support, 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 breakdown, resistance, resistance all throughout. So the 50 here seems to be operative as a bit of a price top on Broadcom. And yeah, you know, that you could look at it that way. I see it a bit consolidative too, kind of hovering in the mid 300s, but Broadcom is definitely something that I'm looking at for the longer term, especially adding into this one. I haven't added in a while on Broadcom. Sorry to interrupt you, man.
No, that's all right, man. Pull up the super chat. Shreef, mind reviewing Tesla.
Absolutely. Guys, IOVA is making a move here into that 380. Let's see if we can clear 380 here. What do we have on? We have 74s. Let's see if we can kind of get above that double top that we put in earlier. But let's have a look at Tesla, because I've seen better charts. At least we're back above 400. Yeah, I see all these memes making fun of Tesla, saying, oh, if you got in, what's it called, in 2021, you're basically at the same price. Yeah, if you got in at the high in November, is that November? Yeah, no, January of 2021, yeah, you're definitely still basically flat. So this is the weekly, and that's kind of why I pulled that up. Wow, this has been a range, eh? When you look at it at the weekly, look at Tesla on the weekly. This is 2020 over here. This is May 2020. So let's just go from here. That's about 300 bucks. We get to that in January of 2021. This is November of 2021. And that was when we got to 400, and we're still struggling with that 400 level. So that's the weekly. Let's go to the daily. Certainly support at 400. You see that over here. Back in November, we dropped off. We didn't spend too much time below 400, and you see bottoming tail candles as well, which means buyers were stepping in quite aggressively there. You know, it's more of a prolonged downtrend after that 500 touch that we got earlier, I think, later in the year. I would look for a downtrend break. Tesla's a hard one for me to kind of to look at because it's just so range bound. With me, I don't even look at my Tesla position. I've been in Tesla for years, and I haven't added nor removed from Tesla. So I don't really have a good read, I got to tell you, to be honest with you, Nick, when it comes to Tesla, other than to say 400 is a repeat offender level as support. Whether or not it holds up and holds up well this time, we've breached through it, again, as you can see, back on the 5th of February, and again on the 6th, we recovered. We were down below it again, but we're still putting in lower highs, and that's what's obvious to me here. We really haven't caught a different trend like we did, say, from late November to the highs that we put in late December. There's nothing like that to speak of here. So a breach below the 5th low, the February 5th, the low of which is 387.53, probably sets us on more of a downtrend. Now, it does look like it's coming into the 200. Now, the 200 EMA and SMA are basically at the same price. The EMA is at 394 1/3. The SMA is about 390. The purple is the SMA. The blue is the EMA. So let's see if it finds support in and around there. But, you know, when you look at the moving averages on Tesla, they're just all but useless. And that's what happens with moving averages when you are caught in a consolidation. And it doesn't look like a consolidation on the daily, but when you look at the weekly, it certainly is a consolidation. They're all but useless. And that's one of the first things you learn about moving averages in John J. Murphy's book, is that, you know, you really shouldn't be looking for crossovers during periods of consolidations, because you're going to get false crossovers all the time. Joey, ETSA is making a move back up over here. It looks like it may be finding some support. What I'm not seeing, though, is a decided higher low, a higher high trend. You're seeing some higher lows, which is great, but you're not seeing higher highs. So I'm going to pack the patience. I want to get back on ETSA over here. It's got a bull flag pattern from the breakout, I want to say, at around 11:15. That's the second bull flag, mind you. I'm going to wait to see if we can get above 160 before I get back into this one. What? But IBRX up again, Newsmax? You like that Newsmax, huh?
Yeah. What's going on over there?
I don't know, bro. IBRX is making a move into the high of day, 11:59. That's the high of the day. Just got into it right now. So directional. Again, no money fills since the one at 11:55. IBRX just continues to put in higher highs, man. Very, very strong. Up 17 2/3 here. We'll keep an eye out on that one. But there goes ETSA into 160. Into 160 it goes. So it is breaking trend here. Let's give this a try. We're going to give it the break of 150, so we will risk on this one about 10 pennies. And I'm going to add. If it continues to go, I'm not going to add on the dips, but if it breaks up and starts continuing to move up, I'm going to add for a possible break into 170. So I'm packing the patience, looking for a move on ETSA, Joey.
All right, good luck, guys. Let's get right into the top performing sectors here today and see what we got going on. We have the tech sector leading the way, folks, up 1.5% here. We're going to head over to the daily then. We'll take a look at what we got going on with everything else. Consumer discretionary sitting in that second place, 1.4%. And then we have industrial sitting in that third, and that show money and materials in that fourth slot. So getting a good participation trophy on that one, up 0.7%. As for the bottom three, real estate, healthcare, and energy, respectively down positive 0.14, then we're healthcare down about 1/5, and then we have the energy sector down about 0.5%. Now moving forward, let's take a look at some of the earnings reports for after the bell today. We have AMC, okay? So there is a meme name for everyone. AMC, let's see what we got going on. Mercado Libre, Cavit Sciences, Zeta. Someone was talking about that not too long ago. Workday, Tempest AI, HP, Navitas as well. So a lot going on. But I think Wednesday is when we really get at some good potentials. HUD 8, TJX, we like this in the morning, and then Nvidia, the Trade Desk, Salesforce, Snowflake, IonQ, Synopsys. I really like that Wednesday after the close. With that being said, let's take a look at some of the expected moves here on that star-studded lineup that we got going on with Wednesday afternoon. We're going to kick things off with the king of the chips, and that's going to be Jensen & Company, Nvidia. Let's pull this up and see what we have from an expected move standpoint. And here it is, guys. Leading into that report, 7.5%. with a high of around 207 and a low of around 178, okay? Moving forward, let's take a look at some of the other names. Oh, this isn't what we wanted to do. Not down. Why is software not down? Claude taking some, yeah, maybe potentially. So let me zoom out here once again. We're gonna head over to TTD, the Trade Desk. Let's see what we got going on. So continuous sliding here, but what we're looking at is a 13.5% expected move, a high of 2787 and a low of around 2124. So that's a good range that we can work with. Now, Mark Benioff and Company, Salesforce, how much lower can how low can you go? Here on Salesforce, well, what the options market is telling us, Sharif, is that we can head to a low of potentially $167 if we do exceed our expected move of 9.9%. But we can also bounce up to $203 on CRM. Snowflake. What has it been up to? Not performing relatively well. Yeah, it's absolutely been flaking, that's for sure. Falling from the sky, just like snowflakes themselves. Here it is, a high of a potential 182.68 and 141 as the low, a 12.6% expected move. Now we're going to head over to the quantum space, a space that I'm not going to say it.
Don't do it,
bite our
Joey.
tongue, I'm not going to say it. 10.9%. We're going to do that for sure, Sharif. 10.9%. You know what the boy typically says, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
It sucks to suck. And something that sucks right now is IonQ. And so does my intraday trading on today's session, but that's only one day. Tomorrow's a brand new one. And we still have plenty of time. A high of $34.48, 10.9% expected move. 27.71 as a potential low. Adara, what do you have for us?
What I have here is a story on Pfizer PFE. I'm just seeing apparently the FDA granting traditional approval to their encorafenib for metastatic colorectal cancer. Well, sorry, colorectal cancer. So FDA granting traditional approval to a treatment of metastatic colorectal cancer for Pfizer PFE. Back to you.
Yes, it's D-Wave, I believe. Yeah, D-Wave, guys, we have Thursday morning, okay? This is going to be a good one, with a high of around 12.6% expected move and a low of $15.96 and a high of $20.57. And then we'll take a look at a couple more, and that's going to be CoreWeave after the bell on Thursday, CRWV.
Oh, one day after Nvidia, huh?
One day.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
I mean, whoa, what a coincidence there. It's 14.1% expected move, $109.67 as that high, and $82 as a potential low. So a nice variance there. Let's see if we can breach that.
So Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather want to fight again.
I've seen that.
You saw that?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to fight Tyson. I was so confused when I saw the Pacquiao thing. I'd rather the Pacquiao fight than the Tyson fight. That doesn't make any sense. The dude's a welterweight. You know what? All his life, the other dude's that former heavyweight champion. That's a dumbass fight.
Let me put it. But the Pacquiao Mayweather.
No,
too? You don't want to see that. Nobody.
I do want to. I'd rather see that over Tyson. Yeah.
Yeah. The way that I look at it is Floyd's done the same thing for essentially how many wins, professional wins does he have? 50 something.
Yes.
I don't think the narrative. Yeah, 50. I think 51 maybe or whatever it may be, but 50. Whatever. I don't think he's going to do anything different. I think it's going to be the exact same outcome as the previous 50 fights.
I think that Pacquiao could clip him now because you know what they say, strength is the last thing to go. Ed says going, guys, strength is the last thing to go, but speed's the first thing to go.
Yeah.
So his defense may not be as good, but Pacquiao may have the power in his hands. I'm just theorizing.
And I know you're there.
Yeah.
And I'm just going on the fact that I don't think this fight is going to be any different than his previous 51s. He's going to out-defend him defensively, right?
I don't
He's
blame
going to shoulder
you for
roll.
that,
He's got the Philly shell. And you know what?
shell.
Shout out to Floyd, though, because I don't think there's anybody as dedicated to their craft as Floyd Mayweather was in his prime.
Oh, God,
he didn't drink. He didn't do anything. He would run home from the clubs. And I think that was something
And he was at the club all the time.
All the time.
And
but guess
didn't
what?
drink.
He would run home. Right? Like, who was doing that,
Yeah, I
right?
gotta give him credit for that, bro.
I have to give him credit for that. He has a little bit of a spending problem, obviously.
And that's why he's fighting.
Let's
just cut the crap.
And you know what's funny? I was going to say,
the way he's living, you need constant paychecks.
Constant. And I was making a joke about it. I was like, this just in, Floyd Mayweather claims that he's going to make $250 million on this Pacquiao 2 fight, which is no.
I ain't paid for that.
No one's
promise
paying for
you that.
I can promise you that.
Yeah.
I don't even watch it. I'm not intrigued by that fight. The only reason why he's fighting is because he needs the money.
Exactly. And that's why I wanted to bring that up, but you got right to the point pretty quickly there. All right, guys, Ed says making a move. I added a couple of times. I added when it was moving up. Like I said, we didn't add on the dips. Looking for this one to breach 70, just touched 70 again, so this could be a double top. We touched 70 at 12 o'clock, and we just touched it right now at 12:50 on the 5-minute candle. Down into 65 we go. And here it comes. So this could be a double top. Let's see exactly whether the shorts are going to muscle the longs over here into that 170 area. I'm all ears, all eyes, all ears. Also holding on still to my position here on IOVA, and there it goes. A couple of pennies below the high of the day now. IOVA took out prior double top. The double top at 12 and 12.05 on the 5s, taking that out. Now we're 3 pennies away from the high of the day. And I added a lot more shares on this one than I did on EDSA because the EDSA chart is not ideal. sorry, give me a sec here to put in 85 when we want 88s as well. So let's see if we can test the high of the day. It's 86. I put one beak wetter just below the high of the day at 85 so it can fill there. Let's see what we get. There's 83. Let's see if there's continuation into 85. Good strength here on IOVA, up 32%, done 50 million shares, 1 penny spread, so not very little to complain about. But I can complain about this though, I promise you I can find something to complain about. My lack of trading on IBRX. This thing is a dang buy program that won't get shut off. Look how clean IBRX is here, man. And every time I say to myself, oh, just wait for the dip into the 10 EMA, and then I digress and I don't put it on. Anyway, up 19%, very strong, 1171 high, 1150 is the 10 EMA on the 5. So look out for a possible retracement into there. That's what I'll be looking for. I'm not going to give up a possible trade on it. Let's keep an eye on that one. Hangry Wife, look at Owl, not small cap gapper, but steady ascent. Say less. I think we did look at Blue Owl the other day. Blue Owl's had, you know, they've seen better days.
I think they got a downgrade today.
Yeah, well, you would know, right? That's our world now. Yeah, that's a hell. Do you see Heady and shoulders there? Head, shoulders?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's a clear one. Look at that neckline.
That's
right there.
That's textbook right there,
that's
my
textbook. Boy. And there's the head and shoulders pattern on Blue Owl.
No, I haven't seen. Sorry to interrupt you. I haven't seen Gorv in the past couple of days. Lost.
Where has he been?
I don't know. We got to
So Joey, let's do it live like this. We're gonna use our Finabachis, right? All right. So from this, there's the breakout. Let's put from the head there. There we go. So then we can kind of project that down. Did we get to there from the neckline? So my bias is neckline is around 16. We got to 10s. High was 27. That's $11 worth of range. No. So well. We still have a bit more to go. We could see probably 8s if all is said and done, maybe below 10. But let's look at the 5-minute here on. Oh, very clean intraday anyway. Obviously not a great looking daily chart, but intraday it's very clean. I have a bias probably 11 resistance, right? And we're not that far away from it. 1088. Shout out to Hangry Wife. Good call for an intraday trade here on Blue Owl Capital. Thank you for that. I also want to, I forget who it was who mentioned this one. WULF is looking real good. Another non-small cap gapper, but one that is making the move. There it is into 1760 high a day, bull flag number 1. And then we don't get the second bull flag, but we do get an upward channel. So good luck right now on WULF. I would trade this as a range until it decisively breaks above the upper trend line. My entries would be, you know, just right around that 10 EMA with my stop below the 20, because the 10 and the 20 are awfully close here. So you're getting money fills between them, but I wouldn't allow it to kind of go against me below the 20. There it goes into more high days. So WULF here up 12.25 on the day, looking fantastic. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. And there goes IOVA. We're going to wet the beak into the high. No, it's not the high of the day. That's 86s. It's showing 85s, but we are 1 penny off that high a day. IOVA could get resistance here or could encounter resistance. It topped out at 84s at 1035. We're just at 85s. And then we have the double top at 945 and 950, the high of which was 86. And that's why I had a bias that there would be an 86 sell. So IOVA looking real good, but we're definitely getting into that area where we could encounter some trouble. We're taking profits along the way. What do we have on this? 74 is not a bad look. Could have done a little bit better on the price, but that's all right. EDSA coming back down now. What I want to see, does it breach prior bar low? So prior bar low is 160. Okay, I don't want this to breach prior bar low, and there it is. It's breaching prior bar low. That's going to be my out on this one. I'm worried about a possible double top. There was a whole bunch of selling at 170, not just once, twice, but OB, he is the one thrice. There was a lot of selling at 170. You want to, if we can shake the sellers at 170, I'll get back in, but I'm not going to be the one, you know, trying to fight that battle. No, thank you. IOVA looks great for continued. For really respecting the 50. Shout out to Nick Dubb. Thanks for that observation. Grunfeld says Figma, 2 times bull, FIGG. Let's have a look at FIGG. We're going to start the news soon, guys. I just realized it's 1 o'clock, but let's have a quick look here. Yeah, light volume, but a good looking bull flag. So let's just look at FIG, which is Figma. Yeah, Figma's having a decent day, man. Whoa, 9 1/3 here. A little bit more than 9 1/4. Figma's having all sorts of strength. Looking here at the blotter. I think Kathy Wood might have bought Figma. Let's have a look. Kathy Wood added to Broadcom, AMD, and Figma on Monday. So your Aunt Kathy was adding yesterday on that. Interesting take there, Kathy Wood. She bought Broadcom. Does it say how much she bought? Can look. Oh, there it is. Does it say how much she bought? I'm looking. Not immediately apparent if it says here. I can try to find out on her website, but yeah, not a bad looking chart on Figma, man. Be careful for the selling on FIG, not FIGG at 27 1/3. That is the high of the day, but you're holding the 10 EMA now, and it looks like you're getting some local resistance here at 27 1/5, but you are putting in higher lows. It's just that these topping tail candles are showing you that there is a seller at about the fifth of a dollar. So keep an eye out for that, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, I'm just pulling up our old tracker here, seeing where the boys are laying. Shreve holding on to that fifth spot. Randy coming in there hot, 8% right there. Obi still holding on to that first place spot. His Sidu space station up 41% here. Short, crazy, 41%. That's insane now. Current price at $1.99. Yeah, there's Adara as well. Boeing going to be green soon. Oracle down 30% from her entry. And then let's see what our, yeah, we're slowly sliding here, but it's CrowdStrike. It's CrowdStrike doing us a little dirty, guys. Aside from that, I'm not in any positions right now. We went over our trades. I'm getting in and I'm getting out, but this is what I'm talking about. You want to short the NAS, do it at your own discretion, because you sell a little bit. You really want to get involved into the nitty-gritty and get as detailed as you possibly can with really precise entries and stops, because you grind lower for approximately however long this is, 15 minutes or so, and in the span of a couple, the volume kicks right in, and then boom, you're right back towards the high of the day, having a bad time as a short seller on the TQQQs. Sometimes you just got to understand that there's a time and a place to short this bad boy. It will sucker you in. It will do that all the time, Sharif. It'll just drag you in. It'll say, hey, man, look at me. I'm over here. I look like a potential short. But meanwhile, what's really under the hood is that you have Apple. Guess what?
What?
Heading right back towards the volume-weighted average price. Microsoft, guess what? Breaking out. You guessed it. Good job. We'll hit the money on that one. Hero cookie for all who guessed that one. And then sure enough, Amazon hovering around the high of the day. You have Google moving to the top side. Amazon, back to Amazon once again. Tesla, what are you doing? Breakout there. And it's like, if you're not looking at what these individuals and these participants doing, something that is so heavily weighted in the NASDAQ, and you're trying to fade it, well, guess what? It's going to be one of those, and you're going to end up not having a good time. You know what they say when you're skiing? Don't French fry when you're supposed to pizza, okay? And with that being said, you got to be looking forward. There goes MSTR bouncing off that $124 mark. IonQ, what are you up to? Breaking through the volume-weighted average price. Going to my boy CrowdStrike all the way down to $350, down 35 or 25% from my entry price. Good relationship we have going on right now. Zscaler continuing to slide, but a nice bull flag being formed here. APLD was having a strong session, Sharif, a bull flag lower end of the range, and then maybe you'll get somewhat of a test of that high of the day. So far, I don't know if you guys can hear the sarcasm in my voice, but it's there, and you be aware, because I am being highly sarcastic, but also trying to spit some facts as well. Coinbase not performing not too bad there. Robinhood was nice here earlier in the day. Oh, wow, Robinhood. I was looking at this consolidation, but I didn't want to sway from my game plan here today. I'm like, ooh, this is a pretty good bull flag, consolidating, and then it was around $71 and $72 where I was looking to get involved, but now you get a strong recovery here in Robinhood as it heads up to 73 smackers, so not too bad of a look there whatsoever. CoinL, this is a 2x leverage, I believe, just absolutely getting wrecked. Let's head over to the daily and see what this thing was. Oh my Lanta. Like at one point, Sharif, this thing was worth $72. You're down 91%. That's why you do not own these leverage products, because you will lose absolutely everything. And an underlying, let's pull up the actual asset in itself. How much are we down? It's going to be half of that. I mean, Coinbase has been getting absolutely slaughtered. No 21 Savage there. Shout out to Adair knows what I'm talking about. Slaughter. We're not repeat that. 64%. man, oh man, obviously Bitcoin and some of the other crypto names getting KO'd essentially. This is KO. These are KO below Sharif. Ethereum with a high of almost around $5,000, now trading to $1,800. I had a shower thought the other day, not like you guys cared or anything. I'm like, man, I wonder if I can get Ethereum at like $900.
Bro, you're not far away from that.
That's the thing, dude. I would not be surprised if you can pick up Ethereum in like the triple digits, like $900. We're trading at $1,900 right now. That would be a substantial haircut from where we're currently sitting at. But I would not be surprised if we continue on this trajectory. What would we be down from that? We'll go over to about $1,000.
ETSA's breaking out,
80%.
guys.
Go ahead.
ETSA's breaking out. There's the top break. As soon as I saw that come in, I punched. But this is really selling off now. It's a topping tail candle. Watch out for the reversion here. It's a 178 high, and now it's dipping into 167. So I was able to scalp out some, but I'm keeping a close eye on current candle low, and that's 162. Prior candle low where I currently have my stop, 158. Watching here for a possible a reversion trade. Topping tail candle starting this into 178, so fails. Let's just be honest. It failed. 170 again. If this loses current bar low, I'm out. And here it comes into 64, watching, looking to see if it's going to go red on the day or what the situation is. We got 69s. That was an aggressive breakout there, and it was super short-lived into 178. So I hope you guys were able to scalp some there if you got in. Other than that, be careful here. I'm going to give it to current bar low. Let me move up my stop. So we're going to go to do just that. And that's ETSA. There we go. Let me cancel my previous stop on that bad boy. Let's see which one it is. There it is. Good. So we'll let that one run. We'll see what we can get on this. Back into 167 over here. Let's put another profit taker just north of 70s in case that comes in. I'm also in IBRX scalping up here. We've got 50s on. There's 58. Looking for the next one at 60, 63, 69. Looking for IBRX to hold trend, which is basically the 10 EMA on the 5. It dropped down with an aggressive red candle, caught my attention, and I did punch into this one. So we'll have a quick look there. And then also I want to mention, let's not forget, of course, about IOVA. It comes into 85 where I had my next profit taker, but it doesn't fill me there as a result of it not crossing. So we still have shares on this one. So I do want to take some out just to, de-risk a little bit. There we go. And then we can rest a little bit easier over here on that one. That's IOVA. Keeping an eye on all three. Of course, AMPA is definitely not tradable for me. Back to ETSA over here. Ugly topping tail candle, as I mentioned, but looks like we're kind of calming down. 67 now showing up on the ask side of level 2, but we're still not above 70. So unless we reclaim 70 here with some vigor, it will have been yet another failed attempt of that 70 penny level, despite the fact that we got to 78. So a bit of a tough one here. I'm going to give it to current bar low. As I mentioned, if it breaches 62, I'm out. I'm not going to DCA into this one. We're going to pack the patience. And while I pack the patience, I should say, we're going to send you guys to Adara.
I'll be brief. Just keep an eye here on META. Bloomberg Law reporting that Meta has won an investor appeal over iPhone change impact. This is a vague headline. I looked into it. This is all I'm seeing on the headline right now. Could be nothing, but just want to let you guys know there is this headline on Meta, again from Bloomberg Law, reporting that the company has won an investor appeal over, quote, iPhone change impact. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Keeping an eye on all three of the ones we just talked about there. Looking for looking for IOVA to breach prior bar high. It's still holding above the 10. Prior bar high is 59. There seems to be selling coming in at 60. But back to ETSA over here. There it is, back into 69, right? So this current candle has a lower high, but also a higher low. And you can just see the struggle between longs and shorts at the 70 penny level. For whatever reason, that's the level that they've earmarked. I'm talking about the shorts. They want to draw a line in the sand there. I mean, the higher lows are what's keeping me involved in the trade, but I'm very alive to the fact that there is a quite convicted short seller at 70, so I am kind of concerned about that. I do see rhyme, so the individual who just pointed it out in the chat, shout out to you. The same range that we talked about. I should have had more patience with this one. basically 40 to 45 as the high, 20, you know, at times it goes to 15 as a low. The wicks do breach those levels. They breach 40 and they breach 20, but most of the closing prints are finding some support there. So keeping an eye here on ETSA, Joey, looking for it to hold above that 62 penny level.
All right, good look there. My boy Nick Dubb in the chat is like, hey Joe, looking for a potential short here on Meta. Yeah, you have this 5-minute candle opening at the low. You could just use it the high of the day. With this name, obviously it's a couple points that you need to give it. But if it's gonna come back into the zone, right? Okay, so that's a nice breakdown. That's essentially what you want to see. Liquidity issues a little bit here, but a nice little momentum to move to the downside. Dara, what do you have for us?
I just want to let you guys know here, this is more kind of on watch for later today, but Axios just reporting the CIA director is going to be joining U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio at 3 p.m. for an Iran briefing to lawmakers. Not sure if this is going to be on camera or not, but either way, 3 p.m. power hour. Potentially keep an eye on oil as, again, Axios reporting CIA director to join U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio for an Iran briefing to U.S. lawmakers. Back to you.
That former CIA guy, John Kiriakou. Have I mentioned you? I've mentioned him.
Oh, the guy who tells all the stories.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He was saying that according to his sources, and you know you can make of that what you will, of course, that President Trump was planning a Monday or Tuesday, here we are on Tuesday, attack on Iran, right? Well, we'll have to wait and see how we've obviously...
They already struck their nuclear facility.
Previously, I forget the name of the operation. Yeah, but apparently, well, when you look at the armada they've got there, the military, it's going to be a much wider...
It's an operation.
Yeah,
I mean, they're moving some of the ships into the strategic areas.
Exactly, the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the thing with President Trump, bro. You know, unlike, I don't want to say unlike other presidents, but he has more of a market focus. So my bias was that he was probably instructing his generals to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz doesn't get shut down, so oil prices are not like at $50 a liter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see whether or not, you know, any belligerencies happen in the first place. If they do, whether they're able to make sure the strait remains open so people can get their oil supplies. But there's a whole lot happening, man. Geopolitically, it's all over the place.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get IBRX. I realize that the money fills are between the 10 and the 20, but if it comes back in, shows me that it's going to hold support there, I'll get back in. But I don't have to deal with this while I'm trying to do the new segment. I'm trying to hold on to ETSA because it's still holding above the 10 EMA with that 70 penny seller, and this one has shown its intensity when it breaks out above levels. So the candle at 105, the low was 62, and then it got to 78 quick as you like. So I'm going to pack the patience with that one, looking for a move here on ETSA into some highs. I'm still holding IOVA. Let me send it to you so we can start the new segment.
So what I was saying to you, Nick Dubb, here is that just be cautious of the chop, right? Like, this isn't a bad play, but if you're patient enough and you can get in at the higher end of the range, that's just going to increase your risk to reward. Why? Because essentially you're not wrong. Like you mentioned it, you're not wrong until you breach that previous high. But if you can get closer and you can determine when you are wrong closer, but you can add a little bit more in size. There goes silver. I had a feeling that we weren't going to break down after this consolidation. I just wasn't going to sit through all of this chop. It was doing nothing for quite some time, and then eventually volume stepped in and it moved and put in a new high on SLV. I'm going to be keeping my eye on the Qs, but same narrative, man. It just drags you in thinking, hey, we might short in the overall market. We have a trend that's been established, and then sure enough, we have this trend line, and as soon as it's breached, then there might be an opportunity. But I have to keep an eye on so many different underlyings that the fact is like, is it really worth it? Especially if they're not all moving in tandem. So if you have one going the other way, Nvidia decides to break out of that bull flag, Google does the exact same thing and climb higher, but you have a couple of them tanking. It's just like you have that push and pull effect, and you can have some misleading signals in the overall market. So there goes Meta continuing its slide. Good. I'm glad that's working out for you, Nick Dubb. Broadcom, what are you up to? It's selling aggressively, so maybe that can contribute to some more selling here in the TQQQs. Pan W, how have you been today? Small recovery, but then right back to the downside, and it's the exact same thing with CrowdStrike and Zscaler. They have not been performing very well. Zscaler, one of the stronger ones on today's session, but CrowdStrike down to 349 and couldn't hold its rebound. So a really tough look in some of these cybersecurity names. Applied Digital was another strong name here today. Robinhood DraftKings, QBT. Ooh, okay, DraftKings. Who do you think you are as you're breaking out of that $22 mark? So not a horrible look whatsoever. Oklo was in play for quite some time. How are you doing on the daily? How are you doing? Not good, that's for sure. If you don't mind me telling you, 67%. So yeah, maybe not performing as well as I thought it was. Caterpillar, an absolute dog right now, only a couple percentage points off of its previous all-time high, 2.4%. And Walmart pulling back aggressively. Let's pull up Walmart here momentarily before Sharif gets into his what is the news there? Very difficult word I was looking for. 6% off of its highs.
6% for Walmart?
Walmart. Yeah.
Not bad.
No, that's light.
Yeah, absolutely. That is life. Let's get into the new segment. So Tesla continues to struggle in Europe. I mean, I don't think that surprises anybody here. Let's talk about it. It's really more about, I put these articles less to dunk on Tesla's weakness for car sales and more to really highlight the proliferation of Chinese EVs in Europe. And we joke, right? We say, you know, these Chinese EVs are like a weed, man. You throw them in and all of a sudden they're proliferating everywhere. They take over your entire garden. Tesla's European new car registrations fell 17% year over year in the entire continent. They sold 8,075 cars in the month of January. That is now 13 consecutive months of declines for Tesla in Europe, and the market share across the EU, the United Kingdom, and Switzerland and Norway, as well as Iceland, dropped to 0.8% market share. They previously had 1%. So it's not like they were, you know, double digits or anything like that, but a notable drop nonetheless. All the while, Chinese EV makers, specifically BYD, posted 165% year-over-year surge in European registrations. They registered in the month of January 18,242 cars, so 10,000 essentially, more than Tesla. Their regional market share also popped, man, more than doubling from 0.7% now up to 1.9%. Tesla faces, criticism for lacking a new mass market vehicle or model and really relying, according to the article, I don't happen to agree with this, relying too much on future revenue sources from autonomous and robotics. Europe is seeing increased availability of affordable EV alternatives. We're talking about, of course, MG, BYD, Zeekr. There's a lot that are going on there. A wave of first-generation Teslas as well is returning from their lease cycles, 4 to 6 years. Those are flooding the used car market, which is pressuring resale prices on the newer models, if you believe that, and not the fact that it's, you know, Europeans being none too plussed with Elon, fine. Overall, regional auto sales did decline 3.5% year over year. They sold less than 1 million cars in the entire month of January for all the jurisdictions I mentioned above, 961,000. And petrol registrations fell 26% year over year, while BEVs or EVs are up. So whether if you're looking at battery electric vehicles, 14%. Plug-in hybrids seems to be the most important category there. The market is willing to accept 32% year-over-year increase. And then hybrid electrics, they're up 6% year-over-year. So Tesla's up 1.4% today, but what do you make of this? You know what I mean?
I think it's just the continuing narrative, Sharif, to be honest with you, with Tesla just declining. I mean, we look at this name for other reasons now, as you can see he's losing market share across the globe. You're getting those hybrids. And I'm curious, I don't think Tesla would ever go with that model. He's going to sway, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's 10 or 15 years down the road where you just extremely lose focus on the EV sector itself and just works on robotics and autonomous vehicles where he has higher margins because he's slashing the price of one of his coolest vehicles, in my opinion. And what is that going to do? It's going to reduce your margins. But we've been talking about this for quite some time now. It's just Tesla continuously losing market share in Europe and in China as well too. So I don't think that narrative is going to change anytime soon. I don't think he's going to really look into. He has the larger model in China, but other than that, I don't think he's too invested or interested in bringing out new models and
You don't
doing
feel
other
that?
things.
No, I don't feel that at
No,
all. I
no,
feel it's
he-
autonomous, and he's focusing on
the
robotaxi,
yeah,
right?
exactly,
Robotaxi's coming out now.
so-
We saw those. Shout out to Adam James, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Adam. MACD and RSI on the Triple Q daily both point up, and selling is slowing. Entire intermediate future of Qs could be based on Nvidia, in my opinion. Pivotal point at the moment here. That is a very, very good observation. You want to look at the Qs for the OG? Adam James?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're not going to deny the fact that Nvidia is going to have an impact on its report. We've seen what we got going on. And I'm only looking at things from a technical standpoint. Could we take an additional leg higher? Absolutely. There's so many things that we have to keep into play, take into factor here. But could we take a move lower? Absolutely. There's some substantial returns from those April lows, and we haven't even really broke down yet. 49% in the span of a year. I mean, we're only down 5% off of those highs. And I'm not saying we're going to fall into a bear market. I don't know if there's enough headwinds in order for us to do so, but a lot is going to happen. And if one name is going to drag the overall market up, it's going to start with an N and end with an A. And yeah, it's this name. If it exceeds the expected move, for sure. We want to see some forecasts. We want to see that guidance on China sales if they're going to release that, which can really send this name to new heights. I know there's been $250 price targets, but this is at the forefront of the AI trade. And if we're going to continue on this trade, the AI trade, it's going to have to be led by Nvidia.
Well, good point, man. Let's talk a little here. Oh, that says breaking down. That's my invitation. Let me just have a look here. It didn't stop me out. I have my stop, below that area low, but it does look like it's going to lose the bid. We'll let that resolve naturally there. Amazon, this headline I broke to you guys yesterday during the afternoon rundown, but they plan to invest $12 billion in a new AI and cloud data center campuses in Louisiana. The facilities are going to support AI workloads as well as AWS Cloud. The project is expected to create about 540 full-time data center jobs and roughly about 1,700 indirect roles, talking about electricians, HVAC, security, etc. Earlier this month, we know Amazon projected an eye-watering, and this led all Mag 7 names, eye-watering $200 billion in CapEx for the year, more than any individual hyperscaler. As I mentioned, major tech firms, though, collectively are forecasting nearly $700 billion in CapEx for the year. Most of Amazon's spending, of course, is targeting AI data centers, their chips, their networking gear, and of course, cloud infrastructure. And until after the February 5th earnings report, Amazon shares fell for 9 consecutive days, and those 9 consecutive days wiped out $450 billion in market cap. It's up today, it's up nicely, 1 4/5. It says they will pay, by the way, for this data center, because a lot has been made about the water, the electricity usage, and how it affects local residents. Sorry, I just have to get out of my EDSA trade, which is out. They say they are going to pay 100% of the energy infrastructure costs that are tied to the Louisiana campus. They also plan to use natural air cooling when possible. They're also going to use surplus water rather than actually using, the normal water in the system. And they're going to invest up to $400 million in public water infrastructure. Sorry, Assassino, I'm not plugged in, but we're going to go to Adara at the big desk.
Keep an eye here in FOUR, that is shift for payments. Not a ton of volume on this right now, like 700,000 shares, but volume is escalating, as is price, after Michael Burry speculates here in a Substack post that Shift 4 might be a better takeover target than PayPal in the same sector, saying that PayPal is, quote, just too big, and that 4 is the right size in that space. So FOUR pushing higher again. Michael Burry pausing this one as a better takeover target in the payment space than PayPal. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. What do you make of this, Joey? I do like this. Like, this is not going to affect the stock price or anything like that, but it will, number one,
President Trump speaks today in the State of the Union, it's widely expected that he will address some of the increase in living costs. Part of that, of course, is going to be the energy. And energy costs have gone up, data centers, especially in certain areas. So this, kind of thing where you're paying 100% of the energy costs, you're not using new water, you're using recycled water, that gets you out of the purview of, an attack.
Exactly, and I think that's been the big worry about just the build out on these data centers and the cloud infrastructure and the AI infrastructures being on the grid and then causing the residents to have an increase in money. So, and that's why we like Caterpillar, because they can essentially take you off that and build one. But as for Amazon taking care of, taking in all of those costs, taking on all of those costs, not too bad. But the way that I look at this, Sharif, is we expect $200 billion in CapEx, or was it $700 billion in CapEx, altogether $200 billion coming from Amazon. I like this because what is this telling me? That these companies are too big and too smart to spend this money and then not eventually see a return on investment. So this is just a continuous build out of Amazon Web Services, in my opinion, and I really like that for the long term.
All right, great point. Let's talk about this one. This is about Nvidia, but it's more about DeepSeek. Of course, Nvidia does report after the bell tomorrow, so make sure to catch that with us on the Market Recap Show. We're going to have that live, obviously, but this is an interesting development. It gives you, a deeper picture into the sort of AI war between the U.S. and China. So a senior Trump administration official said the Chinese startup known as DeepSeek trained its latest AI model on Nvidia's most advanced chips. Of course, we are talking about the Blackwell. The U.S. believes that the chips, Blackwell specifically here, are kind of hidden in some data center in Inner Mongolia. The officials speaking under, they didn't release who the person was. The official suggested DeepSeek could actually be able to remove technical indicators that people would be able to find in the LLM, in the DeepSeek LLM, that would tie it to having been trained by NVIDIA's Blackwell, so that they can kind of hide the fact that they have Blackwell. That is the report there. Also, a lot of allegations have been made against DeepSeek and how they were able to train their system. Recall, this is not new. When they came out originally, I think about a year and change ago, and everyone was wondering how they trained their model so well, a lot of accusations at the time were coming out that DeepSeek was using a process called distillation. Distillation is essentially when you create these thousands and thousands and thousands of accounts that ping or send requests to, say, OpenAI's ChatGPT. In this case, they're saying that they did it with Claude. And so they ask Claude like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of questions, and they get the responses to those questions. And then off that information, they train their model. So they're not actually training their model organically. They're using a process called distillation. Whether you believe that or not, if that makes a difference to you, this is kind of what's being reported here. But the way that I look at this story is this reignites the beef between the China hawks and the tech bros. The China hawks, they want nothing being sent to China. They want to be at a complete competitive advantage. They don't want the Chinese having access to these advanced chips, whether it's Blackwell or the H200. They don't make a difference. They don't want China getting them. The tech bros are like, no, we got to sell them our best technology. We need to get the world addicted, hooked on American tech.
On American technology.
This kind of throws the ball a little bit when you say, in the Hawks score, the China Hawks score is going to be like, see, we told you so. Look at this. They're already getting Blackwell. They got their hands on Blackwell. You need to tighten up control on NVIDIA. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree with you there, Sharif. It's interesting, and we've seen the effect that the DeepSeek news initially had on NVIDIA when it first came out. I believe it was in the middle of the summer or just at the beginning of the summer last year. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing. Sharif, I'm going to send it off to you. I'm in a position right now.
All right, brother.
See if I can manage this here.
Let's talk a little AMD. Sorry about the background noise, guys. We're just doing a fire test in the building here. Hopefully, it'll just be quick. So AMD, as we brought you the story in the morning, AMD and Meta tying the deal here, and that's caused AMD up 10% on the day. So they're collaborating, AMD that is, collaborating with Meta to deploy up to 6 gigawatts of AMD Instinct AI chips. We'll get to that in a second. But this represents one of the largest AI infrastructure commitments announced to date. So initial deployment will use custom AMD Instinct MI450 GPUs, the ones that Joey was super gung-ho about, but they're also going to use the EPYC CPU. So it's going to be the full stack server, right? And the full stack server by AMD is called a Helios. Shipments for the first gigawatt deployment will begin early this year, and AMD issued, more on this in a second, but AMD issued Meta what they're calling a performance-based warrant for up to 160 million AMD shares, and those are tied to specific GPU shipment milestones. So I did a little bit more research on this, so let's get down to that research. So watch this. So this is all performance-based. So the way that they set it up was by issuing performance-based warrants for up to 160 million shares at a strike price of 1 penny, so basically nominal, AMD is essentially offering Meta a potential for 10% ownership. That doesn't include future dilution, but based on the current share. 10% ownership stake in AMD for buying about 6 gigawatts. But those are all going to be tied in to performance milestones. So you get certain amount of shares for the first gigawatt, a certain amount of shares for the second, the third, etc. And then what does that have as an effect on Meta's relationship with Nvidia? Well, they're going to be more incentivized to buy AMDs because they're going to get ROI on their investment. So that's the handcuffing argument here. So by giving Meta a path to 10% ownership, AMD has effectively turned its biggest customer into its biggest cheerleader. The effect of that is every time Meta chooses AMD chips over Nvidia's, they are just saving money because they're cheaper. They're potentially increasing the value of those 160 million shares that they have vis-a-vis warrants. So it's a skin in the game argument here. So you got to like that from Meta's perspective. I question it though from Lisa Su's perspective. You're giving up so much of the company's, market share here just to get a client on board. I don't know if that's worth the trade. You guys could have a different opinion about that. What's your take there, Joey?
Sorry, Sharif, I'm still sitting in this position.
Okay, brother. All right, so let's go on to the next story. Let's talk about Bitcoin dropping quite aggressively here. Fell more than 5%. Let's look at where it's at right now. Well, it's almost back to 65,000. It was below that this morning. It did break below 63 before stabilizing. The decline, again, is being framed as a macro-driven risk asset, risk-off kind of trade. I disagree with that. Analysts are characterizing the move as a tactical de-risking, suggesting investors are trimming exposure to volatile assets. Again, I don't feel that way. I just think it's, a technical correction. President Trump there's also geopolitical issues that are causing trouble here. President Trump signaled a potential decision within 10 days on a possible military action against Iran, and markets are interpreting this as a tightening of the financial conditions and leading to the risk-off environment. Cryptocurrencies, this specific one is down about 27% year-to-date and 50% off its October highs. But as we were talking about yesterday, if you have the bias that I have, this bias now, that, let's load up BTC, that we're going to correct about 70%, well, then that's going to take us down into about mid-30s. So if we take from the 126 high and we drag that bad boy down to about 70%, we're talking about a $37,000 level where we could find support. So where am I getting the 70% thing? All I'm going to say to you is, if you've got access to a chart and these exactly. Go to look at 2023 and the drawdown from the 2013. Go look at the drawdown from the 2013 high. Go look at the drawdown from the 2018 high. Go look at the drawdown from the 2021 high. It was Obi actually that pointed this out to me.
Draw that one over.
So there's the double top there. That's from 68.3. And into the low,
what was that?
78%. Okay? That's just the way it is, bro.
Well, how about this one? How much was that one?
Well, this one starts in 19.
No,
so.
this second one, where we rebound, what was that pullback there around?
Probably a little bit less, 50% or so, 50%.
Yeah. But even so, 50% is not fun.
It's no, of course, yeah. We're already past 50%, Joe.
Yeah, we're way past
We're past 50% now. So, if we're looking at 50, we're at 50 right now. I've got a bias that we go to 70, right? If we go to 70, we go to 70. I'll be a buyer there as well. But it's just about being strategic in where you're buying. Joey, what do you think?
Yeah, I sit in the same boat as you, Sharif. From a percentage metric, I have no idea where this thing is going to stop. So what I have to do is just kind of go in the back pocket and think, hey, what can we see and what can we have been continuously expecting here in Bitcoin? And that's it, forming a consolidative base. You have your trend lines established, and then once you're on the backside of things is when you really want to start to engage. But one thing I will note, Sharif, is that we didn't come out, like the IBIT, you don't go from being one of the best ETF successful launches of all time to nobody wanting the thing anymore, right? I don't think that's necessarily the case. And we also have to take into consideration for every seller, there's somebody buying this stuff, right? So you have the opposite end of that, and who is buying it? And I was watching something a while ago before we experienced this deeper pullback, is that the institutions are actually starting to slowly allocate this thing, right? Quietly, behind the scenes. But that's what you expect, because why would they want to pay the premium of 100,000 or 126,000? So when you have all of these whales distributing their Bitcoin holdings that they've been in for X amount of time since it started or whatever, to 5-10 years it may be, you're going to start to see some selling. But it just started to really amplify and pick up. But I'm going to stick on the narrative that we're going through a tough phase, we're going through a pullback phase, but there's people on the opposite end of this purchasing Bitcoin. We don't necessarily have a use case for it right now, other than the fact that we're classifying it as store value, which is totally fine. But it's the technology behind it. Now there is better tech like the Ethereum blockchain, but just because there's a finite amount of this stuff, I think we're gonna fall back into the realm of, hey, just be patient. We're going through the typical volatility within Bitcoin, and then eventually we might, and hopefully we do see a rebound. It's just going to take a lot longer than what we're anticipating. We're only in year 2 of the halving cycle, right? We got a couple more years before we lead into that neck of the woods. And this is what we typically see as well.
Bang on, bang on. Let's talk about Home Depot. Not a bad report for them today. I mean, they beat on expectations. Where are they at? They're up 2%, more, 2.14. They're breaking down below VWAP, though. Let's talk about this report. So fiscal Q4 revenue came in at 38.2. The street was looking for 38.12. So a beat on the top line. How about the bottom line? Well, almost a 20 penny beat, 18 pennies per share. They beat 272. The street wanted 254. So check, beat on the top and bottom line. That's kind of where the good news ends. I don't want to say it ends, but there's some silver lining. Well, not silver lining, some caveats here. Revenue did decline 4% year over year, but the company's blaming that to one fewer fiscal week this year than there was last year. Net income also fell from $3 billion last year down to 2.57. CFO Richard McPhail described the U.S. as being sort of in a frozen housing environment for 3 years. He blames higher rates, lower housing turnover, and affordability concerns for some of the reason that headline number isn't accelerating like it was. Comparable sales did finally rise 0.4% year over year. That's in the U.S. Transactions fell, though, right? 1.6% year over year, but the average ticket did rise 2.4%. So people are spending a little bit more, but the actual quantity of transactions fell. Do-it-yourself demand, though, that still remains weak. A couple of reasons for that. People aren't moving into new homes, so they're not really renovating. And the ones who are living in the same home, a lot of them renovated during COVID when they didn't really have money to do anything else other than stay at home. So the renovations have been done, or people are just not moving into homes that need to be renovated. So the do-it-yourselfers still not there. But the pro customer, and we heard about this in their last report, and even the one before that, they're really focusing now more on the pro customer, the contractors, the carpenters, people who do this professionally rather than the do-it-yourselfers. It seems to be a strategy that they're employing with, I guess, varied levels of success. What's their full year outlook look like? 2026 total sales are expecting that top line number to grow by 2.5% to 4.5% for the full year, with comparable sales flat to 2%. That's the guide. We're talking about the guide here. With adjusted EPS, are saying going to be roughly flat to about 4% up from the prior year of $14.65. Last but not least, Joey, the tariffs and the cost pressures on this, because a lot of the stuff they bring in is from overseas. That's one way to look at it. Or you can look at it as 50% of their merchandise is actually sourced from the United States. And no single country, according to this report, represents more than 10% of imports. So there's no concentration risk outside the United States. That's a pretty good tactical move here. But they say they're still assessing the impact of tariffs, and they're citing uncertainty around the final language and enforcement. I wonder if they'll be one of those ones who sue for the return of the tariffs. We know FedEx is going to, Costco is going to, some others as well.
Yeah, that's a great question. And we know from a couple of reports ago as well, too, Shreve, they're looking to diversify more so they didn't lean on one country too much, which obviously during the tariff tantrum, they didn't want to take on too many extra costs. That being said, you mentioned obviously the pro doing it better than the DIY, but one thing that I want to note is that digital sales are also increasing 11% in Q4, so with buyer-to-buyer online outpacing overall digital sales. So I mean, that's good. That's what you want to see. And the diversification is extremely important. So you're not getting everything hit on the head. It's like what we've seen in Walmart. Everything is being assembled in America. So it reduces that tariff exposure.
There you go. Let's talk a little hims and hers. They reported earnings after the bell yesterday. Let's see where they're at. They're down 1.5%. They were down substantially more. So not a bad look there. From the closing print yesterday to the low this morning, they were down over, and they are SSR. Wow, what a recovery here for HIMS, man. HIMS, I think is green on the day. Hold on, let me just double check this because the ticker is telling me one thing. HIMS is up 2.25%. This thing was SSR, and now it's up 2.25. Okay, good look for HIMS. EPS 7 pennies. The street wanted 2, a 5-penny beat there, and that 5-penny beat represents a 227% beat. Not bad. Compare that though to 11 pennies they took home last year on the quarter, and that year-over-year decline is pretty notable. Over the last 4 quarters as well, HIMS has topped EPS estimates twice, so they're batting 500. Q4 revenue, 617 million. Beating the 616.5 expected by the street, and the year-over-year growth from $481 million top line last year. Not a bad look there. Revenue beats have occurred in 2 of the last 3 quarters. So that top line, they're batting 667. Shares, though, are down at least at the time of the writing of this article, about 52% year to date. The current consensus for the next quarter, they're guiding 13 pennies on revenue of 645 million, with their full year expectations being 55 pennies on 2.73 billion. Not a bad look here, Joey, but as we've seen, the companies ran into a lot of problems trying to copy these GLP-1s and market them.
It's funny, they're still advertising it on like Snapchat and social media.
They are?
Yeah.
I don't get that.
I see.
Do you get it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Crazy stuff. I mean, there's a lot going on here. 2026 guidance, 2.7 billion to 2.9 billion, looking at or implying a 15 to 24% year-over-year growth, which isn't horrible. Adjusted EBITDA, 300 million to 375, approximately 11 to 13% margin at midpoint. Right. So there's some positivity going on, but what we have going on under the hood, Shreve, isn't good. Mimicking these drugs, it's going to cost them a lot of money in the near future.
What do you think generally about these companies that you can get prescription drugs from kind of like just through the mail? You know, you meet...
I think it's good. I don't mind the telehealth.
You like that?
I don't mind the telehealth, right?
I don't mind it either.
I don't mind the telehealth.
But like, see, remember the point I was trying to make last time? Yeah, it's all over the place.
Yeah.
We'll get to that in a bit. Let's send it to Adara, see what her opinion is on HIMS.
With HIMS here with HIMS and hers, it's nothing like massive. It's just a little brief thing I wanted to show you guys that I made up here. It's just a look at their fiscal 2025 revenue, just kind of broken down. So how much of it is in the US, how much of it in the rest of the world, and then how much of this is online versus wholesale. As you can see, like the vast majority of their revenue for fiscal 2025 was online revenue, but with the rest of the world revenue, it's interesting, and I don't remember what the number was for this for the entire fiscal year, but for Q4, rest of world revenue grew by like over 800% year over year. So I think even though obviously it's a much smaller portion of revenue compared to that US revenue, we're keep an eye on this rest of world region because it seems to be growing quite quickly. And I think especially compared to like the chunk that wholesale makes up versus online, this rest of world section, maybe not something to mess with HIMS going forward.
Thank you very much. Let's talk a little Keurig Dr. Pepper. They reported this morning. Let's see where they're at. KDP. They're positive, 3 2/3, not a bad look. EPS adjusted, beating the expectations by analysts by a penny, 60 versus 59. Revenue, $4.5 billion, beating the 4.36. So an easy beat on the top and bottom line there. The quarter apparently showed steady demand across the different beverage items that they have, with performance strong enough to slightly outperform consensus as we saw. The beat comes though in a consumer environment where staples naming are being rewarded for consistency and pricing discipline, okay? Full year 2026 guide, they're guiding about 26 billion, give or take, 25.9 to 26.4, with the street consensus was listed at 17.19, likely reflecting a structural shift from the JD, okay, because they had that acquisition, that JDE Pete's contribution. Probably that's why the top line number is a lot higher. Guidance implies meaningful growth and signals confidence in both organic trends and strategic execution, and that's what we're talking about there. The incremental contribution from JDE Pete's, assuming an early April close, is embedded in their forward guidance. So that's why they're guiding substantially higher than what the street was looking for. But this is assuming, of course, that it all goes hunky-dory and they close in April, guys. They're also guiding low double-digit adjusted EPS growth for the full year. They're citing a combination of organic growth as well as operational leverage and the strategic integration to JDE Pete's as well, Joey. So KDP, not one that we often look at, but hey, man, $42 billion market cap, man.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been on a nice run. We've seen that in the likes of Pepsi and Coca-Cola as well, so not too bad whatsoever. If we're going to be looking at things from the beginning of the, or later in the start of the year, the later of last month, up 20% almost, 17 3/4. So not too bad of a look at Keurig Dr. Pepper here today.
All right, let's go on to the next topic, guys. Intel, Samba Nova, they bet. All right, so Intel is investing in AI chip startup Samba Nova as a part of a $350 million funding round, which is expanding the relationship between the two companies, which began in 2019. The companies entered a multi-year collaboration with Samba Nova, agreeing to adopt Intel's server CPUs as well as its GPUs in its system. Funny enough, people don't know that Intel does make GPUs, but not on the scale, of course, of Nvidia. They will jointly work on sales and marketing to accelerate AI infrastructure. And Intel had actually previously explored acquiring Samba Nova for about $1.6 billion, but the talks collapsed earlier this year. Nvidia, as we know, remains the dominant AI chip supplier. Their Blackwell B200 system currently defined, the high end, but Intel's revenue has declined now for 4 consecutive years, which really does underscore the urgency of gaining AI market share, hence the possible tie-up here. Stocks up, though. Let's put some respect on this one's name, up 75%. We're talking about Intel. In the past year, it's of course been aided by U.S. government investments and strategic investments from the likes of Nvidia as well. So what's so good about this Samba Nova company? Why is Intel looking to collaborate with them? Well, they introduced this new SN50 chips, which they claim delivers higher performance than Nvidia's B200 GPU. That's the dual, by the way. The B200 is the dual GPU at a similar cost. That's a statement right there to say that you can take on the king there. The architecture supports scaling up to 256 interconnected processors. SoftBank will actually deploy this SN50 chip, and they're already a customer. And we know SoftBank, of course, a customer of Nvidia's, but they sold their entire Nvidia position late last year. Samba Nova's clients include Hugging Face, which is a major AI, I think they're a startup, Meta, and other major AI labs. And just so you know, there was some sort of, relationship between Lip-Bu Tan and Samba Nova. He was the chairman. He has been chairman of Samba Nova since 2017. His venture firm, Walden International, was an early investor in Samba Nova, but Intel stated that he recused himself from collaboration discussions to avoid conflict of interest concerns. Intel.
Yeah, I mean, with Intel, it's interesting. But as for this Samba Nova, Sharif, to say you're going to compete and challenge them, I think that's extremely interesting. I stood on the fact that, regardless of who you are, I think Nvidia has such a great head start on everyone. It's going to be tough playing catch up. But I mean, not too bad Lip Bhutan getting involved here, trying to compete. That's what you want to see. But as for Intel, as soon as that government took the stake, I had a strong hunch that this name was going to continue to climb higher, and it has been. It performed well in the latter half of last year. Lip Bhu, I don't even think he's had a full year or getting close to being in a full year as the CEO. He's had 3 quarters, maybe close to 4 at this point. I think he's on the right trajectory, and it started off with that government investment.
Let's look at this SN50 chip here, Joey. Let's have a look at this thing. Samba Nova. Yeah, we can show this Assassino. Okay. So this is the website. This is what they're claiming is as good as the GB200. I mean, that's a statement, man. That's a statement. Like, I don't even think AMD says their MI450 is as good. But hey, what do I know? Let's go on to the next story. ASML, one of my favorite stocks. Where are they at? Okay, they're flat on the day. I think they touched 15 hundos this morning, though. So ASML, we told you about the story yesterday, but we didn't really dive deep into it. They unveiled a new EUV, extreme ultraviolet lithography light source enhancement that increases the power inside its EUV lithography machines. The upgrade could lift semiconductor output by as much as 50% by the end of the decade. That's not too far. This is being reported by Reuters. EUV machines, if you don't know, they are essential for the cutting-edge chips that Nvidia, AMD, and everybody else makes, making this a strategic bottleneck technology. Their systems are already being used by like literally everybody, TSM, Intel, Samsung. It reinforces the near monopoly that this company has. But if you're a near monopoly, you are susceptible to headline risk, and that's something that I'm acutely aware of. So the CEO said customers have expressed stronger confidence in medium-term demand, especially tied to AI-driven chip expansion. That had been the issue with ASML going into last year, right? Because there was concerns that, the chip demand wasn't as aggressive as, some were making it to be. Technologist Martin van der Brink noted new systems retain the same collector customer experience, but with enhanced performance. And ASML, as we talked about, I think it's up over 100% in the past year. Yeah, 101% in the past year, outperforming, of course, the broader semiconductor interest, Joey, ASML.
Yeah, interesting here. I'm just reading some just kind of like the segments and everything along those lines. There is growth, but a lot of it contributed to, I think 66% of it was with the logic, contributed to 60% of the top line memory, contributed to the remaining ASML Extreme Ultraviolet EUV. So as for the technicals on this name, Shreve, I like the point that you're like, hey, when you essentially hold a monopoly in the space, what are people going to do? They're going to start gunning for you because there's only one person at the top essentially, but it's still been performing relatively well as it's grinding high. From August 2025, you're up 120%. And until you have an individual that can directly compete, I think you stay on the same trajectory.
Micron, everybody's talking about it, Neil. We'll have a look.
Zeta
SNDK and Micron are all dropping quite aggressively. I see SNDK down 6.2. Micron is down. Western Digital is down. They're all getting hit hard. Here it is. There's a Citron Research. I don't know when this came in. Let me just see here, because there's a hit piece here, but that I don't know if that came in earlier or not. I'm just looking at my blotter because there's a Citron Research report on SanDisk. Just looking, I don't see it from here.
9:30 a.m.
All right, so this one says, SanDisk is in the crosshairs of Andrew Left's Citron Research, which Tuesday announced its short position in the memory storage company. They argue that NAND cycle is approaching its peak, just as Samsung escalates competition in the premium solid-state drive. So in its note, Citron pointed to a significant move by SanDisk's former parent, Western Digital, as a key tell. We know that they were looking to offload. Western Digital sold a substantial chunk of SanDisk holding, roughly 25%, below current prices in a secondary offering. We reported that to you guys last week. In quote, this is what they wrote. Ask yourself why, Citron wrote, because they know the cycle is approaching a peak and they're not waiting for the bell. Okay? Samsung is seen as the decisive threat. So Citron's core bear case centers on Samsung's competitive posture. Samsung has a 30-year history of choosing market share over margin, Citron wrote. They wait for pure plays like SanDisk to get comfortable at 50% gross margins, then flip the switch. The firm added that Samsung has publicly stated it won't sell below 50% margins and is moving its best chips directly to premium SSD market. We'll read more about this when we get back from Adira.
Yeah, that short report you can read more about. I also reposted it and kind of gave a summary on X at TTV Research. I just reposted that again now, so you can find that on X for a quick look. Again, that came out like basically right after the bell. But I do want to mention as well this market as a whole. We do have some comments coming from the House China panel chair by the name of Moulinar, basically citing that China reportedly plans to sell Iran missiles, some more Iran tensions here. Furthermore, the same panel chair also calling for a revocation of China's privileged trade status. So once again, looks like the House China panel chair Moulinar calling for China's privileged trade status to be revoked. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Let's continue on. So Citron characterized the current memory tightness as illusory, arguing that Samsung's temporary yield problem in another product line have artificially constrained supply. That's interesting. Quote, with double the capacity of the 2018 peak waiting in the wings, this, quote, shortage is a supply mirage that can vanish in a single earnings call, the firm warned. The note also pushed back on comparisons to Nvidia. Quote, the market is pricing SanDisk like it is Nvidia. There's one problem. Nvidia has a moat. SanDisk sells a commodity. Interesting. The broader memory market, as we know. Okay, so then the track record, of course, of Andrew Left and Citron right there. And if you want, obviously, this is being reported all over the internet. Go ahead and have a read there. Let's go on to the next story, though. Let's talk a little FedEx. Oh, we have another 4 minutes so we can get this story done. FedEx has sued the U.S. government seeking, quote, a full refund of tariffs it paid under measures imposed, of course, by President Trump. The lawsuit follows a Supreme Court ruling, as we know, that found the powers illegal under AAPL. FedEx filed the case in the U.S. Court of International Trade, where the AAPL challenge was brought. The company appears to be the first major U.S. corporation to seek reimbursement after the Supreme Court's decision. Bless you, Neil. The Supreme Court, okay, we're not going to look at the whole Supreme Court. We already know that. Why does this matter for FedEx? Tariffs directly impacted transportation and logistics companies through the import and export flows as well as cost structures, they say. A successful refund could provide a one-time financial boost for the company, really depending on the amount that they paid. More broadly, though, this reduces what they're calling the regulatory overhang that plagued the company, as well as potential cost uncertainty. Legal clarity around the tariff authority may also influence future trade policy risk for multinational operators. This is an interesting development, but one that you can't really say wasn't, we didn't know that was coming. We knew that there was going to be lawsuits immediately after the Supreme Court decision.
To kick things off with was Costco, right? Like Costco was like, hey, we don't want this, and we've seen how that affected the stock, but then it rebounded relatively quick. We'll take a look at some of the technicals here on FedEx and see what we got going on. FDX.
It looked really good, Joey. I mean, we've been talking about this. I think they got it to all-time highs. I could be wrong.
I swear a couple reports ago, I don't know if it was UPS or FedEx, but they're looking to split the segment. Yeah, I mean, there's strength everywhere, right? Outside of the chip trade or the AI trade.
Go to the monthly on that. I'm pretty sure we're all-time highs. I could be wrong, but just double check.
Pretty close. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's head over. Ooh, okay, that worked for us. We're really all-time highs on this one from May, and they offer a good dividend too, a 97% return. So you just have to look. There's trades with outside of tech, whether it be some of the staples names that we've seen on massive runs. Here in FedEx, we've seen AMAT on a big-time run as well too. So there's a lot of positive things outside it. As Jim Cramer typically likes to say, there's a bull market somewhere.
All right, 158. Hold on. Let me just, Adira, what's your take on the FedEx situation?
Yeah, I think for me, this is more kind of an extrapolation, if you will, but I want to take a look at Costco, because I mentioned this yesterday with Costco and the whole Netflix, Susan Rice, board member, getting some heat from, Laura Loomer and then Trump over comments that were made there. So this makes me wonder, because Costco, we know, was a company that was, at least, before this decision, they were going to be involved in a lawsuit here with regards to tariffs, right? Now that this verdict's come in, we know there is a member of Costco's board, Gina Raimondo, former U.S. Commerce Secretary. I wonder if we're going to kind of get what happened with Susan Rice there, right? You've got a member of a board with a company that is kind of in a contentious situation. Do you get it called out? I mean, I don't want to make, I know I'm out here speculating. I can't say I don't want to speculate. But I am curious. I think it is worth remembering that Gina Raimundo was recently added to the board around the time the suit was filed. So interesting look there for COST. And I think something certainly to kind of be aware of in line with that FTX story. From like a trading perspective, I mean, FedEx is the type of stock I normally like, but this is just very light and not tradable. Doesn't seem like something the market cares about today, but this isn't a stock we necessarily expect to be an intraday trader, so this is something to keep an eye on the longer term as we get developments to this story.
Thank you very much for that. Joey, any final thoughts before we send it to the big boys?
No, I'm short here. A couple losses here today. We had a nice move on silver initially where Shreve was going over the news, and then once we got a pullback through the volume-weighted average price, I was looking for this move to be continued, but that was a nice 40-cent pop, essentially, and I didn't get to capture anything. I'm now short Novo Nordisk, maybe a move back into VWAP, but a choppier session for me today.
All right, guys. It's been great. Happy Tuesday. State of the Union tonight, of course. Nvidia earnings tomorrow. There's no shortage of market action here that we can expect going into the week, Joey.
Scan the QR code.
Scan the QR code, guys. The Academy is live. Scan that QR code. Start your journey. We're talking about the Trader TV Academy. I'm sure the boys will have more to say about that. See everybody at the big desk.
See you guys.
More to say about the Trader TV Live Academy. Well, we'll have plenty to say about it.
Apparently it's live today.
It's live. Get live, everybody.
Live.
It's also, you got the vest going on and the glasses today. We think, I don't know, the State of the Union is tonight. That should obviously be interesting. Seemingly, it's going to be over 100 minutes long.
Yeah. Me and Neil were talking about it. I was like, I want to go over under. And I said, like, is there a bet on this? And then we went to Polymarket.
First of all, there's always a bet.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Right now, the big money, it's literally like you get 100 plus, and that's basically like 50-50 shot. Then you got to pick these 10-minute windows. And the other thing we were discussing is really your best bet would be maybe to cover a 20-minute block instead of a 10-minute block. But I don't know what the norm is.
That's what I said. Like, I don't know how. What was this last year?
Yeah, like what was the State of the Union last year? Go back to the prior. Because like anything else, if you're trying, you got to try to find some kind of.
I got to give Trump credit because that age, like honestly, like my dad falls asleep, like, and so do I, by the way, like on the couch, like 9 o'clock, 9:30. I mean, I'm a little later than that, but. And I'm just thinking, like, Trump, this guy's, I think, is taking, 9 o'clock is taking the stage. So you've got, like, a big, 100 minutes. That's like...
You know at 9 o'clock, after dinner, my pops is, like, already ready
That's
to
what
go.
I'm saying. Anyways.
Straight up, like, I have to tell this, because my dad... My wife's traveling, so my dad came over to walk my daughter to school in the morning because I'm out early. So he comes by super early because I'm up at like 4:30 in the morning. So he comes by at like 5 o'clock. I do like stretching and mobility stuff in the morning while I'm kind of, the news is on or maybe reading articles on my phone. And so he sits down just to kind of watch CP24 while I'm doing that.
So he came over, right.
It's like 1 minute into, like, I'm stretching, he's just sat down, and something happens, I forget what it was that happened on the news. I turn, hey, Dad, you see that? He's like...
He's asleep already in the morning?
I'm like, you just sat down, you just drove here, you just sat down on the couch for 30 seconds, and boom, out like that. You know what, though? It is not a bad thing to be able to sleep quickly. Like, I actually...
Apparently, when you get older, it's even tougher to sleep.
Because for a long time, like, that, I really struggle with that. And it's something you want to work on because you want to be rested and locked and loaded and ready to go. I don't know what Joey said about this.
What? Joe?
Silver.
Oh.
Silver. I don't know if he said he was long or short.
He's schlong.
Schlong?
Yeah,
oh, yeah, that's one thing you can't actually be. I mean, you can make some hedge plays if you want, but no, I had one short. It's like the wrong timing, and this is like rolling over. It's the thing I'm looking at right now for a VWAP short if we get anything spicy. But I think you got something important
right now. Tesla is ripping to the north side, but we have something to talk about. It's been an unbelievable launch day today for the Trader TV Academy. We spent so much time perfecting these step-by-step materials because we wanted to make sure you had the exact tools that we all use to find success. The doors are now open. Go have a look. The community is growing, and we are live. Check it out. Sign up at tradertv.live. If you haven't jumped in yet, now is the time. We have a special introductory offer of $480. Can't beat that. Stop wondering how we do it and start learning for yourself. Scan that QR code right there on your screen and head to tradertv.live before the day is out and start your journey. Better to start now than never. Get that going. And we've seen so many traders come and go through these doors that, you know, simply don't follow anything. It's unbelievable. I wish this was built when, you know, we had all started, just to give all the managers out there sort of a roadmap to what you're trying to teach individual traders. And now it's available for you as an individual trader as well. Hey man, get a couple of you together and get it and see how that is.
You want
right? And so, I mean, I think it's just a great House fails to approve aviation safety bills. I don't know what that means, but I just heard that in my ear. We can have a quick look at Boeing. But
what has to be in that bill?
Just scan that QR code. Get ready to go, man. It's an awesome opportunity. It's been a really hot start to this academy. So we want to say thank you to everybody for supporting it and keep it going.
Yes.
You know, and we'll be talking about it for a while and showing you guys some examples and whatnot as it goes. So thank you for running that video. But it's a Trader TV Live Academy, now live. Over 50, 60 plus years experience all wrapped into one little fine package for you.
When he said 50.
And it's very, very easy. Yeah, it's very, very easy. Oh, someone just emailed us and let us know that there was a bug on the page. Okay, we'll get it all figured out.
That's the other thing. Keep the
right
feedback coming in. This is not something. I don't want to harp on. I'm not gonna. You don't name any names or harp on anyone that has programs out there. This is not something where you get this and that's it. No, like it is ongoing. Like you get access to the simulator so you can test out your theories, so you can learn. And when the market changes, it will be constantly changing and updating with it. We will be on there giving our thoughts. So we do want your feedback. More feedback, the better, so that we can make it a better experience for all of you. I know Sharif is getting locked and loaded and ready.
He's locked and loaded.
To go. He's getting warmed up because you got to make sure you do the warm up, right? Like I don't know, your arm circles before you do the working set. He probably has to do like 5 or 6. Warm-up sets before you get into the working sets of bench. I don't know if you're one of those.
Or potentially 6 or sets.
Oh boy, now we're back on the 6-7.
Ever since I started doing some weights, now my shoulders are so sore, Sharif. I need to get that Sharif look going.
Doing the presses? You doing shoulder?
Well, I mean, look at this guy back there.
I mean,
this guy's arms like the size of my head over there.
What arms? Those
Sharif,
what?
take those away, guy. Come on, we don't have a license. All right, well, buy the academy or get stuck in between some of those pipes. No, today I just did. It's like a squat, like a ab machine where you push the weights down like that, and then I just kind of get the dumbbells and do some of this and some of that and some rows.
Yeah, man.
And then I was 20 minutes on this elliptical that's more like a running elliptical because with my knee I can't do any. I can't go on the treadmill.
That's why the pool.
That's why the pool is right. You haven't been in there for a minute. So okay, all right, we're locked and loaded here. It's 2:07. Yeah, Tesla right now. Before we go over to Sharif, I'm sure this is going to be a talk of the town there. But there's Tesla, Rip City. We got out when it broke right there, back down through. Yo, what's up, Randall?
Randy, this morning you were way too much of a ninja with that coffee.
Yeah, we didn't even know you brought.
We didn't even know you brought the coffee.
I asked for a coffee, and I bring you a coffee, and then you don't drink. You have one job.
Yeah, Neil.
Oh, wow.
Randy's saying we ask a coffee, he brings the coffee, and then Neil bitches about it.
Okay, so here is the thing. I didn't know
I reached back and grabbed it.
But by that time, it was already cold. Yeah. It was kind of already cold. That's on us. That's my bad. You just tell us if we're not paying attention.
First of all, he doesn't even have a mic, so we're going to get in trouble.
I got to ask you a question, Randy. Well, he doesn't have a mic, so I guess we can't ask him this question.
Nope. Because what is it? Well, let's ask him it anyways.
No, the question I wanted to ask you is...
Ooh, Rivian?
Rivian Randy... We are holding this 200-period moving average as of today on Rivian. Is this going to be another bounce spot, or should we be waiting for lower prices, Rivian Randy? Oh, and you have to react to this headline as well. You're on the spot.
What is this? I got to go to work now. Listen, the R2 is on its way. Amazing, okay? Pre-production is on its way. So are we close? Yeah. Can we see the finish line? Almost. Are there going to be problems? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Okay, it's pre-production. There's lots and lots of standing orders. We're just around the bend here. So that 200-period moving average, keep an eye on it. There's RJ's waited a long time for this. There's good stuff in the works. I think we have to be patient. But here we go.
This guy's using fundamental analysis now.
I know.
This guy's charting over here.
No, he's not playing around.
What? This guy's combining everything, man. A little macro, a little fundamentals, a little bit of charting over there.
How long have we waited for this?
So I got an email yesterday that said, it was funny, that showed Marissa, it said, your R2 is almost ready.
Almost.
All I did was put down a deposit.
It's a bit vague. Hopefully it's not Elon Musk vague, but it's vague.
A deposit.
Nothing. Yeah, $200.
But when you get a date,
$250
then you'll be excited.
Is there like a
or once I find out the actual price?
Theoretical date, or is there
no,
like a
it just
window?
says like I can
soon.
I can reread it. Well, I can find it in my email later, but yeah, it was
So-
get ready. It said.
Fingers crossed. Keep an eye on the numbers. Buy the dips when you can find them. But I see lots of good things coming.
Okay. You heard it from Randy.
Problem is the car business is a garbage business right
Oh,
now.
super
Ford, by the way, ripping upside, and that's more about the hybrid talk there. They actually got rid of the F-150 Lightning and started to focus a little differently. Ford was up 5%.
Market likes.
What was the story? Oh, it's Sharif, not Adara, but I don't know. I don't know if you heard about Ford. What was up with that today? It was spiked. Recall in a good way? Like, I don't know. That just ripped hard right there. So
Yeah, there's like 3 recall notes this morning, and it's up 5%.
yeah. So anyways, I don't
And
know.
if
Something
you
about
go up
Ford.
on bad news, then
Something about Ford right there. Look at that, man. It's about to take out some of the tops, too. This is looking It's funny because all we talk about is Tesla. Meanwhile, Ford is doing this. Tesla's going the other
partly
way.
because of the
right
refocus
now.
on
So right there, yeah. Getting away from
getting
EVs.
away from EVs.
Right there. But, okay. All right, man. It's time to kill him with kindness. It's Sharif. We're going to do the rundown right now. It's the top 5 names that you guys voted for. Sharif, let's get going.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every single afternoon. The big boys, Neil and Sean, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown is to get into the chat and join us bright and early. We're live at 8 a.m. and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to throw in that $sign before you vote. And then usually when I say that, there's a whole bunch of votes that come in. So let's look at all 4 major averages before we look at the first ticker. The triple Qs here, the NASDAQ ETF up 1%, the SPY up 0.69, trying to work its way up 0.75. The Dow up 0.83, good day for the Dow, and then leading the way here for all 4 major averages is the Russell 2000 IWM up 1.12, good look for small caps today. AMD far and away, by far the most requested name by you guys, and what a move AMD was, up into 227, official high of the day though, after the open is 216, dropping into 214 now. Basically, Meta and AMD are tying up the knot to build about 6 gigawatts of data centers using AMD's MI450 GPU. AMD, in exchange, will offer about 160 million warrants, possible shares that Meta could vest if they meet the build-up criteria. So they'll be vesting certain amounts of warrants based on how many gigawatts they built out, guys. But AMD up 8.86.
So I know one of the, I heard that, well, obviously there was conversation about this in the midday when you guys are going over the news, and then the fact that AMD is, Meta is incentivized because they could own shares of AMD to want to stay with them and not do as much business or do less business with Nvidia because business with AMD improves the value of their ownership stake, like that kind of a thing. And there's another side to that coin too, which it could provide some. It could provide, so I'd be showing Meta when I'm talking about this. It could provide the wrong types of motivations, right? Like if you're making now decisions because you own a stake, not because of what is necessarily best for the company, I think that cuts both ways. It also has that sort of circular financing narrative that a lot of people are up in arms is the wrong word. Let's just say pensive about or nervous about. So I don't know how much I love this for Meta as any kind of a catalyst. For AMD, quite simply, anything that draws business from theoretically or market share from Nvidia is going to seem to be good. But I think the reason, there's a couple of reasons why besides technically that 50 period. The fact that it couldn't hold over the 50 period and this 220 level made it difficult to look for this to be a breakout. Like it's showing you where the resistance was, and like by the time we were at the open, it was already failing underneath. And it makes sense going into Nvidia earnings as well. Throw on top of that because they report tomorrow. You have some uncertainty. Why not? State of the Union tonight. Lots of things can happen. So I had one quick. It was a late scalp. Like missed the trend bottom break and then kind of did this little trend line break, and it was a scalp into VWAP. It was a better short from there than it was a trend break long, but it's set up. Like there's your trend break, there's your bar high break, and then it goes to VWAP, and that's about it. But I'm still on the line of 220 is that spot that I don't think you're getting through. It didn't quite get close enough to press into that for a short. It's theoretically possible we can see that this afternoon. I think that's pretty unlikely. If it loses VWAP, that could be another way to play the profit taking going into what is an even bigger event than this news, which will be Nvidia earnings. Yeah, so I'm not really sold on this from Meta standpoint. And again, tomorrow is where put up or shut up kind of deal for Nvidia. And I don't just mean Nvidia's numbers. I think we also have to consider there's all that selling that's happening in the like 194, 193, 194 on Nvidia. If the buyers don't win, it doesn't matter how good the prints are.
We'll go over to the next stock, but I just want to show one thing here, and I mean, Neil just broke it all down, so it doesn't, for me, it's not much to do right here, but this level, if you were looking to get short, like I had written down 219 to 220 on the note, but we knew that it was going to be, well, we had thought, knowing something, I don't know, but we had thought it was going to be a short, especially after the reaction, right? And so that's all. Just when you get news, and then this is the sort of when there's low volume in the pre-market, you know, this is, and there was good volume, but just obviously we knew it was going to start to explode once the market opened up. But this was fading, you know, so this was kind of like no surprise that it did go down. Could have been a little bit more aggressive and just played that short and just punched short and watched it, because we did get all the way down to 207, and then we went into 205, the bottom's bay, yeah, 206.50 or so. So we kind of just matched that pre-market low there, and then we come up and we kind of match again that pre-market high. So I feel like there was good trading here for support and resistance traders. It's just, yeah, you had to have been over there. And this was basically during the midday show there between 1 o'clock, 12:30, 1 o'clock, where we could have looked at another short there for AMD. So now that it's in the middle, especially ahead of Nvidia tomorrow night, I just don't really think that it's a trade right now. Whenever there's a gap, you like to look at VWAP. So we haven't, you know, it held it there when the talk was negative. Now we've busted through. So maybe AMD now wants to hold VWAP. So I think the next trade, if anything, is at 213, and you kind of just wait for it. So that's what I'm going to be doing here with AMD.
Next ticker on the watch list, guys, Nvidia, and this one reports earnings after the bell tomorrow. Consensus EPS estimate, the market is gauging $1.54, which would be, if met, up 73% year over year. Likewise, with that headline revenue number, $66.12 billion. Again, if met, would be a 68.1% bump year over year. BNP Paribas expects what they're calling a classic beat and raise for the quarter, but they're not expecting to learn much incrementally to move the stock. They're saying, this is their opinion, that Nvidia will be reserving any potential market-moving news for its GTC conference in March, guys. So Nvidia up a little bit less than 0.5% the day before earnings.
So quickly before we get to Nvidia, we did get a super chat from Nick Dubs, so I want to quickly go over that. Nick Dubs, 67.61. Why not? There's been a lot more 6.7 today than usual. I don't know why, but it just feels like that's been true. Could be anecdotal, but I've heard a lot of it. Hey, Neil, hope your trading has gone well today. Well, it was a red to green kind of day. It was a lot better after the first couple of trades, and really wish I had stuck with, obviously, that XLF. You bought a long swing. Ooh, so you're betting into earnings on Redwire. We're going to pull that one up here. Holding through earnings off of the recent lows. So this... You know, so the good news is obviously technically you've got a support level, but didn't HIMS do this? It was a drawback into consolidation, and you're looking for the pop. I don't know if you play this through. You could have been playing it through options. Who knows? Or you could have actually just bought the shares. So there's a lot of ways to look at this. I've never been that kind of I'm going to go gamble on this into the earnings print. like if I felt like I had some kind of an edge as to which direction things might be going, or if I had a really good read on the prior history of how they report when they're in certain situations at certain prices and certain values, that would be one thing. So I would have to defer to that, because I always feel like if it's not actually in an upward trend and I'm just trying to bottom pick, there is always that chance that you could HIMS it, where like it was into a consolidation bottom. Well, guess what it did on the earnings is it broke down, and then HIMS actually went into the green. So yeah, you've got a support level out there, but it's not necessarily my cup of tea to gamble into earnings, and only because it's more difficult to manage that risk. Like if you throw your stop at the low, there's significant risk of slippage if you aren't playing it through options. Then if you're playing options, then it's going to be ridiculously expensive going into the earnings print. So I always feel like that's a tricky one. So I tended to stay away personally. If it didn't have earnings, that would be a different story, because then it's just a consolidation support break, which I do like. As far as Nvidia goes, one of these days I will not cancel the 194 breakout, and it'll actually break out for Nvidia. We've been saying this level it wants to go. It's putting in higher lows into this same top, and once again, you got there. 2 days in a row we got there and we didn't break on Nvidia. And it's been a long time. Whomever is selling up here, they can't sell it forever. Certainly tomorrow, I would like to think that this level gets tested tomorrow for the breakout after market. So I guess it could get tested tomorrow. You could like officially break on Thursday morning. But this is another day where 194 wins, despite the strength in Nvidia. Remember, they actually were downside pretty heavily in the pre-market because of that AMD news. And they were downside again at the open, and it rallied all the way into what seemed like a good break. I don't know that you can get there this afternoon. The market doesn't seem like it has that kind of volume and volatility in it right now, but that is the level, and that is the trade, that 194, if and when it comes. And I suppose we'll see that at some point tomorrow night.
Yeah, I was looking at this as well, and we talked about this. This is why I've just been trying to go long heading into earnings, and now earnings are here. So I think we have to flip over and think about going short after earnings are announced. We'll wait on Thursday to see what that trade looks like. But the last time Nvidia actually moved was on earnings, and spent a couple days and then cracked. So I'm kind of looking for that exact same trade again if it happens. We'll see where it goes on earnings. I mean, I'm hoping it goes up. That level there, about 203, 204. And then once it battled around and once it broke, we've never came back. So I think that I'll wait for a similar kind of play like that to set up after earnings. Hopefully we don't make a move and it's down into this area here, because we haven't seen anything since June of 25. So pre this run up, if Nvidia somehow misses and we're down here, that's going to be a big problem for so many stocks, man, like the Broadcoms, AMD, Marvell, everything in this space is going to be a problem. So I think everybody's just fingers crossed that Nvidia still shows that there's some buy pressure for their GPUs and for the robots and everything. And look, if you're going to start to produce something, you're going to try to use the best equipment out there. Obviously, that deal today with Meta and AMD is a little bit of a slap to Nvidia, but Nvidia also has a lot of levers to pull, and we're going to see exactly those. Jensen is a man of Wall Street, so he's going to know exactly. And I don't mean like his origins aren't from there. He was in Denny's when he created this business, but he knows how to talk in front of analysts, and he is going to, quell every sort of fear that we're in late stages here. So I would still say positive here. One of the best companies ever. One of the has minted the most millionaires. That's not going to happen probably moving forward. But I still say if you're going to be in anything right now in the AI trade, Nvidia is most likely the one. So let's just wait and fingers crossed that it is that, and that the emperor does have clothing after all. All right, next stock now, maybe Tesla?
Micron, Sean, we'll get to Tesla. It's on the rundown. Micron down 1.17. No specific catalyst today for the negativity on Micron, but there was, of course, that Citron research post on X basically making the argument that SanDisk is overbought, and Samsung's already the 800-pound gorilla in the room. If you want, you guys can go over to Citron's X page and read the full report there. But looks like Micron moving down in sympathy, guys, with these memory names, down 1%.
I listen to your summary, so I don't have to go to Citron's page and read it. That's what I'm used to.
Yeah,
no,
valid.
I'm just keeping it real. Every now and then, there used to be, back when there was like a trading floor here, there was one trader who used to love to read these short reports.
Oh, okay.
And so like,
now you can just throw it into Grok.
I know, that's the thing. Like now you go over there, and well, that's actually what if you bother to trade these things. Some of these reports can be a little bit long-winded. I don't know. Again, I haven't read this one, so I couldn't tell you. But it is pretty valuable. Like if you want to see whether there's a legitimate fundamental case, and it's not just about the price action, then yeah, go ahead. Sometimes they do make a pretty profound case every now and then. And then sometimes you'll read it and be like, remember when it was XYZ, like block. And sometimes you'll read it and it's like it's completely incoherent. And at first read, I'm like, look, man, I don't understand.
What, on the short report, you mean?
Yeah, it's just like, what are you even talking about? And if it doesn't make any sense to me, and then I remember block was just like a long right after the fact. Look, for Micron here, it's not going to bode well. I think what I don't like the most about the reaction here into SNDK is this report came out in the morning, and it rallied with the rest of the market, whether you're looking at Micron or whether you're looking at SanDisk. They both caught a pretty hefty bid. Now, obviously, this is worse for SanDisk. It's like the term that you got to think about is if there were sellers there before, then might there be sellers there again? I don't think I've seen a better example today of that exact point. If there were sellers there before, and when it bounces, there were sellers again. And you just go right here to about 12:30. That's when you hit that sell zone on SanDisk, and you could have seen the same thing happen. Like all Micron did was when you broke the bottom on SNDK and it went into that sell zone that we'd already seen, Micron just rolled over. And it's now into like the morning low, so it needs to break away from that. And if you can't break away from this 14, SNDK keeps going down. I could see further downside. Like it's pretty close to the high here that if even a small sign of weakness, you could see a drawback. Obviously, you should be more concerned about SNDK. I know we're talking about Micron, but like most of that is aimed at SNDK more so than Micron. It has a lot of room to head to the downside. So when there's an important sell zone, I think now the 640 level could come into play on any kind of a bounce, probably some continuation down, because this is not even that far off of the highs at this point on SanDisk.
We can look at SanDisk, we can look at Micron, we can look at all of the name, Western Digital, whatever. I'm just going to go to Micron because Neil just did SanDisk. Look, forget about tariff lows. There's lots of stocks that are at tariff lows. That's $61, okay? Even if we go, just to a year ago today, and we talk about February, right? This name was $90. You can say 85 bucks, whatever you want, in that range, right? So you're up now 5 times. 5x in a year. So it's just the market has a way of figuring all of this out. Whenever there's a supply issue, they just make more, okay? So I think Citron's right. They might be early, but eventually these stocks will come down, and you don't want to be caught holding the bag. So again, for me, I think now with this report out there, it is going to start to sway a little bit of the opinion of the broader market. You could get another report coming out potentially on Micron. I would stay short, and if I was long and you haven't trimmed yet, or maybe you have, this would be a little bit of a warning sign right there. So, just hearing something else about Trump, but it's nothing. It was Carney with the pipelines, something about Carney with pipelines there. Okay, so anyways, Micron, I like the stock, yes, but I think we got to start to favor some shorts. So, 440. If you missed that top, you missed it, but nothing wrong with getting something out around 420 right now on Micron. All right, Sharif, what's the next one?
All right, let's talk about this pipeline thing. Canadian pipeline company South Bow considering a new project that would revive part of the Keystone XL pipeline. This is according to sources. Prime Minister Mark Carney knew of South Bow's plans for a partial Keystone XL revival when he floated the pipeline idea to Trump. This is being cited by a Canadian government source unnamed. Separately, people were asking what's going on with these NAND names. Morgan Stanley with a note midday here, that's February 24th, basically critical of the NAND demand and basically some of these memory names. We had the short report, of course, from Citron Research this morning, but looks like there was another research note here from Morgan Stanley, basically making a bit of a bear case here against some of these names. I'll read you some of the quotes. While AI-driven storage demand is extending the industry upcycle, we see limited upside for module vendors given the constrained NAND supply and FIFO-driven margin monetization and weakening consumer SSD demand and elevated NAND prices. That comes vis-a-vis Morgan Stanley. Let's go on to the next topic, though. It is AAPL. Apple up nicely on the day. Several headlines. The first one was that they were looking at moving the Mini production, the Mac Mini production from Texas to Asia to expand the Houston facility. Separately, Morgan Stanley was focusing today in their research note on Apple's App Store revenue. They forecast growth and Mac strength. We know that Apple is going to have a 3-day event, the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th next week, where one of the products that they're expecting to announce is going to be a very cheap MacBook. $799 is the expected price, as well as revamped MacBook Pros. Separately, Apple shareholders greenlit executive pay, and they rejected the China proposal to audit Apple's operations in China. And then CEO Tim Cook later came out and said that he continues to plan for annual increases in Apple's dividend. Guys, Apple up 2.25 on the day.
The dividend's nice, but it's not very big with Apple, and I don't think it's why anybody owns the stock. It's not necessarily a needle mover, but you know what? This was a day where I like the cut of Apple's jib, right? Like, it was one of those, most of the times if we're getting a rebound day in some of the other, in the chip stocks and some of the risk tech, it's been Apple that isn't as strong, and then Apple's relatively strong when some of those other names are weak. Today, Apple just decides, okay, well, NASDAQ's up 1, we got 2. And this was, I think that's a welcome sight. The fact next week's event for Apple isn't very likely to give this new Siri update that everyone wants and is excited about. That's still speculated to be a little bit later on in the year. But the key thing is it hasn't cost them a boatload to do it. And they're still selling a lot of physical devices. So when software gets hit, they got a little bit of a moat around them, and just in this current circumstance. So yeah, I like Apple. I didn't like it today. It just didn't feel like it. It was diddling in the middle. It didn't seem like a classic breakout. If anything, I know what I said this morning, which was it felt like it was probably more of a dip buy into Apple, just looking at the structure of it, and then it turned into one clean breakout and nothing else. Because all you could have, there was a little bit of a dip buy in there, but you could have just shorted in front of the 275, and that would have been your best bet. It's not doing a thing this afternoon. What you need to do this afternoon is get back to VWAP if you like the long at a bare minimum. Usually I'd be thinking short VWAP here. My eyeballs are on silver. If it can, silver's not getting back up there. Might have to adjust where we try to get that one to the short side. But I like Apple, like the mode. I don't necessarily think it's you got to buy this one up here. I think usually you want to buy Apple when people are hating on Apple. That's your best opportunity for sure. So I think the dip buy probably a little bit gone, but I do think we get back into those all-time highs. And this is one of the few names that isn't doom or gloom if Nvidia is red tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I think Apple can survive no matter what. And we wait for, actually, I meant to check my phone to see about when the next update's going to be kicking around for that. All right, look, today is a very special day because we have the Trader TV Live Academy that has just launched. We have that QR code. Make sure you do scan it right here. This is your, sort of your gateway, your entry into the minds of at least the 4 of us right here today with Brendan, Sharif, myself, and Neil, Joe involved. Here's the trader's journey. This is the library here. So journey, the basics, the software, real trades. So what I was doing was I was just sort of perusing through the library. You can click on the library right here, go into Knowledge Hub, right? And once you select into this is where it gets really interesting. Now you can start breaking down and looking for everything that we're talking about. This is where you'll find your journal. And look at this. If you want to go over a lesson, order risk management, volatility indicators, this is the kind of stuff you guys have asked for. Volume concentration, average true range, all of these different things. You click on it, and then boom, you're going to get into a indicator here. You're going to get into our videos, what are closed orders, what is LFT, all these things, all these explanations, volatility indicators coming up next. So, get your way into this. This is like sort of your way. It's why it's called an academy. This is how you can learn to become, hopefully, a better trader and doing it with us here live every single day. So, thank you to everybody that's been supporting the Academy. We are very, very excited, needless to say.
And appreciate all the feedback.
Yeah, about releasing it here today. So check it out. Go have a look. Scan the QR code to get involved with Trader TV
Scan that, everybody.
Academy. Yeah. Get your phone out, Neil, and start scanning it, man. Neil, you should sign up again. Sign up again. And get that and just redo everything and then let us know how it is. But all of us have done the Academy a few times, built it for you. We're really proud about it. So get in there, check it out, and let us know what you think. All right, Sharif, that was Apple.
It was Apple.
So maybe are we going to go to crypto? What is next over here?
Tesla next.
It's Tesla, Sean. I promised you Tesla was on the watch list. And today, we obviously had the bad European numbers come out in the morning, but this came out midday. In fact, when I got on the desk, Tesla set to raise the price of the Cybertruck dual motor after the 28th of February. Guys, there's only 4 days left for our American friends to buy the dual motor Cybertruck at $59,990. I don't have the exact price, the new price that's going to be the case here coming up on the 28th, guys. So it looks like Elon Musk cutting the price of the Cyber Beast, but increasing the price of the dual motor Cybertruck just a couple of days later. Tesla up 2%.
I just kind of assumed that they would both go down. But, I mean, ultimately, does the Cybertruck matter for Tesla? I don't think so. I don't think it moves the needle. I don't think that's what people are looking to. That's not where the growth is. If this breaks $500, it's going to be because we get wowed by what Optimus might do in the future. They've got the good stack, they've got the good training, and the potential there, I think, is large. And people are looking past the automotive business. All of that said, it averted the breakdown today. So when I was looking at the 200 period moving average today, sort of thinking, okay, well, it's 390. That'll be the bounce spot. We didn't end up testing that today at all, but you get a nice reprieve here. It's holding that support, and that's pretty key. There are a host of stocks this week that this particular level, in this moment, whether you're talking about the November support or the 200 period moving average, they've already lost it. So if you're still bouncing there, then you're doing something right. And I still think they're doing something right. I'm not a buyer up here. I think if you lose the 200 period moving average, I'm waiting for the 300s for Tesla, because I do think the bigger things are probably announcements later on down in the year for Tesla.
So today, Pikachu, I choose you, and Tesla, you are on the list. So today, this is like a hit list. We got the sticky note out, AMD, SLV, TQs, and then down here was Tesla. Key level break, that's all that I was really looking at. I was kind of ignoring all the news and everything that was going on and just looking at 400. And I mean, this is where, what's up, Wendy's trade in the chat goes, yo, where's the Dollar Club at? This was 10. So we went long down here. We just had to actually let it settle out just a little bit during the morning, right? So it actually came in and started to rip without us there, and we wanted the 400 break, and I actually had that order set up, and it did trigger in the pre-market, but the order type that I use does not go out in the pre-market. So that's important. So I don't want to get involved in the pre-market. So once it comes back down in, we're like, all right, there's enough juice for it to break. Let's see those opening order imbalances settle themselves out. They came back in. We basically just started to buy VWAP, the 200 period moving average, although VWAP is a little bit higher, right into there, playing it off of that low, and the rest, thankfully, is history. And we just started to rip up almost immediately on Tesla. We started taking $1, $2, $3. That's 401. A lot of outs here because it looked like we were starting to bounce around a little bit, around 403. Then all of a sudden we were just like, okay, if this is going to work, we're going to have to let it go. And we had about 30, 40% left for this big move to the upside, in which our best out is 407.50 out of our lowest bid is 397.80, so almost 950 or so right there. Then as it came back out, we stopped out once it broke. At that time, it was either the 50 or the 25 period, but getting out of our last couple percentage points right there. When we noticed that it was stalling out, and just boom, back down in, and wouldn't surprise me if Tesla kept going, but instead it bounces so smooth, so silky smooth off of that 200 period moving average. So there it was there. There it is there. There it is there. I have to say something else. Here it is there. And, you know, boom. So it's just like beautiful trading today on Tesla. So no doubt about that as we look for more love on Tesla. Then we just got that story right here. All right, we can talk about this. Super chat coming in. I just wanted to say the volume picked up right here on Tesla. And that was the story. I don't know if you're hearing that, but it's.
I'm not hearing anything in my
United. I'm hearing it right now from Benzinga. They're sending in 12 F-22 stealth bombers or something. Are on way right now, is what I heard. But I don't. We'll just wait for it. Like I said. Okay, Adara has the story, so let's go to Adara.
CNN reporting that the U.S. is deploying stealth F-22 fighter jets to Israel. So that's what's happening here. CNN reporting that apparently some stealth F-22 fighter jets will be deployed to Israel. Back to you.
All right, so hopefully it's just a defense thing and not like we're going to start to attack. But the thing is, too, tonight is
State of the Union.
I was going to say tonight is State of the Union, so we will get it all. Oh, I see someone say eat it sashimi style. Yeah, tilapia was okay. I never asked you.
Yeah.
It's good. Okay.
Well,
yeah.
I gave it like a 6.7 out of 10.
Why 6.7? Why you have to do that?
Well, that's.
Fine, then I'll give the salmon a 7.6.
No, the last time with the non-maple.
The maple was good. I thought.
Teriyaki was actually a little bit better. It
Okay.
just could, I don't know. It was.
Salmon had the maple. I thought that was actually a nice touch, to be honest.
There was a couple of super chats because I saw one thrown up there that wasn't even the one that I was going to get at. There we can. JKL, $5. Thank you very much for super chat. Looking for a pullback and volatility in the Qs going into the State of the Union and Iran news SQQ. So you're looking for weakness in the market going into.
I just don't know that bombs over Baghdad. Shout out to Outcast.
This is the problem.
I don't know if that means negativity for the markets, to be honest with you. It might even be more certainty, if anything.
At this point, I do feel like there's a really large expectation that we could see some serious action taken, and maybe that's a little bit priced in. Like, that would be my concern. That said, if you're at real trading, I can imagine the boys that love to trade, or anybody that loves to trade on Blue Ocean or OTC Moon, shout out to Jeff Mendel, this would be a night that you want to look at. That you want to look at some of those defense names. You maybe want to look at the Qs. If you're a Blue Ocean trader and you're an aftermarket trader, you like the day after Nvidia reports, or in the evening after like an Apple event, like it's something like big news. Elon's making some big news and Tesla trades. So you're gonna want to look at the futures this tonight. You're gonna want to look at defensives. I don't know how. Look, I don't trade Blue Ocean myself, so I couldn't tell you whether Lockheed Martin's gonna have a good volume. We know Nvidia does. We know Tesla does in the aftermarket, but. I think it's worth a look. Let's get back. We have two more I think at least one more super chat, if not two more. Okay, so YK, do you think Intel is overextended? Oh, so I answered this one in the chat to you. And my answer is I actually didn't technically follow my rule, or not my rule, but my note today, because I was only, like I initially played the short back into VWAP, right? Like it was underneath $45, so that was, okay, that's good. Underneath 45, it's an over-under level, short it. So shorted that lower high there. It bounced off VWAP. I stopped out, so I did everything pretty much to plan, except for the part that said, well, over 45, it's a reversal and it's a breakout long, because now it's breaking out over 45. It's up 6%. There was a positive news story this morning, and it's bouncing off the 50-period moving average. So it pulled back. You're downtrending in. It didn't fall apart underneath. If you're bearish, I think giving it a chance to lose the major moving average on momentum is fair. You take a shot, but when it bounces, you got to get into the reverse as well, and I think there's room for it to at least retest that 50. 50's been a sell for a while, and I don't see necessarily what changes if Intel gets there. And it does look, Intel's been a bullish stock. So when it reverts this downward trend from 50 here off the 50 period, why not let it go a little bit further? Like I would think a little bit of continuation, at least until we get to that resistance for sure. So yeah, that was, oh, and there's another one. City Boy.
Head and shoulders on the weekly chart. Okay, you call up. I just want to, Neil, look at the weekly chart just quickly. I just want to say here, because people are talking about Palantir, and, you know, obviously the U.S. government here, you know, using a lot of equipment from Palantir, and, you know, to assess drones and strikes and exact locations, you know, a big use of that. So if there is anything, maybe you could see Palantir, and you're getting a little bit of a boost in volume, but nothing too crazy. I just want to say, like, a lot of this, what we're going to be reporting on here, especially when it comes to State of the Union in Iran and whatever happens out there, a lot of it I think is pretty baked in. And I don't want to say like why did, come on, man, this mouse, why did Palantir do this? You know, like, so you got to really think like there's been some pretty big sell-offs in the name. So you just got to be careful trying to play stories that really haven't happened yet, although we do know, obviously, that Palantir will be a big part of any sort of defense story. You just got to be careful, like maybe Northrop Grumman, NOC, or something like that. We can maybe wrap our head around a little bit, or Boeing, or, you know, something that's, you know, air-related. But remember, Palantir, Big Bear AI, a lot of these names are still stuck in that whole, you know, AI downside swing trade. So just be careful with all of that. And let me see if Boeing did anything. We're going to go over to Adaira. She has more news on all of this. But, you know, no surprise to me, probably no surprise to all of us that, you know, a lot of this is happening here at the State of the Union. We expect him to definitely discuss this whole situation. So maybe nothing before then, but probably a lot of action tomorrow, or in Blue Ocean or Moon, as Neil had mentioned there, after hours trading. And actually, here at Real Trading, and again, sign up with the Academy. You know, getting access to P Pro 8 and these markets, and just understanding the opportunities that are available to you are huge, right? A lot of traders won't just sit here like we do and punch keys. There's a lot of opportunities, and what that starts with is education, understanding spreads, understanding how fees work, understanding psychology of the markets, and a lot of that is right there. Start your journey today. Scan that QR code, be part of Trader TV Academy, and it's a special introductory offer, so get it right now, $480. Can't beat that. Go get it, sign it up, check it out. It's Trader TV Live Academy. Adaira, I know you're running through the Academy as well, but what's the story you want to give us?
Yeah, thank you. Shout out to the Academy, and shout out to this market. I do want to mention here more context in the CNN story with regards to fighter jets. So here's the full headline here. F-22 fighter jets reportedly are going to be deployed to a base in southern Israel. They'll be positioned to help Israel intercept launches from Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen. So it is part of this Iran, albeit I guess more indirectly, this U.S.-Iran tensions here. Again, this is reported by CNN, though they are citing the Israeli media. Back to you.
There you go. I just found it. We'll leave it up there for you guys to read it. But did you find out about that Head and Shoulders? It kind of looks.
Well, so I was going to get to that super chat, and it was there's a couple more. All right, now we have I think 3 super chats, 2 more after this. City Boy was just want y'all to see this Head and Shoulders in the weekly chart. Can you confirm? Can you confirm, por favor? So I'm not a charter market technician. So it's really about what does it mean? And yeah, it's prior resistance going into the high break, and now you get the same resistance. This is that 194 top that's been there for weeks on Nvidia. So absolutely, it has the profile. It doesn't have to look exactly like a Head and Shoulders. All it means is you made a recent high, and you're making another hump on the other end of it, and it's there. It doesn't automatically mean bearish unless it loses support, though. Well, that's the thing. Like, it's got high or low support going into it, so it's very well possibly a breakout if we can get through. I think you have to remember that these indicators can be confluence for a trade. Like, I would say that if we break down from here, then you like a swing short a little bit better because you know where your resistance line is going to be. Not so much that every Head and Shoulders is going to turn into, it has to do this because I saw that. So yeah, I see the same thing as you do, but I care more about it from the, looking at it on the daily, like what this gives you for potential trade. Like day traders like that breakout at a 194. Even if it ends up being like a scalp trade into 200 that day, and never does anything more for you. As a day trader, it's like, well, it's been coiling up for weeks now, so you want to see that breakout eventually happen. Speaking about breakouts eventually happening, VWAP is continuously not happening on SLV until we were distracted. So I got a slap to fail. Part of that is because I looked up and I'm like, it didn't get to VWAP. I'm like, yes, it did, Neil, because my black chart has VWAP a little bit off, that's my mistake. No, silver did get into the volume weighted average price. I might play a lower high or something at 79 before it even gets there, but I am looking to still jump into that one. Outside, I know we had a couple more super chats. Andre, you can throw them up there. Just keep them coming because we missed a couple. DRS is the defense name. Thank you, Anton Cardon there. Appreciate you. Beats estimates across the board up 17%. We always say that Leonardo, there is a bull market somewhere. It's not going to be a day trade stock at all, but it is a breakout. And this is sort of the other side. This is the other side of the coin, right? Like everyone's going to be excited to trade Nvidia tomorrow, which rightfully you should be. But there's a host of other names that don't get talked about, whether they're defense names, whether they're energy names. Anyone pull up a chart of Constellation or GEV the last couple of weeks? If you think that the AI trade is great, well, they've been just fine if Nvidia is doing absolutely nothing. And so, yeah, in the defense space, I don't wonder tonight if it's not ring the register a bit in some of these names. I don't know. There's so much anticipation that you're supposed to get this spike because there's going to be a strike. Is it going to matter? Is it already happened? Is my first thought. If we priced this in,
that's what I was.
We priced it in, and it shouldn't. I don't know. That's where my head's feeling like because we've been talking about it for so long. Donnie Zimbabwe. Hey, it's been a minute, Donnie.
Yeah, it's been a minute. He's 20 months. I just saw this guy member for 20 months. Shout out to Donnie Zimbabwe over there.
20 months.
20 months, eh? Not bad, not bad.
You've got call zero day options at 6:05. Well, obviously you're talking about strike. You got rid of most around 11 a.m. Should you drop the rest? So
talking about calls at 6:05.
You're talking about Qs, obviously.
What stock? Oh, Qs?
Well, I mean, that's a fair assumption.
Yeah, Qs are at 6:07.
Right? I mean, I'm making assumptions here. I mean, you want to ring the register on the rest or not? You look at the momentum right now. This is actually also a head and shoulders on the 3 minute chart. What does it look like on a 15? Yeah, you're into some overhead resistance. You got the State of the Union tonight. Do we really think we're punching through this top from the last week? I see your point. I'm not overly, this afternoon, I can't say I'm feeling like we had this big, massive breakout coming. The overhang of the State of the Union tonight and then Nvidia earnings tomorrow makes me feel more boring range-bound afternoon. So, you've already taken some out there, so I can't blame you if you want to try to hold for more. It doesn't feel like we got too much going here in the market. Airy pages, this is a good point. I say this all the time. I should explain what it means, even though I'm not one. By the way, can you tell us what a chartered market technician is? It's a CMT. Heard you use the term a few times over the past year. Figured all profitable day traders are chartered market technicians. No, you're not. It's an actual technical
It's actually
thing.
all not profitable day traders are chartered market technicians.
It's an actual course that you can do, right? So I have not done it, but it is an actual designation. You can get like a CFA. Apparently, you can get a CMT as well. So you learn chart technicals. Now, when starting trading, and this is something that you'll find true for those of you that are signing up for the Academy, you can scan the QR code right here. You understand that charts are one of the tools that you use in the market. There's the level 2. There's the time and sales. And again, there's the imbalance locator. These are all tools that we use for us. There can be fundamentals. Right? These are. It's one tool.
You know what, Neil? Why don't we? Okay, go on about that.
It's one of many tools, but you have to grasp them all. Now, you might say that the NBA is now a 3-point shooting game. So the only thing that matters to me is my proficiency.
And a tanking game. You got to get that number 1.
Don't get me started about the tanking.
That's been like that for 10 plus years. It was LeBron James. How long has that guy been in the league?
But you know what? If no one respects your ability to actually dribble past them, if you can't dribble the basketball, you can be the best 3-point shooter the world has ever seen. But if you literally can't dribble the basketball,
you gotta start somewhere. Yeah.
Then no one's going to respect you. And so if you don't understand just even basic tape movement, what the bid and the ask means, how to basically even the basics of reading tape, so that you can execute positions and entries and exits, then I don't see how you're charting I mean, look, anyone can do anything, but like even that, like that basic skill is going to matter too to even help you if charting is going to be everything. So yeah, it's an actual designation. I don't have it. I only ever use it in the context of I'm no chartered market technician. I'm not trying to mock chartered market technicians. I'm just saying I'm not one. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I always think it's valuable to, understand, because Brian Shannon's not going to be with us today, but he's one, Michael Noss is one. So I was going to say is maybe we ask them the question about what's the, the number one skill or whatever that they learned, through the CMT course, or, how has it benefited them in their day trading. What I noted is a lot of CMTs that we talk to actually don't day trade the way that we do here. I think and again, we'll talk to Michael about this, or Brian, or somebody else that we have on that maybe is a CMT. Then I think it's a lot of swing trading. It's a lot of looking at, charting and this versus that. JC Peretz has been on our show a little bit as well. But I think, most of, everything you can learn is actually when you're in the fire. There's not much I always look at it, and again, not to throw smoke on people that only make trades based on charts, but charting is nice, man. It's a nice picture of the story. A lot of trading is going to be that mental game psychology, making sure you're trading the right stocks at the right time. Looking, if you can find me a strategy where I can buy or sell something based on an indicator and I'll actually be profitable on it, then please just hit me up in my DM. We'll code something and we'll all get super rich, right? So find that for me. You'll notice a lot of CMTs and not. It does help when selling books and different things like that. So I think it just gives a little bit of credibility to your name, which is great. I mean, that's honestly what you want, right? I mean, just because you have a teaching degree doesn't mean you're the world's greatest teacher or anything like that. So, you got to think about it like that. And that's why, honestly, why we did bring out the Academy is there's so many different aspects. There's that whole section on psychology. There's risk management. You could be a great chart reader, but if you can't manage risk, that would be a completely different situation. So
there was a dude in our training.
Yeah, what's a book?
I won't name any names and he was super smart guy, right? And absolutely dedicated to the markets. I mean, in a huge way. And he had this uncanny ability. To in the morning when we're having the coffee and the pastries that we get for free as trainees. That's all you get. But you didn't get the lunch. We get a lot of pastries as trainees because you didn't get the lunch. You just only got the pastries. So we're in the morning and you'd be talking about, and he would, at 80% of the time, he called the direction of the market on the day. Would you believe he wasn't a profitable trader? No, and it's not to throw any shade, but it also was the execution factor. Because the problem is, the days that he was wrong, he was way wrong because he literally didn't have an out. He's like, I call the direction right, so the day that I don't have the direction right, he'd just sit there until he was shut down on every position. If he was in and he was wrong, he was shut down. And it was that simple. But if the day he was right and had the direction right, is he holding for the entire day? Probably not. And that's what it came down to. So he just didn't have the execution strategy, or maybe he was reading the tape. Who knows? There was something that could have been missing for him. I wish I knew the answer, but this was people that are always trying to guess, is it someone that's been on the show before? No, this was in 2003. My guess is the person moved on a long time ago. And the great guy, super smart. He had a very good way of being able to sort of analyze the charts and whatever and the sentiment to get a good idea of direction. But it was never enough, just never enough. There was that risk management aspect that, for whatever reason, it just didn't work for him because he couldn't be wrong, unfortunately.
I was going to say right here, so I just put it here in DM me on X. That's going to be the best way. So x.com, Trader TV, Sean. And I would love to look at some of your codes or whatever, your strategies, and we can talk about how to make it better. And like I was saying, I think a lot of it is time frame based, right? So you got to figure out, some people in there buy when the RSI gets here on the daily, and that might not work intraday, but I think there's a lot of good strategies for swing trading. That is for sure. All right, man, let's go. I found an opportunity that I like. I think this Alibaba, you just tanked right into VWAP and bounced off of it. Let's see one more test. I want to go long here. I think it will hold VWAP again. The market's not really doing anything right now. I want to try to get Alibaba if we can get it around this 150, 250. That may not come in. Also, JP Morgan, an interesting level to trade off of right now as well. JP Morgan just made the move in, and I'm trying to figure out about this, 297. It looks like a decent area. We dropped out, and boy, did we lose the bid early on JP, but we're coming back in right now, and you would think that I'm looking at this as maybe a long, but I'm actually looking at it as a short. You get a hit there, back in, look at it on the one, if I can get this to go. Look at it on the 1 minute chart right here. We've now underneath the 200, underneath the 50, underneath the 25. So you're starting to push lower right now in bank, in JP Morgan. So, you know, definitely worth a look potentially at a short for JP Morgan as we're now underneath everything. And if you're going to look at a short of JP Morgan, let's go over to our friend SoFi. It's not so high, it's actually so low right now, SoFi. It's at a great price, down at 18 bucks, potentially something to look at for SoFi. This one also doesn't look as good as JP Morgan on the sell side right now. You still have VWAP you could bounce off of. This is possibly a good long area there, but I think just from a preference area for me, I'm actually looking at that trade that I just gave to you, JP Morgan, and I actually do think it is worth a little bit of a short call here on JPM. So looking to do this, that is 297.50 or so. We're getting pretty close. I understand that there's a decent there's a decent opportunity here to just to float back up because of the spread. So I think we could try to be a little patient and wait for something like this. 297.20s, 297.25. Let's put an offer there and see if we can grab it. JP Morgan. I just saw Power Hour.
It happened.
But I didn't hear it again, but I did see it. I'm going to take the word that it's there on Power Hour. So get ready to rock. You guys hearing that?
There's no sound.
I just want to confirm, do you guys hear that? Because we don't. It doesn't matter. Just want to know if you guys did. All right, so I'm going to try to...
The worst part is you hear me do it. You see me doing this as if like maybe it's just my hearing and I'm not hearing it in my earpiece. No,
I'm sure they hear it.
Oh, you guys hear it?
Okay, good.
It's really quiet.
Because then it goes Power Hour.
Well, then what's the point? It should be like Power Hour.
That is what it says. That is...
Yeah, but you got to...
Yeah, you got to like amplify it. Yeah,
like that should make you like jump scare with my daughter.
You almost scared me right there. That was a good one.
Oh, my daughter jumps. She's all about the jump scare.
Is she? She should watch Friday Night at Freddy's.
But she was trying to mess me up when I come home. I'm like,
yeah,
man, I'm trying to.
Have you? No, but you know that movie Friday Night at Freddy's? It's a jump scare thing. No, it's good.
Yeah.
It's not even that. I don't know what the ratings are on it. I don't think it's.
Isn't that Josh Hutcherson?
I don't know.
In the movie?
Which thing am I watching?
Okay.
I don't know who that is.
Netflix, Prime?
Friday, I don't know where it's located.
I'm guessing Prime.
Hunger Games? I don't know. I think it's...
Friday.
Dara, I don't know who's in the movie. I can go look it up. But anyways, it's called Five Nights.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Five Nights at Freddy's, and there's two of them. And they're not really that scary.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, but it's not free on Amazon.
Yeah, whatever. I'll find out where it's playing here. But it's not bad. Anyways. All right, so I'm now short. We got a new position. We're short JP Morgan, like we said. So I'm just going to try it basically against, maybe it'd be the 50-period moving average, 297.62. Let's see if we can rock and roll with that right now. Do Canadians watch State of the Union? I will be watching it for sure.
Well, I mean, if you follow the markets, you watch.
Yeah, I think it'll be, you might catch some of the highlights.
Yeah,
like
I usually watch it in the morning because I go to bed early. But I watch it usually on the train in the morning. But yeah, Canadians that care about.
I mean, like why would Canadians not watch it? Like, this is the thing. Like, so much out there. And I don't want to say like Americans are like this is something that's only for the United States, but. You know, a lot of what your president is talking about is very global these days.
You think?
So we are very concerned and about what he has to say because, and plus, obviously for us here,
it matters.
We're very excited to watch it because of the content for our job.
I'm willing to bet that, and some traders will.
I think any investor
might be trading as well. Like there could be moves in crypto.
Yeah, why not?
Moving defense names.
Why not? I mean, yeah, that's the other thing too. If you're trading, I would really suggest, looking at a blue ocean or trying to see if your brokers, if you're just sitting around watching it, just open up your app or a platform if you're on a laptop or whatever you're doing, wherever your desk is or your work area, and see if there's anything that's moving when that happens, so that next time you're prepared for it. I think that's all that it is about. It's not about like predicting what's going to happen. It's just be about being ready for what does wind up happening. Okay, I don't know if there's going to be a fleshy downside or not, but I'll bid some 90s, see if we get something out here on JP Morgan. We were going to we were going to reload it a little bit if it came back up to this spot, but we started the trade. So we have like quarter of a unit, something like that. It's not a huge position, but we are going to see if it does want to get a little lower there for JP Morgan. And honestly, man, I don't think there's anything wrong with targeting 296, something like that in and around VWAP, especially if we can hit this one. So yeah, we're gonna try it, and you know, nothing but a try here on JP Morgan. And if we do wind up stopping out, I mean, I've been using the 200 period. That's a little high up for me there, 297 and change. I don't want to let this thing just drift higher and I wind up getting stopped out. So I'm going to use this downtrending 50 period moving average. That's at 60. Now, mind you, we could get a little slippage. Let's just stop out if it breaks 70, but at that point, maybe we'll use 80. As you can see, the way I operate, and I think most of us do, is like looking for an out basically even before we've even gotten filled, you know? So we got to make sure that if this does run against us, where are our outs? What are we, there we go. What are we talking about here as well? So we'll hit the salmon winter dinner that we had today so far. And here it comes back in. So there it is, man. We just gave this trade to you, and here we go again. It's a nice move, baby. Let's go, JP Morgan. All right, JP, you know what? Hey, I'll take a 70 if you're going to give it to me. We'll join this little lineup right here at 78, see if it whooshes down and gives it to us. It's a 30-cent winner right now. We'll see if we can cake a little bit more if it goes to the downside. So already 1-to-1 on this. We need it to print a little lower there, but that's what I'm doing, sitting here trading. And yeah, I don't want to use a lot of shares unless something actually starts happening, but I'll take it right there for me, and we'll see if we can just sort of start stacking it up and pay for this Tim Hortons coffee, which very soon I have about a third left.
Free one.
So I'm gonna I won a donut already on the app, but we don't want to grab a donut, man. I want to get the drink. Hey, I'll get a donut. I'll get you a
I was gonna say
get you a fritter.
about that.
Yeah, I'll hook you up.
I need to eat really healthy.
Okay, so I will not get you.
It's my daughter's birthday tomorrow. We had the party over the weekend, and there was a lot of extra cake, which I've been eating a lot of cake.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I will get you that apple fritter then.
And you know when it's like, the cake is a design cake?
Yeah, of course.
So like it looks really good, but it tastes okay. That's just my kind of thing. That's
what it is. I just got another bid out at 92 there.
Yeah, market's starting to come back in a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, QQQ, Donnie, I'm assuming, did you get out? I would assume, because it's like you were long, right? So you're taking that profit. It looks like we're kind of rolling over a little bit here.
Was it the long or the short? Because why would he be cheering for it going down?
Well, maybe he covered. I thought it was 605, right? So he would have been in the money there. And we're gonna go to there in a quick little second. I'm looking for 78.5 just to play the $half range here in silver. So SLV. People get mad if you say silver when talking about SLV. It's ETF. So we're going to reload this if we get back into 79. And we've got a super chat. We'll get to Adara and then come right back with that super chat, Nick Dubs.
I'll be speedy or as speedy as I can be, but keep an eye here on Nvidia. Apparently, a Commerce Department official saying that, to their understanding, no H200s have been sold to China yet. So, as we kind of suspected, these China sales very much lagging. Once again, Nvidia on watch after we get reported comments from a U.S. Commerce Department official saying that, to their understanding, there has not been any H200 sold to China. Back to you.
Yeah.
The funny thing is people say clean desk is a clear mind in the chat. I'm like, I don't know if that has not been all that true for me. It's actually cleaner now that we do the show. Nick Dubs, KMI bouncing off trend line support on the weekly. Okay, let's have a look at Kinder. Okay, hit enter too fast, and that just went to Blue Ocean. There we go, Kinder Morgan. And why not? Pipeline action. Let's see what's going on. Oh my goodness, that is really good. Well, you're gonna make me draw it. That's a pretty steep. That's a pretty steep trend line support. But it is a bottoming tail candle. There's your bottoming tail candle that, in theory, would be bouncing. Oh, you're saying the weekly, not the daily. Here, that maybe it does look better on the weekly. But there is also one on the daily as well. So there you go. Well, it would be the same thing. It's going to be effectively the same line. You're getting a topping tail where it's bouncing off the support line on daily or the weekly. But remember, on that time frame, that just gives you an event that's happened, and then you got to go in. Okay, well, now if I'm bullish, if it holds X level, you got to come in the next day and be like, okay, well, what am I doing with that information? So it's held with a bit of a bottoming tail on that trend line, which is holding support. But tomorrow, like, what's the trade? Like, would it be this 3260 breakout at the open? You have to make that determination as well going into tomorrow, outside of just that pattern we saw on the chart. So I see you, and certainly you're looking in the right place for a little bit of strength. Oh, but then remember, does anything matter in energy and defense right now? Like, what does a technical thing matter if tonight we got the State of the Union and oil price could be going out of hand? Like, there's so much that can happen tonight that I don't know how much I'd be leaning into technicals because you're going to get that overnight risk going into the State of the Union. So you have to factor that in as well.
Yeah,
it's like a technical setup going into earnings. Well, that's all well and good, but none of it's going to matter. It's good if it's like a level that's far away from the event, right? Like it's 10% down is your key support level going into earnings or going to a news event. But if it's right there showing you the setup the night before earnings, technicals aren't going to make that much of a difference in that spot. So yeah, KMI, not bad. So we're still kind of maybe heading to the downside. Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to look at. It was going to be Intel, because Intel is doing this. Intel, the big pullback off 46, kind of resume trend here. You have some loose higher lows, and it's forming a bit of a, you get the first sustained pullback. If it does not break back higher, like to me, it goes sideways, I want to look for the breakdown. Like it did it here, went sideways, but it broke up. If it can break down from here, I want to look for a short into the volume weighted average price. Silver is starting to work. There were no big names to watch out for on like tonight. There's no index actions or anything, but there's a few names already at 310 that are over $1 million on the imbalance locator. CVE is $3 million to sell. NEM is $1.6 million to sell. UiPath is $1.2 million to the buy side early. So some early looks that are decent size, worth keeping an eye on, maybe especially UiPath. That's a pretty volatile name. That's one that can move around. Shout out to Kathy Wood. Still, I think, one of their top holdings. I have no idea. I haven't checked in a while. I haven't gone to Kathy's ARC in a while, so I should.
Unity is getting crushed. That's
I should say, like, I don't even know whether that's one of her big holdings. I know it used to be.
Yeah.
Unity, but Unity was part of the whole gaming smash.
Yeah, they're down
squad.
61% year to date. Okay, so here we go, man. We got. I guess we didn't. Well, I guess we reloaded. We have a thing for that. I don't know. We're trying to go against this 50-period moving average right there. So we're gonna take a couple more shorts. We just, I'm short here at 22, trying to cover a little bit here as we get into the downside. We'll see if we put something, around 8s or 9s. We'll join that little level here and see if someone picks us up. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. The face slapper is in right now as we get to the down. Oh yeah. Let's go, everybody. We're here and we are trading, and we are more than happy to be here with everybody and doing exactly that. We just grabbed a 98 there as it's floating to the downside. We grabbed some O's. Let's see if we can rock and roll here with JP Morgan on the short. I was just about to say, I'm not even sure what was going on there because the futures were going one way and JP Morgan all of a sudden spiked up. So made me a little bit nervous. So we are going to start to piece this out. Hey, man, we're 30 cents in the money right now. Let's put out another bid. Yeah, buddy, we'll get some 90s and some 97s right there. So we're getting excited. You guys wanted to see this. So here it is, man. The energy is here. There's JP Morgan right now, 35 cents in the money. And our stop is 50s. We talked about that. So we're now 20 cents to 50 cents. Good sort of risk reward right there. We just put it on and we talked about why we liked it. So there it is, man. We searched around. We found some stock. We like it. I like it. It's JP Morgan. Let's see how low can we go now on this one. Hopefully lower, if you were to ask me. All right, so that's that. We're still going to stop out again. Let's just change our stop actually now because we've taken a little bit of profit on that. So I had it stopping at a break of 60s right there when we got going. Now we're there at 40. Let's just do that. 296.41. And guess what? This can now not be a... I put 290. You heard me say it live. 296.41. All right, regroup, my guy.
42 is the meaning of life.
All right, well, there it is, man. That was not a fat finger. That was just a stupid, dumbass mistake right there because you heard me. It should have been 297.41. So here we go. Now we're going to crack down. Hey, look, man, regardless, that was a trade that we had. We'll try to put it back on if it can come back up into that area. I want to make sure it's the right risk to reward. I don't know, what price did we get? 80, yeah, in 90s. So I guess I could go short again right now, but that was a little bit of a bonehead mistake there. And we'll see if we can get back into a little bit of a short. So there it is. Okay, so now we're short again, right at this level. We'll see if it goes. So now we can go Although we've already, oops, I almost did it again. 297. I just want to follow this. So it's still 40s. Okay, so 41. We'll get out of it if it goes through. But there we go, new position. Anyways, you guys know what we were talking about there. Still cannot be a losing trade no matter what winds up happening. Hopefully it goes a little bit lower. We always say that, right? If you're ever in a position where you're thinking, I punched out by accident, or you just made a bonehead move like I just did. What's up, everybody? That's where you want to say, hey, let me get back in, see if we can run the table again on this name. So here we go, JP Morgan. Hey, it's another profitable stock.
It's anchoring that gets people with that one, because you have to think about it this way. If you accidentally got out of your position, if you re-enter at that price, you think you have a worse price.
Right.
I'm like, but you also banked that profit. In theory, well, in this case, it would be sell. If you sell back in at the same price, you're in the same position you were before.
Yep.
It's just that you have to get past the mentality that your price is now worse, because you've already banked that part of the move. And I've seen it happens all the time to traders. But the other side is true. If you accidentally keystroke into a position, just get out. I can't tell you how many times traders try to turn an accident into, well, I'll just make it work because I happen to be in it. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it happens, if you trade long enough, it's going to happen to you that you'll punch into a position you didn't mean. Like, I have 2 level 2s up, I hit the wrong one. I did it this morning, actually. Went to throw orders on one thing and punched into another accidentally and just punched right out. It's like, you just do it. It happens. But silver did, SLV, I'm gonna stop saying silver, I want people to complain. SLV got down into that 78.5. Immediately the buyer stepped in, so jumped out. We'll wait for it to get back into VWAP or 79. Show us another lower high. Show us a reason to get in. That's what we're gonna try to do. A Save Man Woman said that used to happen to you a lot in 2002. Man, if you only were making keystroke errors 24 years ago and it hasn't happened since, congratulations to you. You just try to reduce it to 0 as much as you can. But that comes back to be honest, man, that comes right back into the academy. Like I just pulled it down to show you the front page. The basics, the software, right? There's advanced course too, obviously, and first trades. And there's one thing that is in common there. It is nail the basics. I use the basketball analogy. The first thing you do is learn to dribble. Learn to move your feet.
I like that analogy.
Right? No, but in all seriousness, like I don't care what kind of crazy crossover work on the Euro step or this nonsense pocket dribble, which is a carry that everyone's learning on.
Is that what it is?
Yes. They're basketball dumbass influencers that are seriously teaching you to dribble the ball back here and literally palm it and carry it.
But is the NBA, but are the refs calling that? Because I know it's very, very loose. I feel
in the NBA, they don't call jack. But you can't do it in high school. Where do you think most of these kids are probably playing in high school? So like it's weird, but it's just learn the basics. It's the same thing for trading. And then when you hammer that down, then you don't have to worry as much. Like you're just worrying about executing your plan and not hitting the right key, or which gateway am I going to use, or does the tape look good here? It comes to my short level. Is there buying or selling in the tape? How can I determine? If you focus on the right things, and some of it too is just screen time and hours. If you don't look at a level 2 and as it comes into your level and bounces off 78.5, like it's pretty easy to see if the level 2 changes and more buyers start to emerge and you get out. And then you wait for the same thing to happen up at that top. Meha, I think, is asking about gold. So I'm showing silver slightly rolling back a little bit. Oddly enough, a little bit stronger. GLD is above VWAP. While off the highs a little bit, it is faring a little bit better. That said, we're still down. On the daily, this is worth mentioning. I know we favor the short right now in SLV, but on that daily, I just want to see where this goes. On the daily, this is holding prior support levels. So even on the dip, it's going to hold support to resistance here for GLD. So you have a bit of it looks like a bit of bottoming tail or liquidity grab. So as long as you hold the high or low, there could be some strength. I could see myself coming in maybe bullish. I don't know, because to be honest, anything technical, if it's metals, if it's energy, with the State of the Union tonight, I don't want to have too many preconceived notions for tomorrow based on what we see technically tonight, because your opinion's just going to change by tomorrow morning. So yeah, gold holding up better than silver right now for this afternoon. Like I'll be looking to short silver again, not gold, not GLD, because this one's making lower highs and been trending down pretty much all afternoon, and gold hasn't.
I like how you mentioned get right back into the trade because that's exactly what we do. And now we have a hot dog cannon to celebrate with right here as we get that winner again on JP Morgan. We go short at 90. Now it's going to the downside. So yeah, man, do we like the trade? Yes, we do. As here goes JP Morgan right now, it's trying to get back to the downside. So again, like this is realistically, if we don't punch out, we got a little bit of a bigger winner. But the fact that we got back in means we can still support this position. So let's, I took some more out there at 75. That's these fills right there that we just took. So just watching it, see if this market wants to go. I mean, I really like JP Morgan. I mean, this is a position that I hold, and it's like the only, this and SoFi, the two banks. I own small Goldman Sachs. I know I always say it's really just JP Morgan. JP Morgan, primary position for me. And yeah, I really enjoy the stock, but don't enjoy this move down. And it's just breaking a little lower right now. I still like JP Morgan for the long term. Oh gosh, now I'm gonna wind up sneezing here. And last time I said this, I didn't wind up doing it.
Hold it.
Hopefully, I'm trying to hold it. I'm trying to think about it. My
My
wife said something about if you try to sneeze, you won't be able to. There was something like a wives' tale about that. So whenever my kids are like, I'm going to sneeze, she's like, well, I dare you to sneeze. And then they...
I've never heard that.
Doesn't really
before.
work.
I sneeze a lot. I'm going to try that.
Oh, man, I sneeze a lot. I sneeze a lot. Shout out to my mom. She
Running out of my allergy medic. I have like one left.
Oh, that's one thing. I'm not allergic to anything. I'm pretty lucky for that one.
You saw too much dust up in this.
Yeah, right there. And you live in Brampton, which is Flower.
Oh, it's Flower.
Known as Flower Town.
Oh, my God.
Right there. So you want to talk about
Can't
that?
leave and come back.
Just real quick, I just want to show you, we still want to watch out for this. So I'm still going to stop out if we break this 50-period moving average, which is now at 25. So I'm actually going to cancel and put that in right now. So I don't want to make this mistake again. 297, 26. So if that breaks upside, we will punch out of the remainder of this position, have about half left of our reload. It hasn't like been the greatest trade of all time or anything like that, but it was a good little move here in the afternoon as we entered power hour. You gave us that story about Nvidia and the chips into China. Well, Nvidia didn't even create volume spikes or anything. So, thanks to Dara for the story. Obviously, you want to keep your ear to the ground as we have a lot of shareholders that are invested in chip names, I would assume here, that are watching the show. But yeah, Nvidia not really doing a whole heck of a lot. And I actually had Alibaba up for a trade and wasn't able to get into it. That was like, so it hits right here on my scanner. Meta is right now. We can look at that. This is why we got JP Morgan. There's Alibaba down there hitting that. I like that. I don't even know who Wilhelm is, but I know that's the scream. So we say shout out to that. But there's the move down. Oh, did you confirm that that's who that was in Five Nights at Freddy's, by the way? Did I screw that up or that was?
Oh, I'm just like 95 point. I mean, I trust my memory. Okay, here's the thing. I'm going to be honest. I trust my memory. It is him. But I have like a thing where sometimes I like second guess myself. It's Josh Hutcherson. I'm just going to say it.
Okay. We'll go with 99.9%.
Yeah, but I know this.
Boom, Madeira.
What's this guy's? Okay, where do we know this guy from? We know this guy, right? What's his name?
Was he from Breaking Bad or something?
This is gonna buy. He's Shaggy. This is Shaggy from what?
Matthew Lillard.
Scooby-Doo? I never watched no Scooby-Doo.
You didn't watch that? That was a whole...
There was anything wrong with that. I just never watched it.
That was so horrible. Oh, yeah, he's also in Scream, too, apparently.
Okay.
But anyway.
Anyways, it's just a fun movie. It's fun. I think she might like it, but,
Chat, do me a favor so I don't have to look it up. Which streaming program...
But they're different in Canada.
Oh, true. I just want to know which streaming program I'm supposed to watch Five Nights at Freddy's on. It has to be free somewhere.
Why is there not a website with that information?
No, I can ask ChatGPT. I can ask Gemini myself.
Okay. Do it.
I always do. It's just going to be what streaming platform.
Anyways, I went to the theater to watch that with my son, and then we went to the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 to watch that as well. That's where an usher came up to me and said when we were going in, he's like, sir, this is going to be really rowdy. There's going to be, there's a lot of kids in here, and it's going to be like one of those crazy things. So if it's too loud, I'm here with my son because this is how old I am. If it's too loud for you, you can come out, we'll refund you. I'm like what? Like, am I really like 70 years old over here? Like, if it's too loud for me? But I probably was the oldest one. It's like when the wife and I went to Travis Scott concert, everyone was looking around, thought I was like DEA or something like that, like I was a narc, trying to figure that all out. Meanwhile, I'm like puff, puff, pass. But no, we don't do that at a concert. Come on, are you kidding me?
At a concert?
But,
no, absolutely not.
We're actually also going to Cardi B, which is coming up soon. And then we have Post Malone and Jelly Roll are doing a concert here in the summer. I don't know. Sharif just got concert tickets. I don't know who that was too, but he just got. It's on Netflix. Okay. When?
It was on.
Netflix.
How did I think it would be on Amazon?
Yeah, so that was a lot of fun.
They're bad people.
Right there. Drugs are very
I
bad.
just heard something about Corey, but it's not moving.
What isn't bad right here is this JP Morgan trade, man. That's a face slap right there as we go to the downside. And we've just been shorting JP Morgan this afternoon, just like we went long. Oh, someone in the chat goes, you guys are always shorting. You're never going long anything. Well, you were just short silver, so that was
When was the last time?
And here's the long right here. I mean, this is the biggest trade of the day, man. You know, there it is, $10. CoreWeave, something about loans.
That's what I heard too. But
okay, so your thing is working now. CoreWeave actually had a huge move down and now a huge move up. So, oh my gosh, breaking news. Let's go. She's got it over there. What's up?
Bloomberg reporting a story about CoreWeave. CRWV, they report earnings later this week, and Bloomberg reporting that the company is seeking a $8.5 billion loan from banks that are backed by the Meta deal. Now, I mean, not much of a move here, but I think worth noting, here's Meta not doing anything. AMD, again, also associated with Meta not doing anything. But once again here, CoreWeave reportedly seeking $8.5 billion loan from banks backed by the Meta deal. Now, I also want to mention Google, GeoOGL, reportedly announcing 2 data centers. The market is not reactive to any of these stories this afternoon, guys. I'm just going to be honest with you. Back to you.
You know, Mr. Open Door, Eric Jackson actually had a bit of a, maybe it was yesterday. I feel like I was just going through sometimes I read some interesting stuff that I might find on X on the train ride home. And he actually had a rant about why IREN was so much better than CoreWeave.
Okay.
That said, the CoreWeave's up 7% today. That news didn't move it. This should be on watch tomorrow. Regardless of what happens, $100 is about as big of a psychological level as exists in any stock. $10, $50, $100, like that kind of a thing. And look what you got going on here. A potential run at said $100 level. It got almost exactly, I don't know, but this might be a dark pool. No, that's 1030. It actually broke it on the 13th, Friday the 13th. It broke and failed $100. That's ominous. We could have a retake of that 100, just from a pure momentum standpoint. I'm not a CoreWeave guy myself, but for 100 breaking, holding the 50, that should be on watch tomorrow for sure. Wow, I guess Intel did not set up that trend break. Okay, well, the other way to look at it could have been to draw that and go long off the bounce. I was looking for the breakdown. Clearly, it didn't happen. So I don't know. We'll have to see if silver will actually set up a lower high. It's at VWAP now, but I didn't enter it just because it ticked into the line. I waited for it to kind of fall, go sideways, and give an actual secondary entry on that bad boy. And I've heard someone saying that Wolf, oh, Neil, you said nothing in the chat is hitting on your scanners. And they said, well, what about TeraWolf? The scanner that I was talking about is my trade rate. Right, so it's on e-signal. It's really more about the velocity, like what's going through on the tape. Not so much is the stock up 14%. Like, yeah, I can throw something up that would find that Wolf is up 14%, but I want something which is it's doing much more trading volume than normal is the best way to think about it. This has been declining volume pretty much all afternoon on Wolf. And I haven't seen any small cappers that have been picking up. Like, that's what I would like to see. But I haven't seen any, so.
Appreciate you there, Zion. Yeah, look, it was a pretty good trade on that one. So thank you for doing that. Thank you, Turk Tank, as well there. The legend continues there. And yeah, look, it is what it is when it comes to trading, right? I mean, trading is not the easiest thing, and we're just going to be sitting here trying to find opportunities for all, for ourselves and for all of you guys as well, and just understand like how we're doing it and what we're up to. And here it is right here. The legend continues. Let's grow. Thank you, legend. You're welcome. Turk Tank 660 right there as we continue to bleed down just a little bit. It's almost $1 there. Wendy's, you wanted this trade. We first started it down here, but 40. If we get into the 40s, we'll spin that dollar club for you. Okay, Wendy's legend over there as it's coming back in. So we still have a little bit of a piece on, and we just trying to find out, what trades build for you, what trades match out, right? We talked about the academy, learning your own style. Everyone on the floor has a completely different style, that's for sure. And you know, you're gonna see, I've only made 3 symbols today trading, right? And so it's like, I'm trying to be a little more specific, look for these opportunities. And then just for me, it's all about share sizing and, you know, where to put on, you know, the most. And we didn't have, because we reloaded it, we actually wound up taking a little bit more than we had thought. But yeah, nice move downside right there. And just so you guys know, my stop is 297 now. So this has just been great. Everything's printing down. We'll see if we can get a little bit lower and hold this into the close. It's 3:30 right now. Tomorrow we stay late with everybody. Tomorrow is the big one for earnings. We got Nvidia, we got CRM. So there's gonna be some interesting names that come through. We'll run through the earnings calendar when we get back from Madeira.
I actually have the earnings calendar kind of at least for tonight after the bell. AMC, I believe, is also reporting after the bell tonight. I couldn't find an implied move for them, so they're not here. But at 4 p.m., we have a murderer's row, for lack of a better term. Mercado Libre, First Solar, Axon, Workday, Tempest. Then 4:05 p.m., you've got Navitas and Lucid. You've got Kava at 4:10. HPQ at 4:15. I do have individualized infographics for Kava, Lucid, and Tempest, all available on X at TTV Research, and they will repost a minute or so before each report. But yeah, guys, nice look. Axon, oddly enough, and this is not even a name that I would necessarily be comfortable intraday trading, 18% expected move. So largest expected move by far here for AXON, a name that is not known for being super tradable intraday, even on earnings. Back to you.
Of course, a young gun around here, Fabian, goes, what about AMC?
What about?
And that's the thing, like that's the kind of thing that...
Well, actually...
They're reporting it, apparently, right? I mean, I think theaters are...
I just couldn't find an expected move for them.
And plus
down?
Market cap too, Adara. Like,
Down is the answer to that question.
They wouldn't have been... I mean, Neil has the chart up there. You don't necessarily want to go anything but short, I don't think. You know what's really working?
Bounce off $1.
Shout out to Canada.
That's the trade.
What is IMAX's symbol?
I love it.
You would think that, let me try, IMAX?
It is just IMAX.
Yeah, I know, I was just joking, I knew that. So there it is right here, IMAX. This has been working out, and I think that with a lot of the blockbuster movies coming out this year, apparently there's like, you talked about Murderer's Row, there's like a bunch of apparently good movies coming through this year. Good, I don't know, but sequels, all that kind of stuff, prequels, a whole bunch of stuff. Those of you that are big movie buffs would know in the chat what's coming through. But yeah, IMAX really been working out there. Good
Mandalorian and Grogu.
Good Cineplex. No, they're unless they're Canadian listed, they're Cineplex, a Canadian company. But IMAX, located right here in Toronto, you know, good levels there, and this is part of the experience, right? My kids really only like to do big things. They went to see. Oh, what's the one with Ariana Grande there? Wicked. Yeah, so where the theater's all the way, and it was in a Cineplex, like a Cinesphere almost thing. So I don't know if IMAX is responsible for that, but apparently it's a big thing there. So yeah, enjoy it already with IMAX. That might be.
It's like, why go to a movie when you can jailbreak Fire Stick? It's the experience.
Yeah, man. I mean, I love going to the movie, man. Grabbing the popcorn with the kids, sitting down there, watching it.
Anybody that if you went to see
getting told by an usher I'm too old, you know, things
Super
like
Mario with kids, like it was. Like I enjoyed how into it all of the teenagers were. Cause that was fun for me. My daughter was like, "Why can't I hear the film because everyone's like hooting and hollering?" Which, again,
no, that was Minecraft.
Oh, Minecraft, my bad.
I was gonna say Minecraft was a great experience. We did the 3D.
It's a great experience. Yeah. Although the younger kids there were like, "I can't hear the movie."
Yeah, because we went to the release of that movie, so nobody was going crazy for Chicken Jockey at that point.
Everyone lost. We went we went the Saturday instead of the Sunday. If you went the Friday, people hadn't figured it out yet.
Right.
If you went the Saturday, everybody knew what was going on and was losing their minds. That said, we also could have just gone earlier in the afternoon.
Yeah. Cosm.
That's what we should have done. I don't know if this is going to load up here.
I want to go to this.
What's Cosm?
Hey, next time I'm...
Cosm.
That's the one where you can, it's like you're ringside. You are literally, right, Salvador? This is it. There's one in Dallas. There's one in LA. It's the best experience for sports watching, period. You can sit courtside. Look at, here, maybe there's a video. We could find a video of that. It's amazing. Here, I'll look it up. COSM example or something like that. Yeah, here. I don't know how much we can actually play of this. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. This guy's driving to one right now. Okay, so it's like this.
Yeah, but are you...
Hold on a second. I want to see this guy watching. This guy's reading a menu. Ah, shoot. I don't know. You see, you're like in a stadium. You could watch it. He's recommending a football. Hold on. There. See? It's like you're sitting here. This is what you're seeing. So it's like your front row, basically.
But you're chilling with your boys.
Watch. There it is. This is the bar.
Oh,
so they have UFC fights. They have everything, boxing. See, you're sitting here.
They got to get that in Toronto.
That's what I'm saying.
Are you?
Anyways, I don't want to show that up. I don't, maybe we're not allowed to show other people's YouTube channels or anything. But anyways, that was pretty awesome. That's a good, pretty cool experience. So thank you, Salvador.
People would lose their mind. Like that experience, like imagine like Real Sports down here, like to watch a hockey game or even to watch like playoff basketball. Like
I think it's just a huge projector. I think that's about right.
Oh, that sounds, I'd be down with that. We're going to go back to it. It's actually past 3:30. I want to come back and show you guys an early look.
Yeah, I mean, I have a big move here in PayPal. Reportedly, Stripe is considering an acquisition of all or parts of PayPal. Again, PYPL. We know there were reports of an acquisition yesterday. Now Stripe. Reportedly, the company considering that acquisition. We also have comments from Feds Collins. There's a lot coming in right now, guys. Feds Collins saying, quote, "We're likely to hold current rates for some time." So not higher for longer, but as Brendan said last week, holding for longer is the vibe here from the Fed. Furthermore, Fox News reporting that U.S. President Trump has said that Iran has not agreed to forego nuclear weapons. Furthermore, Trump reportedly plans to announce new data center energy deals and tech cost-sharing measures during the State of the Union address tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. Back to you.
It's worth mentioning here, there was a small sympathy balance in Affirm on that PayPal headline. So the answer to the question that we all had is Stripe, right? So Stripe is considering the acquisition of all or parts of PayPal. So there is going to be, usually you will see some sympathy on some other names in the space because, well, if one guy's a target, then maybe we're a target as well. PayPal up 7 points on this. And this is, people were asking about the technical breakout. You do sometimes have, when you've got deal speculation, it does give you like a little bit of a floor to work with. But also keep in mind, it's not that there is a done deal here or it is an absolute guarantee. So you always have to keep that in mind. You don't know what premium might be in this. I don't think there's been enough M&A within fintech that you could say, well, this is what the average has been. Like in biopharma, I think this year it's probably most of the deals are in the 50 to 70% range, I would say. But you have no idea what is in fintech. We haven't seen any big ones. So a lot could happen, and it's just a rumor for now, but good look on PayPal here. To the upside, it's 335. The early look is still CVE, NEM, CNQ. UiPath is still 1.2 million shares to the buy side there. Path, however, if you load up, man, $10 stock.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. UiPath and Unity. Or Kathy Wood, man.
That's
she's not
bad.
poor. I mean, she's getting a lot of money from all these
Rich
fees
anyways.
that she's collecting.
No, but it is at a significant bottom. Like this is all the way back to last year's low. Oh, close enough to last year's lows. So a little bit of a buy and balance here after a couple of rough days. Sometimes you can see a consolidative break. It's only 1.2 million. It's done 25 mil in volume. It's a decent amount of volume for UiPath. So it's not really moving the needle yet. The way I like to play those is play the flip at 355. So if it comes out as a bid, tries to push it through the high, you kind of short the turn, but we'll see. We still have about 15 minutes till those imbalances come out. I was saying silver wasn't giving the same, it didn't give the same setup at the volume weighted average price. Fail VWAP, put in a lower high. This time it goes to VWAP, holds, puts in a bottoming tail candle, and continues to go higher. So yeah, there's a line on the chart that we like to short, but it didn't show any weakness, so no need to short it, as far as I'm concerned. So PayPal actually holding on to these gains.
Yeah, I think PayPal's good. I mean, Stripe's trying to come public, so I always thought that was the purpose of someone buying out PayPal was the users. They still have a lot of active users,
Yeah.
so maybe somebody. I always thought maybe Google could turn it over.
I'm technically an active user on PayPal.
Well, no, you're not active. You said that you canceled.
Okay, it's true.
I am an active user.
I've recently canceled the last thing that I used them for.
There you go. Just quickly here, we did get out of JP Morgan, so we'll spin that. We got out at 297, so we don't have to worry about it. So there's the 297 fill right there that we put out, and it was a good trade to end the day there on JP Morgan. What do you call a guy with a rubber toe? What? Roberto. You know, like his name would be. Thank you for that. Okay, here we go.
Where's my thing? There it is. Who hit that was Fabian. Oh, was it Fabian?
Okay, here we go. We'll go to Darren in a second. Let's see if we win this first. Roll up the rim to win. We're already winning with all these hilarious jokes. So right
Before
now,
you do it,
yeah.
if I offered you a quarter,
no. Please play again.
You should have taken a quarter.
No, I shouldn't have. I would always. No, man, never. This is why I get it. I told you. I'm like whatever. The word I used was not the right one, but this was. I've never. The only reason I'm buying it is so I can have the chance to win. You're so
you could have had the shiny quarter. And the funny thing
buy $2.
It might be your quarter too. I have no. It's just sitting on the desk. I don't even know why there's a quarter on the desk. It makes no sense.
Like if that offer like was $1, then yeah, it would have made sense. But for a quarter, like, nah, for me that's not worth it.
I mean, what are you winning? You're winning a coffee.
I wouldn't be able to live with myself if it was a winner.
I always offer $1 because that's the standard. But there was a quarter.
Yes, of course, the real Gary F. Did I order ahead in the app for the digital rolls? Yeah. That's how we won the donut, my guy. We already won a donut on this coffee there, which I'm going to get Neil an apple fritter, and then the guy told me he's on a diet.
Is McDonald's monopoly on? I'm not on a diet.
No. So what they do is they go this roll up the rim, then McDonald's comes with something after.
That's what we do. Like
you don't really want to compete.
And we don't just scan it on the app. Like we also, you got to have the board too. You got to do it both ways. I mean,
that Roberto thing was just too good, man. All right, let's go back over. Let's go back over and see what Adara's up to.
Take a look here at the market. Pretty choppy. We do have more comments coming from these Feds. We had, as I mentioned earlier, we had some Feds Collins talk that was pretty hawkish, saying that she thinks there's no reason to rush to cut rates. Feds Collins also saying further that inflation is expected to wane this year, but she does demand, apparently, clear evidence that disinflation is back on track. So Feds Collins being bossy here with inflation and asking, or I guess calling for rates to be held for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Feds Barkin saying that the job market is, quote, clearly loosened, with labor supply dynamics still clouding the outlook. So again, Barkin and Collins still talking here, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, Fed talk, it's kind of weird. You don't usually, I feel like we don't usually get Fed talk from 3 to 4 o'clock, but here we are. Is there a bargain? There's also this headline: Anthropic has no plans to ease restrictions on military usage. There has been a bit of a back and forth because Hegseth essentially gave them till Friday evening to give the military unfettered access to its AI model or face harsh consequences or penalties, I think it was the word he used.
I think there's something really convenient here that Anthropic is putting out their own releases, basically stating that they're going to disrupt every single business alive. What a surprise they're doing that ahead of IPO. Like, come on, man. I mean, they're literally putting out their own releases now about all of this. So I think it's like part of it, I do believe in it. I'm not saying that it's all. It's just like sometimes you got to think about what some of the reasons may be ahead of all of this. Exactly. So that's what they're doing right now.
No, but it would be a big deal if look, man, if the U.S. military did say, hey, no, you got to back off. We're not going to utilize you. That's a lot of money. There's a lot of dollars.
They're already dealing with my guy Palantir over here in Alex
There's
Park,
a lot of available dollars if you want access to.
Yeah, and see, Palantir's not really
reliable and consistent.
Yeah, Palantir's not really going back and forth on that news at all. So that's funny. FOKZIU. I'm using Claude at work. It ain't replacing anything. Yeah, you're right, Grunfeld. I agree anyways with you as well that this is, what did you call it there? Puffery to the highest degree. And I think that is probably right. And here it is right here. Oops, that's Godzilla. There's too many things coming through, but good point there. Get part of our chat, man. You can get there by, of course, subscribing and or just hitting the subscribe button, right? And you can get into the chat where we have a lot of fun talk in here. You can Big Bear AI finally showing some move up.
You know what? It just broke $5. I saw it.
What?
Even
not $5.
Even Open Door just went up.
Yeah, Big Bear AI is not breaking out $5 anytime soon. This is March 3rd, guys.
It just broke. It got back.
Yeah, Open Door. Yeah, I like Open Door, actually.
Someone actually said that, Open's breaking 5, and my first reaction was, oh shoot, Open Door's breaking down under 5, not realizing it did it yesterday. So it's actually up 5%, but that's not good. That's not good at all, and it still doesn't look all that good on the daily chart, everybody. And for gravel culture, my bad, there is no date for the Anthropic IPO. And as a matter of fact, there is one. There was supposed to be three IPOs got pulled away, but there is an IPO on Friday. But it's not there was one for over $1 billion that was supposed to be last Friday. They still haven't refiled. But this one, Generate Biomedicines, is apparently IPOing on Friday. It'll be like a $500 million offer amount. So yeah, despite the fact that that market seems to be slowing right now, Anthropic is going to come out before GPT. That's the expectation. We don't know yet when. We don't know when for SpaceX either, right? So SpaceX and XAI, there's no firm date. We're expecting them this year. I think your best bet for those, you can always look at Polymarket and maybe, I don't know if they have odds for that, now that I think about it.
They should.
IPO, if I just type IPO, largest, I mean, there's specifically, here, I maybe have to type in a specific name, shoot.
Put it on the screen. I can see you doing it.
Yeah, because I was looking at it, I just typed in the word IPO, and it's like IPO before 2007, so I should go Anthropic.
That's probably good enough. Just hit it. Oh, well there, IPO, market
Which is
cap.
first, we already know which one's
Well, let's see. Oh, 67%. Okay, so yeah.
Show me all results.
Doesn't really give you a date.
No, it's not going to give us a date. Market cap, I don't care about. IPO before 2027 is not going to be any good. Over 500 billion valuation in 2000. It's already done that. Acquired.
I did want to talk.
I guess you can't bet on everything, Polymarket.
You can make it up. We can write in our own. We can write in our own right there. Okay. So I just saw. Look, there's one thing I want to say about this, about PayPal here, and that is that we had talked about this a few times, that it was down here, and I actually talked about this. I think it was, what day is today? Tuesday, so it was last week, where I thought PayPal got hit enough where there was a good value down here. And I remember talking about it when it was at 40 bucks and saying, look, you can hold that for $2 against you, might be worth it just in case. So it's nice that that's sort of playing out right now. I just wanted to say, like, regardless of what I said, if we go into here into overview, its PE was relatively low. I think that's why I sparked that discussion a little bit right into there. Yeah, 8. So, I mean, that was something that when I had looked at it, I was like, okay, might be some decent value up in here for PayPal. So, and I was just going to say, like, people now, a lot of traders that were long down into here, definitely taking a little bit of profit now. So, that's a nice move up. And remember, whenever there's buyout rumors or things like that, note that last word that I said there, rumor. So you want to make sure that you get a little bit out. And if I was long at 40 bucks and I just got 20% up to 48 there, it spiked regardless. Even at 15% where we are right now, it's more than that. That's a nice little 1 week or less than that, paycheck or whatever profit spot. So yeah, I think PayPal probably makes a move down, but it's nice to see. Most of the time when there's smoke, there's fire. Wasn't it? Burry or something yesterday was talking a little bit about this and said that somebody was most likely not a buyer or whatever. There was someone else. So there's Stripe. So it looks like he's going to be right about that one as Stripe looking there. And then someone else in the chat said that there's also an internal share sale right now happening for employees of Anthropic, which would make sense why they're pumping the tires of Anthropic right now, trying to get the best for their employees. So I say that's awesome. And I think that that's great news for everybody invested or whatever in Anthropic. So, and congratulations.
Yeah, there's also no date for Stripe going public either. Like that's
I actually
another
thought
one that's another one that we thought. Well,
because it's been so bad for fintech.
We were hearing about Stripe potentially last year.
What's coming first,
we were gonna
Stripe
get it.
or Anthropic?
So I don't know. Like there's been a bunch of IPOs that we were
signs
expecting.
point to yes.
So that's Stripe first.
I said, what's coming for Stripe or Anthropic? I guess I did not ask the right question because the answer to yes to that would not be
I guess
accurate.
you're supposed to do yes or no questions.
Are you?
I don't know.
Oh. Okay.
How about this?
Will
the NASDAQ hold 25,000 in the next 15 minutes?
The answer to that is yes.
And well, at this point, we've already held it, so don't count on it. The Magic 8 Ball, that's cap.
Wow, in my face.
No, I mean, look what just happened. The only reason I said that is this is a pretty good close here for the NASDAQ. Despite the fact it only took one trade, it was a short, and thank goodness we didn't reload it because silver blows back through VWAP, so sometimes it's good to be one and done. You're holding 25K. You're holding the top end of the range. It's also the morning resistance level. It's not a blowout. And then you've got to throw in the fact that, hey, guess what's tonight? It's a State of the Union. So anything that's happening now might not matter because the State of the Union is a potential market-moving event. If you are trading in the overnight, then you care. You will be watching. You'll probably be looking at defense names, oil,
Oil's a good one. Oil's a great one.
I was going to say oil futures, but more like energy names in particular. Maybe you might care a little bit about tech. And easy peasy with the super chat. Throws it in here. Ooh, here we go. Using Claude Code, recreated Trader Post, trading system AI, trading more products, CyberC, CRM. In days, software companies should be very worried. I was at my daughter's birthday party, spoke to a software engineer, and he basically, I won't say where he works, but he was telling me, he's like, on his team, he can now do the work of like 4 or 5 people because
there's a lot of white collar jobs.
He doesn't need them to develop the app. He's like, well, this is what I want to do. He explains it, and then he can go for a coffee and comes back, and the code is already.
Well, Brendan and Shreve were saying like it'll message you.
It'll literally message you.
It'll be like, yo, your thing
we're
is
done now. So he doesn't need someone to go, like usually this is what I want, and they go code it, and this is like that job is a problem. Like all the teach your kid how to code stuff, like my daughter does that same stuff.
Yeah.
I forget the name of the one we use, code whatever. But learning the logic is important, and understanding what you want and what you want it to make, but actually doing the code, that's dead.
All 3 of my kids went to Code Ninjas, which is like a coding school. And my guy graduating from university is like pretty into all that stuff. So yeah, it's a tough time right now if that's the kind of stuff that you're looking for. I feel like jobs are going to be sparse in this space, but I feel like a lot of that is overblown.
Overblown because
like your friend and the guys in this space, they know how to, and I'm sure Easy Peasy has some experience there. It's not like I'm just going to download this and all of a sudden start coding.
You have to know what it is that you want to be built,
just how to do it
in a very strong sense of exactly what it is that you're looking for, to be able to describe it, to be able to understand whether it's working properly, to know the parameters of what you're trying to achieve. There's so much about it. 30 seconds till the imbalances come out, so 25,000 probably holds on the futures. The early look is exactly the same as it was before, CVE, NEM. UiPath, I'll probably have that one up on the off chance that actually shows a bit of a buy. Can't believe that's a $10 stock. The mighty fellow. Nike's an early look sell of 1.1 million as well. Yeah, Nike's been a bit of a mover the last little bit, even though we haven't, I don't know if we've covered it that much. Nike.
Have not.
Neither Walmart, but those have been movers recently. So a couple of seconds to go, and then we will have these imbalances.
And they're out.
And now, not much.
And new.
Really not much. Nvidia's 1.2 to buy. Walmart's 1.2 to buy. Those are small numbers.
You're just talking about Walmart there. You're just talking about UiPath as well.
Cisco, 1 million.
UiPath is reporting, is that why?
No, they're not.
Okay.
There's nothing that big. Maybe like 1 million shares. 1 million shares is not usually moving Nvidia. Oh, well, apparently it is today. Only 1.2 million to buy, and Nvidia is back at the highs. And in a cruel test of fate, does it want to break 194 with 10 minutes to go the day before earnings? In the most useless scenario for it to break 194 bucks, it could actually do that. Might be better for a flip play. Like if that pairs off and it rejects the 194, that could be a play. But it's not a big enough imbalance to care. Yeah, so the big news this afternoon, I think, is going to be this PayPal story. Like that's the one thing. You could easily have
NASDAQ.
Well, the NASDAQ is shooting higher, but how much do we believe in continuation when we got the State of the Union tonight?
I want
Nvidia earnings tomorrow. Does it really matter where we are? It's nice that we're up, but a couple of big events are happening that can easily change things.
I know I stepped in and averaged in to Palo Alto yesterday, but what a fail on this one again, down another 1%. We're a couple bucks underneath right now on PanW as we talk about potential disruptions in this space. I mean, cybersecurity is the one that it doesn't even really make sense to me, but again, without being that engineer, I don't know. CRWD is another one that we know has been getting hit as well, and that's flat today, so that's nice, but they were battling back earlier. Like CrowdStrike was up to 360, and then now it's back down to 350 again. So, I think we might have to hold these trades close to our vest and just, wait to see if there is a pain point or something, because I feel like these are going to be up and down for a while right now. And again, coming into tonight, should be exciting for the State of the Union. I think it's something that's probably going to be a little overblown for the importance, but if you are trading after hours, you want to look at, something like an oil. I don't think, if anything happens with China, like mentions of China trade deals or anything like that, you might want to look out for an Nvidia or for an Alibaba or even a Tesla maybe on, I don't really know, what to focus on. And then if if there is some more actionable events, in the Middle East or wherever it happens to be, I still like, you have the LMTs, Lockheed Martins, you have, we talked Northrop Grumman, we talked about that already. NOC would be something to look at. Even a PLTR after hours probably didn't. And I've never swam in blue ocean, so I don't really know what the liquidity looks like, but
Palantir is one of the stocks that normally, according to the guys that trade it, say that the most reliable stocks for volume
are the normal ones.
Are Nvidia and Tesla and Palantir. Like pretty much, if it does a lot of volume during the day, then it's one of the safer ones to trade in the evening, which makes logical sense. Or if it has like earnings.
7 minutes left. So, Dara, are you going to stay awake for that State of the Union, or what are your plans?
I have a button. Sorry, guys, I'm just standing up. I am pretty sleepy, which is why I'm standing up. So I don't know if I'll make it to 9, but if not, then I'll watch it in the morning. And either way, I'm going to watch it. And are you guys watching the State of the Union?
Well, I always watch. I pick it up in the morning. In my trade ride in, it is. I'm going to listen to something on my trade ride in, so it might as well be the State of the Union. Danny Boy, regular pants. Because sometimes you just got to have the best name in the chat. Thank you for the super chat. If anyone is wondering why Highcroft is up another 11% while SLV is flat, Eric Sprott bought another 150,000 shares, already owns 40% of the company. Not sure what this brings him up to. Well, I mean, you could probably, I don't know. You could probably do the math there. But this is something, and appreciate you bringing this up. We have talked about the whole notion of the miners versus spot prices. It tends to be, you tend to get dragged higher. Like they don't usually move first, but they can be relatively strong in the second phase. All that said, these charts are very similar, but you notice here, without the secondary breakout, this is exactly what you're talking about. No secondary breakout on silver, or SLV, sorry, would need to break through this 80 to 85 zone, whereas on Highcroft, here we go. On Highcroft, you have broken back out. So it's more of a momentum play. I think that's why silver can still look like short at some resistance, whereas you have the miners breaking out. So good to point that out. Relative strength and weakness matters so much. There are so many symbols to trade that you're like, oh, I think the metals are strong. That doesn't automatically mean you go buy GLD. Maybe GDX is a better play. Maybe if you like silver long term, maybe Highcroft was a better play. Right? Like you have to be able to break it down on that level, and that's why you have things like a quote board. Just for the imbalances here, Nvidia did pair off. UiPath is still $1 million to buy, so somebody likes it, but nothing very big. But the only one that actually stayed any decent size is UiPath, and I can tell you that it literally did not even move up a cent. So the buy imbalance clearly meaningless for this stock, which is probably not a great sign. But then UiPath is at almost 52-week lows. Almost.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, like another big AI name that is definitely in a little bit of hurt right there. So just be careful with all of your trading here on any of those names. We don't know what's going to hit for anybody, but just be careful. And today it's actually a pretty green board all around, right? I mean, we just saw the NASDAQ up 1.07%, the S&P 500 up how much? 0.75. So, both indexes up around 1%, with, of course, the NASDAQ leading the way today. The only real red space here, we have energy slightly down. And again, we talked about maybe potentially why. I'm getting a headache. Like, I don't know if it's about to snow or something outside or rain. But, all right, utilities, transport, Tesla. Manufacturing, we didn't look here too much today. But, yeah, GEV, I mean, keeps going. We know that story is going to continue with power and everything like that. So shout out to GEV as well. JCI Controls, Johnson Controls, that's a good one there as well. Caterpillar. So a lot of those names starting to go. Funny to see Google red, although barely 0.23. That's not great, but still fine. I mean, Oracle up 3%. IBM, nice battle back day for IBM. Nice battle back day for CRM. I feel like for AppLovin as well, selling advertising on apps and things like that, that's going to become tougher and tougher for them as many.
Broadcom stands out today.
Yeah, down. And so is Micron. And we've seen some of those spaces there. What's this? WDC. Okay, Western Digital. There was something. Oh, health services we don't talk about enough. UNH down 3%. There, Humana, Centene downside as well. Molina Health. So, yeah, not great. I don't know what's going on with that. That could also be, of course, a play with regards to tonight, right? I mean, healthcare obviously talked about in the State of the Union, so watch out for that. So yeah, a lot of exciting happenings today, and it should be good. And thank you everybody for watching. It was Trader TV Live Academy Day. Thank you to everybody that did sign up. Keep them coming. And yeah, we're excited to talk more about that and have everyone back here tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Oh, and just for one out there, we put it in the chat. I might do it again. We had some questions. If you've signed up for Trade TV Academy, I'm going to throw it into the chat. And you have questions or concerns, support@tradertv.academy.
Right.
And I'll put that in the chat for you. So you're in there. You can always look. You can ask us during the day, but the best thing you can do is to simply go to the email that link, which is support@TradeTV. Another name with 2 minutes to go that's actually running into the close and doing some good things is Netflix.
Ooh.
Up 2.5% and running. And remember, the news recently was that Paramount Skydance was upping their bid. I still have not seen an official release.
Nor have I.
It's like, so the news, the website I use for buyouts, all they have is received revised proposal from Paramount Skydance, which is the same news we had yesterday, and there was speculation it would be $32. So it's done absolutely, there's been nothing. I can tell you, I was like, well, this is gonna be a really, really big long today if there's any news. So I was at the first trend break, I just sat in it and was like, oh, let's go. Because if in the middle of the day, you can have a tight stop, but if it ends up being 32, then I figured it could spike. I might try the same thing again tomorrow, but it's kind of weird that they've said they're raising the bid a day ago, and we still don't have a number. Figure it out, Paramount. Figure it out. But doesn't matter. Netflix is up and looking incredibly, no, it's just looking better. I can't say looking incredibly strong. If it can't break above this little 79 spot, all you've done is retrace the last couple of weeks' range. So less than 1 minute to go, everybody. Some people like Joe Schmo apparently would like Netflix to let Paramount pick them up. I think there are a lot of investors who would prefer they don't make this acquisition. But, I tend to think it might be a good one, but we'll see. Content.
Nvidia will, I think content's king. I would like them to buy that, but for Netflix to grab it.
I don't want them to raise the bid, though.
We were just, Nvidia, no, well, they have to, I don't know, we'll see. Nvidia there just was at the high of the day, then the imbalance just switched around, so now you're getting downside. But Nvidia, good trade today as it gets to the high. We only have 6 seconds left. We want to thank Beta Pro for their sponsorship of the closing bell, and there it is right there. Fabian's still waiting to automate that closing bell. Yeah, look, it's not too late. If you do have a spare moment tonight, man, go over to Trader TV Live, tradertv.live. Check out the Academy. There's also tradertv.academy. You can go to that right here. Look it over. See if it's interesting to you. Let us know tomorrow what you thought. But again, a big one, man. This is our journey, right? And it's all 4 of us in here. Talk with Adara, Joe, everybody contributing to this. I've already posted a couple posts in here, as we all have, waiting for you guys to start getting posted as well right now. 2 of you online. Yes. Shout out to Darren online right now, and Frown is online right now. So, Connie posted an update. Okay, we'll check those out. But yeah, make sure you guys are all part of this. It's an all-in-one sort of platform. It's Trader TV Live Academy, and we're really happy to have that roll out today.
Yeah, exactly. We're super excited for it. We're excited for tomorrow's Nvidia Day on earnings, and tonight, of course, the State of the Union. So a lot can happen. Look, if you're watching energy, if you're watching defense, anything chip related, then you do care. I'm going to be off tomorrow. It's my daughter's birthday, and she has like an assembly presentation at school.
Nice.
So that's what I'll be doing for the day, and I got a couple appointments. But you guys are going to be in good hands. And don't forget,
my daughter is the MC at a thing tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. That should be exciting. She joined the audio visual club or something like that, and
see now that's
now she's the MC at some sort of a recognition assembly. They recognize.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
She's also getting recognized for her French. Never heard her speak French. But all right.
Learning languages is great for kids.
Well, take care. Have a good time off. It'll be Obi tomorrow, so that should be fun. We'll see what he's up to. There he'll talk about his trading as well. But yeah, thanks again for everybody. We're back tomorrow.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, we'll see everybody tomorrow live. Thanks, Adara. Joe's still here. Put Joe on. Joe wants to wave bye to everybody. Or thumbs up in that. Okay, good. Thanks, Joe. Fabian, everybody, Ramin, Andre, everybody that's here, Adara, thank you, Neil, everybody, Brendo. Thank you to everybody that signed up for Academy today. We had a great run. First day. Introductory offer will be available for a while. I'll get the details for you on that tomorrow. But thank you to everybody for supporting it. Check it out if you have a spare minute tonight. And we'll see everybody tomorrow. For Neil, I'm Sean. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock.